They break out with a vengeance that we will never, ever again be in this situation. That breakout comes in the 1400s with the Portuguese. And they will wreak vengeance on the rest of the world to control trade routes, economic territories. Where is the wheat grown? Where is the gold? Where is the barley? We will get control of these things because we will never be caught in the dark ages again.
In Cuba, they have a Spanish dish. It's called moros y cristianos, which means Moors and Christians. And this dish consists of white rice, which is the white Christians, and black beans, which represents the black Moors. So this theme of a racial battle disguised as a religious battle, that's still in popular culture today.
When you conquer a civilization, you're actually conquering their God. Because what do? You change the name of God once you change their religion, once you change their culture. So the name of God is based upon how you create God. In other words, my perception of God now rules.
It's initially about greed, but it's about greed coming from a culture. European culture has always been a war culture. Going back as far as you can go back to the farthest Germanic tribe, to the Vikings, the culture has been based on down of society. When they break out of that, they break out with a vengeance that we will never, ever again be in this situation. That breakout comes in the 1400s with the Portuguese. And they will wreak vengeance on the rest of the world to control trade routes, economic territories. Where is the wheat grown? Where is the gold? Where is the barley? We will get control of these things because we will never be caught in the dark ages again.
In Cuba, they have a Spanish dish. It's called moros y cristianos, which means Moors and Christians. And this dish consists of white rice, which is the white Christians, and black beans, which represents the black Moors. So this theme of a racial battle disguised as a religious battle, that's still in popular culture today.
Grace and peace, everybody. I'm going to try to see if I can shut that yeah, let me shut this one down right here and see if I can pull this up. That's part of Hidden Colors. That's part of Hidden Colors, white supremacy. We're at war. We're at war with false teachers. We're at war with deception. And deception runs really deep. When we start dealing with the Bible, the Word of God, it's crazy because the Bible, almost more than anything else, the Bible warns against false teachers and deception. False teachers and deception. And we're at war with a couple of things. When we deal with occultists, when we deal with the devil, the wicked one, he got a couple of tools in his toolbox that he used, and some he prefer more than others. Some have become really popular and dominant in the earth. Lust and greed and pride, these are various things. But we're at war with white supremacy. And they're talking about the religion of white supremacy. But the problem is a lot of people don't know white supremacy. We're at war with supremacy in general, a chosenness in general. I'm the one that's above you. So we're at war with black supremacy. We're at war with white supremacy. We're at war with religious supremacy, occultic supremacy, all of this stuff. We're at war with a whole bunch of stuff. I'm going to play part two, and then we're going to get into, I believe this is part two of a couple of small clips, and then we'll get into this supremacy, and we'll get into some stuff. I'm going to bring up some of the bishop. The bishop want to put some stuff up in the book, and we're going to check some stuff out. Fair use. Good morning, everybody.
Period, they became churches. The Moors then, when they came into Europe, they had already had elements of ancient African wisdom, which allowed them to advance in ways that the Europeans had never imagined. And so in order to survive in this hostile environment, they had to go underground. The same thing happened with the Europeans, who also were close to the Moors and other Arabs who had pieces of this knowledge. They found that this information allowed them to reinterpret the history of the world, the science of the world, and that conflicted with Christians, specifically the Roman Catholic Church. So they also had to ban those people, and that led to the development of what we now call today secret societies, or more specifically, societies of secrets. And those secrets were the ancient educational knowledge that had been developed in Africa thousands of years earlier.
Islam will rise up in the course of history by the 6th century will cut off Europe from world trade by dominating North Africa and the Middle East. Europe was cut off totally from Asia, India, and Africa in terms of trade and access to wealth. So Europe would plunge into what we call the Dark Ages. But it was an economic depression that led to a complete breakdown of society. When they break out of that, they break out with a vengeance that we will never, ever again be in this situation. That breakout.
The period where they were originally mosques and which period they became churches.
The Moors then, when they came into Europe, they had already had elements of ancient African wisdom, which allowed them to advance in ways that the Europeans had never imagined. And so in order to survive in this hostile environment, they had to go underground. The same thing happened with the Europeans, who also were close to the Moors and other Arabs who had pieces of this knowledge. They found that this information allowed them to reinterpret the history of the world, the science of the world, and that conflicted with Christians, specifically the Roman Catholic Church. So they also had to ban those people, and that led to the development of what we now call today secret societies, or more specifically, societies of secrets.
They're arguing that secret societies and a secret knowledge have been handed down, helped Europe rule. Y'all have heard me say that multiple times. That's how come I believe that secret societies and studying them are so important, especially how they worked or how they moved hand in hand with religious or secret or different organizations such as the Catholic Church. They've been involved in them and they've been at war with them and different things. But I want to show y'all something else, and I'm going to ask y'all something. Because it's interesting that y'all see what Alton said. Alton said it's a pseudo. Where is that at now? He said that it's a pseudo salad. And we got to be careful, because what we got going on is definitely a pseudo salad. It's a mixture of everything. So y'all remember that for when we move on to some of this other stuff. But we're talking about false teachings and supremacy as the tools, the different tools. They're talking about white supremacy as religion. And remember, we have said multiple times on this channel, so in case anybody new come in here and I gotta block them, y'all already know we say multiple times that there is these people have been flying supremacy under the title of Christianity. And this is something that we got to admit. Let me see if I can pull some of this up right here. We're dealing with supremacy and various things right now. I'll get into the occult teachings and why the new age is dangerous. And it's going to be all tied together with supremacy and how these people have come down. But listen to this right here.
U.S. belongs to us.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Instead of hating the Jewish people, you should love us. You should kiss our feet, you fool. We're the chosen people, not you. You should actually look at the truth and understand that the Jewish people are the greatest gift to mankind.
Every Gentile who listens to us. The idea is, please.
The Jewish people are the greatest gift. Alton, Alton, come on up to the front here. The Jewish people are the greatest gift to mankind. Forget God so loved the world that he gave his own. Forget that gift right there. Before we get on these other folk, let's see what these folks saying. Let's see what these folks saying. Fair use, thank you.
Please begin to search and to start educate yourself. You as a non-Jewish person, you have the right to become a Jew, but that's not what we're here to teach you here today. You don't have an obligation. You can die as a Gentile and go to heaven of the Gentiles. All you have to do is to follow the one and only one book of God, which is the Torah. Torah in Hebrew means instructions. It's instructions for the Jewish nation. It's also instructions to all the Gentiles. You have to learn the 7 law of Noah. You can Google it. You have it all over this website to explain it.
No hate.
You have to be a good person.
Right.
You cannot hate anybody because of race, especially not the Jewish people, because they are the chosen people of God.
You can't hate anybody, especially. I'm going to play this one more game. Let this soak in.
He loves them very much.
Supremacy is moving strong out here. Everybody want to be God's chosen. Everybody want to be. Who don't want to be special right now? Just look all across social media. Everybody want to be special. Everybody want to get their shine on.
Hating them is considering hating God himself.
We won the country. U.S. belongs to us.
coolant with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Instead of hating the Jewish people, you should love us. You should kiss our feet, you fool. We're the chosen people, not you. You should actually look at the truth and understand that the Jewish people are the greatest gift to mankind.
A Gentile who listens to us. The idea is please begin to search and to start educate yourself. You as a non-Jewish person, you have the right to become a Jew, but that's not what we're here to teach you here today. You don't have an obligation. You can die as a Gentile and go to heaven of the Gentiles. All you have to do is to follow the one and only one book of God, which is the Torah. Torah in Hebrew means instructions. It's instructions for the Jewish nation. It's also instructions to all the Gentiles. You have to learn the 7 law of Noah. You can Google it. You have it all over this website who explained it.
No hide.
You have to be a good person.
Right.
You cannot hate anybody because of race, especially not the Jewish people, because they are the chosen people of God.
So that's for born again Rome right there. So when y'all come and when y'all get the, like when we get the banging and blowing at Nathaniel and all them other folk, they ain't the only one with this chosen doctrine. Folk moving around with that Torah talking about they chosen. I'm gonna let it play.
He loves them very much. Hating them is considering hating God himself.
Hating them. Now, is Israel, this is I think Rome, Van Harris, I'm glad you're here. Good morning, Elder. Now, hating Israel, whoever Israel, we're going to stop for a minute. I don't care whoever Israel is. Let's deal with this right here. Whoever Israel is, hating them is the equivalent of hating God, or it's like hating God. It's on that level. Type of one, if y'all agree with that right there. Type of one, if y'all agree with that right there. Now we're going to get into, so now we could go ahead and get on into it right now. Let's come on and get on to the, now, them was the light-skinned Jew. Now let's go to these black Jews right here. This Bishop Nathaniel right here. Let's see what Bishop Nathaniel talking about right here. Fair use. Somebody put that in there.
Pictorial history of Israel.
All right. Now, Jacob or Reuben sound like light skin. Now remember what we teach over here. It's light-skinned folk, dark-skinned folk. We all things jury over here. All things Israel over here. We deal with a lot of that stuff right there. Now, look at the book. Look at the author's name. That don't sound like somebody that look like me. That name, at least from a little bit I know, living here in New York City, being around, because outside of Israel, there's more of them over here than anywhere else on the face of the earth. New York City, I'm talking about. New York, that name don't look like somebody that look like me. But so let's look at what he's saying and let's examine what the bishop is saying. The leader, we dealing with prophets and liars, false prophets and liars and deception. That's what we dealing with right here.
Inside, take a look. Unto thy seed. What do y'all see? You see black Jews, black Israelites working in ancient Egypt. Let's see what this is from. This mural depicting Israel's bondage in Egypt was found in the Theban tomb of Rekhmir, governor and vizier at the time of Thutmose III, about 1450 BCE. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick and in all manner of service in the field. Exodus chapter 1, verse 13 and 14.
So wait a minute, let me see. Van Harris, who else is in here? Van Harris. I want to ask Rome, you believe there's black Jews, right? Is that the argument? Van Harris, you believe it's some black Jews running around here? Just Saved, you believe it's some black Jews running around here? Alton, you believe it's some black Jews running around here? Type of one. Type of one, fair use.
What color are these Israelites? What color are they? This is ancient artifacts, ancient black. They are painted as black in the tombs. All right, here's Harper's Bible Dictionary. This is page 331.
All right, so he just gave y'all one book. Now he's going to another book. That's good. That's okay. That's good. I like that. Let me go back and I'm going to look at the comments. Yes, one, of course there is. Okay, all right, no. So that's not the problem. Right? All right. I just want to make sure. And here, that's not the problem. Nobody's saying Jews are all white folk. Nobody over here saying that. Let's see what doctrine is being pushed. Let's see what doctrine is being pushed and see if it's the same tools that the wicked one has used. Broad brushing, those are tools. Stereotyping, those are tools. Generalizing, those are tools.
701 BC, Assyrian king Sennacherib conquered most of Judah, including the fortress city of Lachish. The victory was recorded in remarkable detail on bas-reliefs at his Nineveh palace. This scene is poignant testimony to the plight of his victims, who were deported with only what they could carry on their backs. Let's take a look at Judah.
All right, wait a minute. I can't even start good. I can't even start off good. This a pastor right here, y'all. And I tell y'all laughing, y'all joke. Preachers come around here. Plenty of elders come around here. But one thing we ain't going to do, play with them. They come around here. They going to do the Lord's work. And that's answer questions and exhort and teach that writ. That's what they going to do. They come around here. They just don't sit around here and twiddle their thumbs. So we got questions for them over here. That's why Timothy Isaac wanted to come over here, because he know the elders. He know the bishops in the Lord church. He know them light-skinned professors is listening. Couple of seminary students come through over here. Y'all can say what they want. They coming through different over here. Then they all say, Sakari, a lot of them go over there. All of them believe the same thing. We got a different crowd over here, so it's different. So people come and they want to jump on because they know that the church is here and the church is answering some questions. They know Israel here. They know all Israel ain't campus is coming over here. They know all Israel ain't preaching race doctrine is coming over here. So they want to come over here to fight. Heretics want to come over here. Black power folk want to come over here. A lot of folk want to come over here. Like they want to come over here and spew their stuff, thinking they coming to teach us. But no, wait, you don't get the floor. You're gonna answer questions. We're gonna reason out this book. That's why they come over here. Now, listen to what he's saying. We got to look at this. John Williams, just saved. Let's just wait a minute now. Elder Van Harris, who's a preacher in the Lord's church, yes, I believe there are some, but not as many as the claim. So you don't believe everybody that came over on the slave ships or a large number. Okay, and that's kind of fair to where I think a lot of people, if y'all agree with that type one, that could be fair to what a lot of people are thinking, that there's individuals arguing what's the number, historically, what's the number. And I'm gonna go and trust me, I'm gonna touch a little bit tomorrow night. We getting it on, not publicly, because I can't talk about this. I'm gonna show the Stephen Darby, but I can't talk good on what I need to talk good tomorrow night. We're gonna get it on the dark side of apologetics. But we're gonna talk today why apologetics is important, because we've always had false teachers and we've always had people from the gate to counsel false claims. From the gate to counter false claims, and I'm gonna help that, and I'm gonna do what I normally do. I'm gonna help the apologists out. I ain't no apologist, but I'm gonna help them folk out. I'm gonna do y'all like that brother Carson is talking about, because they're at war with y'all. Occultists are at war with y'all, and y'all running around like it's all good. It ain't all good. And we got to stand up and do what they've been doing from the first century, what the original disciples of Christ been doing, and that's defending the faith. So let me see what y'all say about this. He said, yes, I believe that, but the numbers are the beat. So nobody coming pushing like we all crazy here. We pushing blue-eyed folk over here. Blue-eyed folk rule the planet. Blue-eyed Jesus and them was blue-eyed. Noah was blue-eyed. Mary was blonde here. Nobody teaching that, but the deceivers would come here and act like that's what we believe and we teach. Watch out for the deceivers. Now, I'm going to give y'all a few keys. How can we tell a deceiver? That's what we're going to deal with. One, they broad brush. Remember that right there? We always talk about all deceivers come and broad brush. All cops are wicked. All black women are whores. Anytime you hear all, you know you're dealing with a deceiver. They might be self-deceived and attempting to share with you, therefore deceiving others. Some are wickedly, deliberately doing it, and others aren't. But let's let this keep going, because everywhere, I'm going to tell y'all a problem. Unlimited D's, everywhere I see you folk, I see light-skinned folk. When the light-skinned folk came around, That's the question for unlimited keys right now. When the light-skinned folk came around, because y'all say y'all gave us Kabbalah, y'all say Maimonides, y'all say Josephus, they was all black. When the light-skinned folk came around talking down on black people. Stephen Williams, good morning, brother. That's a fair question. When the light-skinned ones came around controlling and writing books, talking about this is their book. They ain't just put it, when they came around and started ruling the priesthood and the Pharisees. This is a fair question. Because this is where the conspiracy come in, right? Conscious community got a conspiracy that the Moors were black and they had the secret science. Then they took it and turned into Scottish Rite. And they ran Europe and they came over here and established this country off of Freemasonry, which was black teachers from the beginning. Israelites got the same exact teaching. This was our teaching in the beginning. Light-skinned folk stole it. Light-skinned folk running around here. This is jury, and this is our teacher from the beginning. Mass code, same thing. So we're going to get into it. Let's read.
Do y'all see this? This is the Sennacherib guard. Look at the people of Judah. Look at their hair.
All right, let's look. Let's take a look. Ain't nobody scared of no original man doctrine. Let's take a look right here. Let's take a look what they look like right here. And look a little like some people argue peasy or nappy. All right, this is a pictorial teaching. He's showing us pictures. Okay. I remember my little niece used to do that. They want to show you pictures in the book, and they gonna narrate a story. All right, let's look at pictures. Now, we got to keep the same energy. Y'all type of one, we got to keep the same energy. If he want to look at pictures, we gonna look at pictures. Let's look at some pictures and go back to some of the furthest pictures we got, and let's examine the pictures. In Ethiopia, in Dura-Europos, let's look at the pictures and let's go back. Because the pictures line up with the doctrine or the teachings and the people. Let's examine some of these. And a lot of times, many pictures can be what they call primary sources if it comes from the time. Y'all think that's fair, right? That's how they taught me in school. I dropped out, but I remember a little bit of something. So let's look at the pictures. Remember, nobody over here saying everybody in the Bible is blue-eyed. Let the demons tell y'all that if y'all want to. We don't believe that over here. Fair use.
Look at their hair. This is a stone relief. Look at the little boy. These are not Caucasians. These are not Edomites. These are black men with cornrows. 2A, I'm going to look at picture 1, picture 2A and 2B. Fresco paintings.
All right, so them black folk with cornrows, the Israelites wore cornrows back in the days, right? I don't know, but Jesus had dreads, or Jesus had cornrows, and Jesus had long hair. Which one? That's what we got going on right here. But we're going to keep going. But we're just asking questions. Did Jesus have dreads? Did Jesus have cornrows? Or did Jesus have what the first century Israelites wore? They're sure enough ain't had no barbershops. So we're going to throw Fervent Charity, Jason Brown. We're going to throw them in the garbage right now. We're going to get rid of them. They sure enough ain't had no barbershops. In the sense that we know them today on every corner. At least up here in the city. Hey, you.
The western wall of the 3rd century AD synagogues at Dura-Europos is sitting on the Euphrates River in Syria.
Oh, wait a minute. So now the bishop is bringing up. So he acknowledged Dura-Europos. He acknowledged that. Did y'all just hear that? He acknowledged that, right? So the head IUIC, one of the largest, most organized Israelite camps, bishop himself, prophet of God, acknowledge Dura-Europos. Now let's see the medicine that he gives us. Because we don't take the medicine. We want the medicine. But let's see the same medicine you give us, they gonna give you. And let's see how this one pan out.
At the right, 2B depicts Moses 3 times. From far right to left, Moses strides toward the Red Sea with staff upraised, leading the ancient Israelites out of Egypt. Let's see what Moses and the ancient Israelites look like. Bam. There's Moses.
Okay, that's Moses. How Moses look to you? Okay, that's Moses. Let it keep playing. Then we'll go back and look at a bunch of pictures. You know, they were at war. The city was all covered up. And then I think it was 1932, 1935. They were going to war. They were digging trenches. And the military men accidentally found Dura-Europa, accidentally found the synagogues underneath there. So we're going to look at the frescoes. We're going to look at what's on the wall. Let's go. Let's examine all of what's on the wall. But he's showing us paintings from the time. That's what he's showing us right here. They don't really look like me. But maybe, or Judah Rise, maybe you and Terry Pope, maybe Sister Lewis, maybe they look like you, but they don't look like me. He just showed us other pictures. Now he's showing us this.
Moses. There's Moses there. Remember, said it depicts him 3 times. Moses here, Moses
All right, y'all see that, right? Y'all see what he's saying, right? All right.
here, and Moses here. Take a look. And the Egyptians are being drowned in the waters. The Egyptians are black. Moses is black.
Is that subjective? Is that subjective? Moses look black to y'all in this one?
The hand of God is black. That's Aaron.
That's Aaron right there. Blackity black. I wish he was a little. I don't know how Aaron looked to you, y'all. How Aaron looked to you, y'all. Because he's taking you to sources. Matter of fact, let me stop this for a second right here. Let me see what we can do right here. Because I want to just save y'all people. Y'all gotta. I don't want to deal with the deception. Dura-Europa. Y'all heard this is that's what he used. That's what he said, right? We're gonna read a little bit about it, but let's look at some stuff. Let's just see what's there. I can make this a little bigger, right? What this look like to y'all right here? I don't know, man. I don't know. Boy, I don't know. I'm a little different from y'all. I just don't see what I want to see in some pictures. I don't see what I want to see in some pictures. I don't see what I want to see in some pictures. All right, this is Moses. Let's look at it again better. I know they can do some stuff with some computers, but let's look at it again better. That's Moses. Shoot, he looked like them brown people over there. Now, would he be considered black? I often ask y'all about Bin Laden, but y'all act like them people that look like Bin Laden and Saddam Hussein, they wasn't around. All right, let's just look at a few of these. Let's just Dura-Europa. Let's just look at a few of these. You see the name right there, right? Y'all see the name right there, right? We'll go into the history and everything. Let's just look. Let's just take our time and look. Let's just take our time and look, because the bishop teaching us, we might as well look at these right here. All the same. Dang, it just don't look. I don't know, y'all. Let me just look and see, because the bishop, the holy prophet, is teaching us. These look like what you would call an African American, a Negro in America. Let's look. Let's just keep on looking. These are original. That's the wall right there. These are all original. Let's just keep on looking. Dura-Europa. What the hell is going on here? All original. All the original black man. That's who. They're just from the 2nd century. They believe this from the 2nd century. Oh, well, the light-skinned people could have took over from the time of Jesus, and it was light-skinned ones fighting the dark-skinned ones. But he brought up Dura-Europa. He brought this up. Right here. Let me just look at a few more. This is what he brought up now. So if the bishop brought it up and the leader of one of the largest movements, what am I going to do? This is the bishop teaching us right here. Man of God. This is him teaching us right here. Let's just look at a few more. This is worth, because listen, if it's original, so if it's primarily from the 2nd century, if they look like this. If this is from the 2nd century and so many of them look like this, because this look like the light-skinned folk that they say had come from the 13th tribe that are Khazars, that convert, this look like them. So the 13th tribe, we got to throw that out the window. We got to throw that out the window, because light-skinned folk, we got light-skinned folk 600-700 years earlier. dang, every time I look around, I see dark-skinned folk and I see light-skinned folk. So I hear a lot of Israel say it doesn't make a difference with the skin color. But then I hear so many people come through that want to tear down Jewry or those people that call themselves Jews that are light-skinned. Like they can't substantiate their doctrine without tearing those other folk down. But they say it's not about skin color, but they're going and using these folk, because light-skinned folk, this they source. Oh, yes. In Crown Heights in Israel, this their source. Their anthropologists, their archaeologists, they use this source right here. So now Israel, and I ain't mad if he Judah. I'm not mad if Nathaniel is Judah. But Jews, y'all are using the same primary sources from the 2nd century. We're going to take our time on this page. We're going to take our time right here because he brought it up. Nobody brought it up. Oh, look at that wall. Oh, them folk light skin. Oh, they too light for me. They bright light dag. Look at it. Y'all see that right there? Alton. Hey, yo, do me a favor. Come and talk to me. You see how that man light skin? He looked like he favored these people on this wall more than me. More than me. Cushite original man. More than me. Who looked, me, Alton, or him? Who looked more like those people from the 2nd century on that wall? And we're not saying that and people like him, folk like him, they been bear witness with Ethiopian Jews. They bear witness with dark Jews in India. Ah, yes, they do. They bear witness with brown Jews in China. Ah, yes, they do. It's this American mess. It's this American Israel that I'm scared of. And the rest of the planet. The rest of the planet is looking like, what is going on? Y'all got a unique form of y'all own interpretation. I know. We ain't talking about skin doctrine, but this Syrian, where's Syria at? Where Ruddy Brew at? Because he said the Hamites were in Syria. And most of Israel in here was like, most of Israel ain't even agree with some of what he was saying. I played his video. Come on, Sister Lewis. That's what they call primary. That's why Nathaniel went there. That's why he went there. So let's go look at a few more. It could be whitewashed. Let's look at a few more. Let's just look around. What else we see over here? All right, we've seen some of that one right there. Let me make this thing smaller again. Just scroll on down here. Scroll on down on this side. Let's see what else we see. They got the outside. This is the exact right here. That's Moses. He just showed us that picture. There you go. Let's yeah. Let me leave that there right there for a minute. Let's let this soak in. That look like all the Israelites have been on my channel. That showed their face. Some of these folk, we ain't never seen their face, but the ones that showed their face, that look like them. I can tell y'all right now, I ain't got no beef. They don't look like me. None of these folk right here don't look like me. Them folk don't look like me. Then they get offended when people come in here and try to be deep and spiritual. I know him no more after the flesh. These folk don't look like me, y'all. These folk don't look like me. And I'm not mad. I can follow the God of Israel without being Israel in the flesh. That don't bother me at all. Many people did. Matter of fact, what they call the God of Israel, Enoch followed, he wasn't Israel. Oh, so I'm not confused at all. This is the site they started digging, and one of the greatest discoveries of this time. I don't know, y'all. Let me just go on back. Let the bishop and them speak. We're gonna let the prophets speak. We're gonna let the prophets of Israel speak. Let me pull the screen back up. I want to make sure I'm on the right screen. I'm gonna stop sharing this one right here. I'm just looking at what they showing. I'm just looking at what they showing. But if I come and I already got a preconceived notion in my mind, in my sick mind, black as I am, y'all see my picture up on here, black as I am, I'm gonna squeeze myself in that just because of a belief. No, brother, I'm not. Come on, brother. I don't want to believe that much. That belief ain't powerful on me where I'm reading and seeing it myself. That's the problem. A lot of us, there's a self for Jesus. We putting ourselves all in the text. We putting ourselves all in the garden. We putting ourselves everywhere. That's what's going on here. Let me share some more of this. Let's keep on going. Just the holy bishop. the holy prophets of God. Now, we're going to compare what the prophets teach or what they're saying right now, because somebody's false teachers. Skin color, we ain't got no beef. I don't agree with that skin color idea, but we know the Europeans have used supremacy. We know Elijah Muhammad, 5% of blacks have used supremacy. Supremacy is a tool that's being used. We're going to see what the text got to say. I'm going to see if Peter preached his skin color. I'm going to see if Peter preached what these folk preaching. That's the best way to compare it. That's how come, and let me bring up some Walter Martin. That's how come Walter Martin say that apologetic is needed. Why? Because we have always had false teachings. We have always had false prophets. The best way to expose a false prophet is to see what the true prophets of Israel preached. Elijah was a true prophet. Ain't type of one if y'all think Elijah was a false prophet. I ain't talking about Elijah Muhammad. I'm talking about Elijah the Tishbite. If Paul was a false prophet. Matter of fact, I'm going to block you talking about Paul wasn't crypto. Come on in here and start talking about it. Type of one, type of one, type of one. We got to compare to who we know was original, who we know walked with the Lord, who we know had visions of the Lord, who we know has established this thing. David is the foundation. Christ, Paul, Peter, James, and John. Let's see the doctrine that they preached. And we're going to compare it with others, because Deuteronomy gives us, said there's a litmus test. There's a litmus test. If you speak not according to this book, hey God, I feel that in my spirit right now. If you speak not according to this book, and there's a lot of people, they ain't speaking according to the book. That's all I'm saying. It sounds like the book. Because remember the 700 Club, let me pull up some of that right there. Last time Walter Martin was on TBN and all that other stuff right there, how them folk got rid of him. Let me pull up some of that right there. Fair use.
Is menorah, Moses and the 12 tribes of Israel.
I can almost prove every time you see what these falsity people use, and every time you see them folk, you see them light-skinned folk. Y'all mad because Garfield show it. You see them folk, the Portugal, Spain, you see them folk, light-skinned folk is right there. Light-skinned folk is involved in business, making it happen, doing what they do. Doing what they do, just like y'all folk, not eating no pork, got menorah, got synagogue, worshiping the one God, doing what y'all do. But no, y'all, they don't count. They fake, we real. As a matter of fact, I can pull up some sources and show that some of what y'all saying, it is, the history is right and exact, but who the face is on the pictures? Who the face is on the pictures? Now, type of one of Dura-Europos is fake, and the white people made it up. But Bishop Nathaniel is deceived. Type of one, because that could be it, because it had been whitewashing. Did they paint the walls like people claiming chemical? Did they paint is this chemical peel like they doing in Jamaica? Or did they peel their skin to make them light skin? I would think with his background in investigation, I would think he would know that. But he brought the source up. So being that he brought the source up, we're going to examine the source. And I'm going to go back and I'm going to read some of it. Syria is Syria. Come on, somebody. I know y'all going to tell me, well, Syria's on the tectonic plate. So that has to do with the color of the people. Come on, who's going to come with that madness this morning? I don't feel like it this morning. That tectonic plate sound good. Tectonic plate. Europe over there. What tectonic plate Europe is on and mad black people was in Europe from the earliest of time. Let me bring up Cheddar Man. Fair use.
Again, Moses with the staff held over his head and the Egyptians being drowned.
That Moses, he just told you that was Moses. Let me look at some of these comments and see if I'm let me look at some of these comments and see if I'm tripping. Come on, where God's people at? The folk that God's people are people that love God's word and love truth. God's people are a people that love God's word and love truth. Why would you think that Moses on the wall looked like Nathaniel? Why would he use Dura-Europos? I know Israelites run from that, but the bishop, being that he got one of the largest camps, most organized camps. Y'all see the level of their video and GMS videos, so don't act crazy. These purple guys are more organized than any other of all of the camps. Y'all see them marching. Y'all see they putting video footage up, got drones all in the sky. They on another level with it. Let's stop the nonsense.
In the Red Sea. A Study of Race and Environment by Maurice Fishberg. Published in 1911. Going over to page 64. Watch what it says. These fair-haired Jews created a problem for anthropologists. It is a question whence these Indo-Germanic Jews, talking about these converts, as Virchow called them, have found their way into the midst of a dark complexion race like the Jews. And you know, the original Jews.
Those people never said they weren't dark-skinned Jews. Them people ever said that? Did them people ever said that? Now we're going to get to the word swarthy. Come on, y'all. Where Covey and them Bible people at? Now we're going to get to the word swarthy. You know where we argue swarthy. What's the other word I'm looking for, Alton? Ruddy. Right now we're going to get to all of them words, and we're going to look at some other descriptions. I want to get to Walter Martin, but I feel led in my spirit.
Jews are a dark complexion race. I'm on page 149.
Now, when they said dark complected race, was there any beef among Europeans? Who's that? That was Mark Twain. Who was that was talking about tall, dark, and handsome? Were they talking about black men? Were they talking about Ethiopians, the burnt-faced people, or darker than the Scandinavians? What were they talking about when they used that in Europe? They were talking about different Europeans that they were encountering, or they were talking about black people that they were dealing with. Slaves and the lesser people when they talking about tall, dark, and handsome. That the European women were obsessed with African men. They wanted African men. Who were they talking about? Or they were talking about a nice tanned Italian man, Sicilian man. Who are they talking about, y'all? Fair use.
It is stated that the philosophers are not the only Jews of Negro race. Ashton speaks of Negro Jews.
Also, it's all right. So people been talking about philosophers. People been talking about and acknowledging and knowing that they were dark-skinned Jews. Let me ask y'all a question. Was the Ethiopian that went to the... Don't tell me that land wasn't the land of Ethiopian. The man in the book of Acts, the 8th chapter, that had the book of Isaiah reading, and the Spirit told him to go join himself to that chariot. Was he an Israelite or was he a Gentile?
Jews living on the Luango coast in Western Africa. They are called there Mavambo or Judeos. And these are Bantu. Okay, there's a lot more. Those of us that came to America. So I'm showing you that.
Now, wait a minute, Hebrew, where you at? Hebrew Israelism. Now, wait a minute, Hebrew Israelism. Now, I'm pulling up this comment from a little earlier. Now, you see what he's reading right now? What about the west coast of Africa? This is where the beef we got with Garfield and all that. Now, what about the west coast? Let me scroll this back a little few more so he could read this again. Let me scroll this back a little bit. Let me see where you start reading. No, let me go back a little bit more now. Let's look at what he's saying. Now, what he's getting right, I think the page getting ready. Let's read this real slow. What he getting ready to say now?
A Study of Race and Environment by Maurice Fishberg.
Oh, Fishberg. That name don't sound like... All right, so you see the sources that he's using. Them light-skinned folk. So he's using light-skinned folk and see what the light-skinned folk are saying. Are they lying? Are they deceiving? Are they trying to hide? Does it sound like they're stealing a history, or they're just talking about jury all over? That's fair? Is that fair or that's not fair? Because, you know, a lot of people say the light-skinned Jews are the ones, they hide in it. They hide in the truth and they deceiving y'all. And they're the ones Revelation 2 and 9 and 3 and 9 talking about. Let's go.
Published in 1911.
1911. That's way back. When West was birthed? 1969 when they opened up. I ain't saying Israel. That's the first time Israel start dark-skinned people start claiming Israel on the planet. 1969. Nobody's saying that. One West. These dudes, Sakari, GMS, that all broke off from One West of the One West persuasion. Somebody remind me about that 400 years. Somebody, 2-3 people send me clips about that and that. What's that other movie they keep sending me with the? I'll pull it up. Listen, Hebrew Israelism. Listen good now. Listen good now. Does this make them false teachers and demonic, this part right here? Or are you just beefing over the number like Pastor Harris said?
Watch what it says.
in other words, are you arguing against no black Jews, Hebrew Israelism? I'm asking the same question another way.
These fair-haired Jews created...
All right, you see that right here? You see, all right, I'm gonna let it read. These fair-haired Jews created a problem. You hear what he's saying? Let's listen slow.
A problem for anthropologists. It is a question whence these Indo-Germanic Jews...
Indo-Germanic Jews...
about these converts, as Virchow called them, have found their way into the midst of a dark complexion race like the Jews.
Hold on, I gotta wait. Let me see, because I know y'all are let me see. Y'all a couple of seconds behind me. I want to hear only, well, I can say only. I'm gonna read some other stuff. The Dunamis in here, I gotta read some other stuff, but I want to focus on Hebrew Israelism. He's reading the translation by yeah, all right. Something's wrong with his translation. There are, all right, by Maurice. All right, let me see what else he say. Only Hebrew Israelism I want to see right now. I'm looking at other people's comment, but I want to see there are black Jews, but not okay. All right, so almost even Hebrew Israel, almost everybody in here, but if y'all agree with that, type of 1. So everybody is saying that right here. I don't know what they're arguing, because I'm getting a lot of emails. I'm getting stuff that people are arguing because they know that I used to be involved in certain stuff. I'm getting a lot of people that's arguing that, like, they're arguing that urban apologists. You even heard Vince Bantu the other day. He's top professor in that, dealing with that on that seminary level, teaching folk till you see him traveling with that light-skinned lady that's teaching that dark-skinned history, saying that this is something that has been neglected. There were black Jews, so even Hebrew Israelism is saying that, but not all Jews were black. All right, this is very important, Hebrew Israelism. Listen to what I'm going to ask you right now. When Elder Pastor Green and others say were the original, before the word Jewry was used, Jewish and all of that, were the Hebrews what you would call black in America? Because some people are arguing that. They don't care about different colors right now, but they were at one time. Hold on, I'm gonna Born Again Rome Sabrina, I sent you the movie trailer this morning. No, not with the African warrior women from Dahomey. I'm talking about the one with the black Jesus and the fish fry. I got about 8 people. I know, honestly, I think 8 people done sent me that right there. Hold on, I want to just pull up Hebrew Israelism. All right, let me see what he say. You can't be scattered into all nations, but somehow stay the same. Okay. All right, so even Hebrew Israelism that a lot of y'all hate, that bang, even he's saying the same thing. Let me see. Now I'll read some other comments. I'm going to let the bishop play. All right, let me see. All right, let me see. I'm trying to read some other stuff. All right, let me see. Hold on, Dunamis. Let me see. Early beliefs is that he was an Israelite or convert. Later interpreted said he's a Gentile. Oh, okay. You're talking about Acts 8. You're talking about the Ethiopian. Okay. All right. This is what Judah says, but the term Jew refers to religion too, so it doesn't mean that they are from the tribe of Judah. I agree with that. That's how I said. That's like when I asked Hebrew Islam. I went back to before even the term Jew was used. Not even the 9 tribes, none of that, all the way back to Hebrews, the original, all the way back to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob's name being changed. That's what I wanted to say. But I was asking Hebrew Israelism before they were scattered, when Jacob became Israel. At that point right there, 75 people, Elder Harris, 75 people going into Egypt. That's what I'm talking about right there. Did they look like Dura-Europos? Did they look like Berean? The 75 people, before they was even a nation, that little clan that Joseph saved, that little clan that didn't have nothing, and they end up going and being in there, and they were birthed as a nation in there. All right, let him finish.
You know, the original Jews, the real Jews, are a dark complexion race. On page 149. It is stated that the philosophers are not. That's
what I'm talking about. That statement right there. Let me see what he say. Israel started off in Western Asia, and they could not have been black Africans. All right, we got to park right there. Now we got to park right there. Let me put my Israelite hat on for a minute. I think that's part of the confusion right there. When you say they could not, because the Israelites are arguing that the people that came, some Israelites are arguing that the people that came on the slave ship, it depends if you're dealing with Deuteronomy 28. And there are Israelites that say, I don't even have to use Deuteronomy 28. But a lot of them that are arguing for those curses, that the people that came over here were not Africans. So that's where the beef come in with the statements that you're making. I claim to be an African. My people descended came over there from Africa, but they're arguing that everybody in Africa was not Africans, and the people that were sold that made it to the bottom of the ships, they believe that the Africans sold them, and that they were Israel. They were from the stock of Shem. So that's kind of where the beef or the confusion comes in. Let me see what he say. The Bible says they came from the other side, north of Euphrates. Yes, that's what the scriptures. Yeah, no, they might have got no beef with that. So what you were saying, they were closest to the Caucasus Mountains, so therefore they looked more like the people in Dura-Europa. That's more consistent with what they looked like. Type of one, I want to slow this down. That type of one, if that's what that's what you're saying. Yes, the term Afro-Asiatic, even when you're dealing with those languages. Good to see you, Curtis Lee. Let me put that up there. Hold on, I got to slow down. All right, listen to this British Israelism. Listen to this. When y'all say black, are y'all calling Arab and Maret on the people from the Mediterranean color black, like the slaves in West and Central Africa? If you're going with that, I don't know, if you're going with anything from the one drop rule, that's part of the problem right there. Yes, he's saying yes, like Dura-Europa. All right, so you're feeling that. Let me ask you a question. Do you think, this is the last question, right? Do you think the people from Dura-Europa that like the Moses that Nathaniel depicted? Oh, Father. It's not this dude. I jumped on because I thought this dude was just on Clubhouse. Now he on here. Hold on, Garfield. That's what you're saying? You're saying the people from Dura-Europa, that they look more is that what type of one on Hebrew Israelism? If that's what you're saying, the people from Dura-Europa looks more like the people that were on the ark, type of one. Garfield, what's good with you?
Hey, peace and love, Brother Barine. I just got a text saying that Brother Barine would like my my input on some stuff.
Tell me who just texted you and said that right now. Tell me who just texted you. You gotta say who they are. Let me go back and play some of this. Hold on, I'm gonna go give me a drink. Hold on. I'm gonna slide this back a little bit. All right, then I'm gonna come back to Garfield. I'm gonna come back and look at some of the comments, y'all. Y'all know Garfield come to hate, so y'all come on. Don't act crazy right now and say that he had him on here and we didn't have a chance. Y'all can come on and cut him up. Cut him up. Give him licks.
See what Moses and
listen to this, Garfield. I'll mute myself. Let me see if I can get my coffee cup.
The ancient Israelites look like. Bang. There's Moses. There's Moses there. Remember, said it depicts him 3 times. Moses here, and Moses here. Take a look. And the Egyptians are being drowned in the waters. The Egyptians are black. Moses is black. The hand of God is black. That's Aaron. Is menorah. Moses and the 12 tribes of Israel. Moses again. Moses with the staff held over his head, and the Egyptians being drowned in the Red Sea. A study of race and environment by Maurice Fishberg. published in 1911. Going over to page 64. Watch what it says. These fair-haired Jews created a problem for anthropologists. It is a question whence these Indo-Germanic Jews, talking about these converts, as Virchow called them, have found their way into the midst of a dark complexion race like the Jews. Now you know the original Jews, the real Jews, are a dark complexion race. I'm on page 149. It is stated.
No, I want Garfield to hear all of this. It ain't but 4 minutes. I want Garfield to hear all of this. But look at Joel speak. I thought Joel speak was Israel till the other day. Look at Joel speak. That's the synagogue of Dura-Europos. The pics don't show the Jews or the Egyptians as black. Oh, that's a problem. Let me let it play. Fair use.
Let's go inside. Take a look. Unto thy seed. What do y'all see? You see black Jews, black Israelites working in ancient Egypt. Let's see what this is from. This mural depicting Israel's bondage in Egypt was found in the Theban tomb of Rekhmir, governor and vizier at the time of Thutmose III, about 1450 BCE. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick and in all manner of service in the field. Exodus chapter 1, verse 13 and 14. What color are these Israelites? What color are they? This is ancient artifacts, ancient black. They are painted as black in the tombs. All right, here's Harper's Bible Dictionary. This is page 331.
Now he went from a black and white book and took us all to Dura-Europos after this dictionary right here.
In 701 BC, Assyrian king Sennacherib conquered most of Judah, including the fortress city of Lachish. The victory was recorded in remarkable detail on bas reliefs at his Nineveh palace. This scene is poignant testimony to the plight of his victims, who were deported with only what they could carry on their backs. Let's take a look at Judah. Do y'all see this? This is the Sennacherib guard. Look at the people of Judah. Look at their hair. Look at their hair. This is a stone relief. Look at the little boy. These are not Caucasians. These are not Edomites. These are black men with cornrows. 2A, I'm going to look at picture 1, picture 2A and 2B. Fresco paintings from the western wall of the 3rd century AD synagogues at Dura-Europos, a city on the Euphrates River in Syria. At the right, 2B depicts Moses 3 times. From far right to left, Moses strides toward the Red Sea with staff upraised, leading the ancient Israelites out of Egypt. Let's see what Moses and the ancient Israelites look like. Bang! There's Moses. There's Moses there. Remember, I said it depicts him 3 times. Moses here, and Moses here. Take a look. And the Egyptians are being drowned in the waters. The Egyptians are black. Moses is black. The hand of God is black.
Dunamis, before Garfield, Dunamis, how God and Moses look to you? God and Moses look like me? God and Moses look like you?
They look kind of tan. They look olive.
Come on. Hold on. Somebody else said, all right, I don't understand. Hold on. Let me go to somewhere else. Look at the sword of Judah. Oh, sword of Judah. We're going to do that. I already got that lined up. Pull up Afro-Asiatic from the Encyclopedia Britannica. Let's read it together. Come on. Glory. Yeah, we're going to do that. I want to do that right there. Matter of fact, let me stop and do that right now. Being that I got a reader on here, let me stop and do that right now. Somebody said Garfield. Somebody said pull up them 7 Alton. I don't say who said it. Alton just said pull up them 700 slides right there. Dunamis, read some of this right here. What this talking about right here? Swore to Judah, we gonna read this here. One thing I can some church folk, them pastors, golf, anybody come up on here, we ain't like them. Not over here. Afro-Asiatic languages, also called Afro-Asia languages, formerly Semitic, Hamitic, or Eurasian languages, languages of the. Come on, read that right there, Dunamis. What did that say right there? Where at? Where am I reading at? I'm muted here. Don't hear me. Languages of the common origins found in the northern part of Africa. We know what.
I was muted. Also.
All right, good. Languages of the. Read that right there.
Languages of common origin found in northern part of Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, and some islands adjacent areas in Western Asia. About 250 Afro-Asiatic languages are spoken today by a total of approximately 250 million people. Number of speakers per language range from about 150 million, as in the case of Arabic, to only a few hundred, as in the case of the Cushitic and Chadic languages. The name Afro-Asiatic gained wide acceptance following the classification of African languages proposed in 1955 through 1963 by the American linguist Joseph H. Greenberg. Okay. Scholars in the former I don't know, brother. We might be careful with this one. Scholars in the former Soviet Union prefer to call the languages Afro-Asian. The name Hameto-Semitical or Semitico-Hamitic, although occasionally still used, is largely considered obsolete. Many scholars reject it because it is linguistically wrong. There is no linguistic entity Hamitic to be contrasted as a whole. To be Semitic, other designations such as Eritrean and Lemistic have gained little acceptance.
Tiffany Haddish, that was Tiffany Haddish and Nipsey Hussle, that they parents from. Come on, what else you want us to read, Swore to Judah? What else you want to read? But we ain't running from nothing here. We ain't looking for nothing but whole truth. Come on, Garfield. I'll mute myself. Where he at? He don't walk away now?
Let me confirm, Alton. Let me pull up my 2,000 slides real quick.
He's 700 now. He pulling up 2,000. We gonna put Garfield out here in 15 minutes.
Oh man. Hey, take that off the screen real quick, son. I was about to call Marine Sonetta.
No. I ain't got nothing on the screen yet. I see it. You that ain't the one you want?
Yeah, put this on the screen real quick. Let me just address this. I do have a slide.
Okay.
All right. So we have the crossing of the Red Sea, the Dura-Europos synagogue 244 AD, swarthy Syrian Jews. And by the way, too, the Jews of this time, if you look at all the Dura-Europos, they don't really have beards. These are Hellenistic converted Jews who are in the Dura-Europos. I don't know if you want to use that as a source. And if you look at these women here.
This is what Nathaniel gave us. This is what the bishop gave us.
Yep. This is another one. This is a panel of Europos depicting lighter-skinned white Jews seen of Moses rescued from the river. This is the same Dura-Europos. It's the same place.
Same place.
Hey, let me just say this, having dark or black skin doesn't make you the ancestors of African Americans or the African diaspora. If ancient Hebrews were in fact a people of color, it makes them more our ancestors than Dravidians, Aboriginal Australians, Arabs, Roma people, Southeast Asians, Indigenous Americans, or Negritos. By tracing lineage through your fathers, the wide DNA of Hebrew, Sephardic Jews in particular, should be EM2 or E1B1E, the same as West, South, Central African tribes taken to America as slaves. If these Jews are dark, it doesn't automatically make them our people. Now, let me make a bigger point. Watch this. In Hybrid Hate by, what's his name? Tudor Parfit. A part of their supposed difference was the conviction that they were of a dark people, perhaps black, perhaps brown, and had Negro traits. These suspicions coexisted with diametrically opposed fears that the color and looks of Jews were indistinguishable from the color and look of Christians. Thus, the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215 complained that the Jews cannot be distinguished by any difference and call for some way of identifying them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what did they do for the Jews who they couldn't distinguish? What did they do? This is the image from the 16th century. The Jews, not the black guy that they're holding, The white people that's holding him are Jews because they had to wear
The swastika. Come on. Come on. I mean, the star. That's right. That was a sign. Come on.
They had to wear yellow badges. But look at this picture.
But white people, go back to that other picture. I done had plenty of Israelites go back to that picture and say that the Jews was the dark one in the middle with the red.
Nope, that's
the one in the back with the hat on. Come on, I could pull up. Y'all know I got 117 videos on private and all of that stuff. But they arguing that this is the Jew. Plenty of people arguing that this is the Jew. They mock Kevin G and what my man named truck driver name is G Con for bringing that ad and leave that alone. That's a new day. Let's move on. Come on, they talking about Swarthy Pete right now. Swarthy Pete, no, you keep going. Go to the next slide. Go ahead.
Take a look at this. Attention should be drawn to Spinoza, that swarthy olive complexion Jew of penetrating eye and long hair. Let's take a look at him and his images when he was alive. This is Spinoza. Is he dark? Is he swarthy? This is swarthy. Take a look at swarthy. Look at
Garfield getting ready to get there. Garfield, you gonna get you getting out of here today. You ain't coming back today. This ain't swarthy. This ain't swarthy.
And this is
where Elder Harris at? This is swarthy slick? Hey yo, slick. Curtis Lee. Unlimited Keys. Is this swarthy right here? Where ready at? Spookism. Sword of Judah. Yep. JT Mac, is this swarthy? Garfield gonna get his Garfield. I'm sick of you trying to hate on black folk. I'm sick of you trying to stop the awakening. Is this swarthy?
Yep.
That's what we want to know right now. Just say, name the soul. Type of one if this is swarthy. Go back to the other picture. Go back to the other picture. Type of one if this is swarthy right here. I ain't playing with y'all. David ain't look like this. David ain't look like this. Solomon ain't look like this. Now somebody can say, it's okay, we got light-skinned black folk. Let me see. All right, go ahead. Keep going, Garfield. I'll mute myself.
All right. This is Ruth, what's her name again? Gwendolyn Ruth Hicks. She's the one that they use a lot of her sources regarding the slaves in America, in New Orleans and so forth. But she was black Irish. Look at her. Look at her picture. She's considered black Irish, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because of the color of her hair. Color of her hair and her eyebrows. So when we read these things, we say, oh, there was black Irish. Really? Which part of them were black? This is an Iberian Jewish ancestor being regarded as dark-skinned. This is Maurice Berger. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the point I'm trying to make to everybody, man. When they refer to you as dark and all that stuff, what are they referring to? Now, let's get to the one that I love the most. Al Capone is called swarthy. We know Al Capone. We grew up on Al Capone, Brother Kareem.
Hey, yo, this is not good.
This is Al Capone. How is Al Capone swarthy? That ain't us. We're using how people wrote about people and trying to attach it to us.
Nameless Soul said, no, that ain't swarthy. That ain't swarthy.
But he was called swarthy, though. He's called swarthy. Look. And in the movies as having a dark or swarthy complexion. It's in the newspaper, Chicago Daily, 1929. How is he dark and swarthy? This is Al Capone. Come on, family. We got to get beyond these picking out.
Anonymous Hebrew, what you talking about? You must have just got here when I just played Bishop Nathaniel. I'm using Bishop Nathaniel sources. Garfield just jumped on here. We were talking about Dura-Europos, that Bishop Nathaniel, who's recognized in Israel, playing with you black folk. Now y'all gonna tell me Bishop Nathaniel ain't recognized when he brought up Dura-Europos. He got one of the most recognized bishops in America dealing with Israel. And I'm sorry, he's more popular than you, Anonymous Hebrew. Bishop Nathaniel is more recognized than you when dealing with numbers, and he was on teaching. And he brought up Dura-Europos. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What should we do? Listen to you and throw Nathaniel and all the IUIC out the window now because you don't like what you're hearing? Go ahead.
Yeah. And the truth of the matter is, I say this though, Jews could be any color. But whenever you see
Jews say that they could be any color. They say that only these black American Jews are saying something different. Some of them. Go ahead. I ain't broad brushing. Some of them, because a lot of them will come and say it ain't got nothing to do with color. That's how come you got some of these camp leaders that's light skinned, looking like Al Capone. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me see.
Anonymous Hebrew, nobody is debunking anybody being black, because Jews could be any color. The issue is not about 1665. It's about the European sources, because most of the sources they use is from the Sephardic Jew period, the exilic period, when they're describing Jews. So that's why we use.
That's who Nathaniel was using. I said, Green, look at the names that he's using. Them was all light-skinned folk. Light-skinned sources. And the light-skinned folk bear witness to black Jews. Y'all got the problem, not them. Y'all got the problem.
Exactly. You see, this is the problem. When you deal with race, right, it's a problem for anybody. Because even look at this guy right here. This is another book that they use. Better look at the Sephardic Jews from Spain with their dark Negro features, black hair, and thick lips. The Jews, A Study of Race and Environment by Maurice Fishburne. This is another book.
Hey, yo, why are you here, Anonymous Hebrew? Why are you even here? Why are you even here? Why are you even here? Let me help you. Funny. Go ahead. They comes here. They can't help theyself. What you coming here for? Y'all like moths to a light. What you coming here for? I do what I want to do over here. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is a picture. This is somebody with Negroid features. This look like the Hasidic.
Take your blind followers and go. Take your blind, dumb, deaf, and go take them and go. I know a lot of y'all in Israel don't want the truth. Just like Christianity. Oh, I know they don't like the truth. They don't like it over here. Everybody get it over here. You, listen, go ahead, the dumb, deaf, and blind, go follow your leaders. Go ahead and follow your leaders. The majority of y'all are sheeple. Y'all ain't thinking for yourselves. And nobody that's leading blind sheep don't want y'all to come here to where the light is. To where we gonna compare. Any Israelite, any Christian say bring up any source, we bringing it all up, boy. I holler on the block. I could do that. That's what I do. And this same energy, I got it. Listen, I got it online and I got it face to face. Funny dude. Don't come back through, boy. Don't come back through. Period. That's all it is. That's all it is. Y'all looking for the homo channel. Go to that wig wear. Go down there somewhere else, boy. This ain't what you looking for. This ain't what y'all looking for. Go ahead, man. Let me give me some coffee.
Yeah. I'm gonna well, this was some early pieces of Jesus, but let me take this off the screen for a minute. And I don't know why anybody, you see, this is the thing. People want Jesus and everybody to be dark skinned black. And this is the problem. If we are shout out to Sister Mika in the building. What you doing over here, my Marine, man? I ain't tell you I'm over here. What you doing over here? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, listen. A Jew can be any color. I think the problem is we are trying to associate ourselves with a culture that really don't align with us. The closest we could ever be, and I'll say this again, is people who are converted. And it's not us. These people are running away. They run to the and you know what it is, Bereen? The people who understand what the exiled Jews from Portugal or Spain are running to. They are running to not only for their freedom, but freedom to practice their religion. And people don't get that. So this is why they ran to Jamaica. This is why they went to Curacao. This is why they went to Venezuela, Argentina, Chile, Peru. This is why they went to the Netherlands. This is why they went to all these countries, because guess what? They were able to practice their form of Judaism. That's all it is. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? The Jews in Peru or Ecuador, South America, was converting Native Americans. This is why you're going to find Native American cultures, some of them, because the Jews were converting Native Americans too. So don't.
Well, you know, I'm going to tell you the truth, Garfield. You know why I don't like you? I'm going to tell you the truth. I got to tell the truth in the presence of everybody. Because a lot of times you come on here, you making it sound like the light-skinned Jews converted to blacks and not the other way around. I got to be honest. That's how you be making it sound like. You be making it sound like the light-skinned Jews had the doctrine first, and the blacks that we may have found in West Africa or other places that they've accepted it, and they were the converts. And the baby daddies might have been the light-skinned Jews that ran up in darker women.
All right. Now,
Is that straighten me out if that ain't what you're saying? Because I'm slow. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, you see, that's where we're running into a lot of problems. The problem is you cannot find a community of Jews that are dark skinned completely. You don't find that in history. There's nowhere. And listen, when Jonathan Shorsh came on my show, he said,
We can't have that, y'all. We can't have that right there. We can't accept that. I got to put Garfield out. We can't accept that. Because if Israel don't come in here and challenge Garfield today on this, at least this one subject right here, if y'all do not come and challenge Garfield, at least on this one subject right here, I'm going to have beef. In the name of black power. In the name of black power, if y'all do not come in here today, I don't care. Let me go. All right, J-Mac, I got to let y'all talk. I got to go to my unblock list. Let me go call back Anonymous Hebrew. I got to unblock everybody right now. If all of Israel don't come in here right now and give Garfield that work, I don't know what to say. We got to have one all black week somewhere. I'm going to bring him back on, but I ain't going to deal with him too long. In the name of black power, I can't. Because I've been watching Garfield, and Garfield doing a lot of... Let me be quiet and bring him back in. Let me text Dunamis and them on the side. Hey, yo, Israel, I don't care if anybody got to come on right now. We cannot let Garfield do this. Not this. Now, I'll go for some stuff, but he going too far right now. Come on, you a lover of the... Matter of fact, he trying to take Alton's hat. He trying to take Alton's place. Garfield, what you out? I see you blowing a Jabari. I see you. I think you love them other. And I know in Jamaica, I know because y'all like them light-skinned folk, and it's not racist. Color's not a big thing in Jamaica like it is over here. I'm wondering if you have some elements of race. I'm wondering if you love them light-skinned folk.
I think so. Because Jamaicans are the worst when it comes to bleaching skin. They are disgusting.
Damn it. Indians right behind them. Absolutely correct. Absolutely.
Share my screen real quickly, brother. Let me just
kill this. It ain't up.
Oh, it ain't up yet. Let me just kill this whole argument, and let's deal with what their sources and what they use. They love to.
I agree with Nameless Soul. Nameless Soul saying not even in Africa, Garfield. That's a foolish statement.
Hold on a second.
I'm leaving this up here. I'm leaving that. That's a good one. I'm leaving that one up there.
Put Edith Brood up there for a second. Let me just show something real quickly for the audience. All right, this is Edith Brood of the Black Jews of Africa. You notice it says the Black Jews of Africa, right? So y'all can't say Garfield is this hater. This is one of the best reads from 2008 that changed my whole mindset toward this Judaism and Black Jews and all this stuff. All right, watch this. On the Algerian-Morocco border, according to a local chronicle discovered at the beginning of the 20th century, French AGP Martin, the very earliest Jewish inhabitants of Taout and Gurara settled in the 1st century AD, coming from where? Cyrenaica, and were followed by a second wave of settlers who arrived with Arab traders from Mosul. The making of Fagara in Taout, based on a model that previously existed in Mesopotamia, confirmed that this know-how seems to have originated from Persia and to date back to very ancient antiquity. They were mentioned as far back as the 5th century BC in Herodotus. Now look at this. Another tradition from the region of Tugart in the northeast of Taout reveals that the Jewish population is so ancient that they are considered the earliest white inhabitants of the area. I didn't say it. Another tradition, let me rewind. Another tradition from the region of Tugart in the northeast of Taout reveals that the Jewish population is so ancient that they are considered the earliest white inhabitants of the area. Now watch this now. Look how they differentiate white and black. Watch this. In the most ancient period, whose tradition was conserved by the memory, the country was inhabited by Jews who did what, Marine? Who employed Negro workers. So they're separating the people and showing their colors in Africa. So remember when my brother, who is the brother that I love that come on all the time. That's what's his name? The Plumber. When Plumber came on and showed his source, He showed the Jews from the same era. You remember what they were called, Bereen? They were called the Rothschilds of their time period. You show me a black Jewish culture in Africa who could be represented as the Rothschilds of their time, the banking families of their time. Show me those black people. You show me that, Bereen. You could kick me off all day long. I'm bringing the truth. I'm not playing no more games with these liars. No more games. Because
Hey, yo, hold on. I got to put the link out there. Hold on, Garfield. Hold on. I hope you got a minute. This is Joe Pastor Ryan. Don't come in here mocking us right now. We on Black Power. I'm on my Black Power, and Garfield even hating on my Black Power. Hold on a minute right now. Hold on. Let me put this link out here right now. Somebody got to come on, Joe Furman Cherry. I ain't playing with Garfield. I'll laugh and joke and bring some folk on, but Israel, somebody got to jump on here. I don't care who it is. Somebody got to jump on here and straighten that out. I'm not getting past that we cannot find the all-black Israelite community nowhere. I can't receive that. I can't receive that, y'all. And y'all know I blows at Israel. But there's a line that I'm not gonna cross. And Garfield uncrossed it. Van Harris, are you gonna go with that? Spookism, are you gonna go with that? Let me see if I got Plumber number in my jack. Somebody got to listen. Somebody got to hit Plumber. I don't know if no, he's not even. I can't even say. I got to be honest. I can't even say the Plumber even really pushing that thing. That's like I would say he's more Hebrew roots. Unlimited keys. Is there not one? Is there not one Israelite to straighten this nonsense out? Just on the one challenge that we can't find the all-black Israelite community nowhere. Hold on, Garfield. Come on, JT Mac. Don't come on here mocking and get yourself blocked. Don't come on here mocking and get yourself blocked because Garfield done took it too far.
Yeah. Garfield, make sure, by the way, what's up, Garfield?
Peace.
Make sure you explain yourself real good today. This is a good conversation. I don't get into these beats, but I am intrigued by them. I like to watch and listen and learn. But I think one of my biggest concerns is that I've always believed that there were people of color way from the beginning, and that there are different ethnicities and shades of people because our Creator creates variety, just like the lilies of the fields and the valleys. When you look out on the landscapes and you see all the different shades and colors, and I believe that our Creator did the same thing with human beings, especially after the Tower of Babel. So I've never thought that, there was only one, type of people or one ethnicity or one color of people. However, some folk believe that because some of the ancient Israelites were dark, or some of the ancient peoples were dark, that automatically makes them Negroes, specifically the kind that was stolen off the west coast of Africa. And I just don't see that connection. I don't know. I know we don't have Abraham or Jacob's DNA or anything like that, but
just groups in the region. Not even if you didn't have their DNA, just groups in that region. Torah groups too. But he said Garfield, what reason why we can't trust online universities? Nameless Soul got him though. Don't worry, I knew somebody was gonna step up. What's good, fingers? Nameless Soul got Garfield. Go ahead, and then I'm gonna let Garfield get this work Nameless Soul got for him.
Yeah, and then too, the Semitic peoples around the world, that doesn't automatically make them descendants of Jacob either. Abraham had other sons, and so did Jacob too. So I know the bloodline came through one of Jacob's sons. So but even today we have colored people all over the earth. The Jews were scattered all over the place. Some people.
So you're another one. You're not getting on. You could red letter, like honestly said. Don't hear what he's not saying. So you're not saying there are no black people that don't practice the religion of Moses and Jesus.
No, I'm not saying that. There are Jews everywhere.
Not saying that at all. So for the other people, I said, I get mad and want to get to blocking folk. Don't act like folk in here lifting up a blue-eyed, blonde-haired Aryan Jesus. No, nobody doing that now. Nobody is doing that. Go ahead.
Right. And I was saying that there are Jews and colored people. I mean, Jews were scattered all over the place. Some folk believe that's even because Scripture said they'd be scattered, but some people believe they're scattered everywhere but the land. They can be scattered everywhere, but they can't be scattered in the land. So
And in the land too. And in the land.
yeah, I just find that a illogical argument. You know, no offense to anybody, but that's just illogical.
If they all over, part of the land is all over.
Exactly. So these beefs about trying to make all the Jews.
Where fervent charity at with that one? Where fervent charity at with that one? I'm glad he couldn't hear. He can't. He worried right now. Hold on a minute, Garfield. I know you looking for sources. Israelites among the limber. They're all black. I can pull them up right now. Good point, nameless soul. Now he running the true prophet. Y'all, who a lot of people bear witness, even Israelites, who's the foremost scholar on the subject of them dark skinned folk on that continent over there. So let's see where Garfield trying to go. But what nameless soul is saying is excellent. Let me pull up some limber in case he trying to let me back up. I gotta be Israel on here right now. Cause y'all scared of Garfield. I gotta be Israel on here right now. Let me pull up them limber in case Garfield trying to act shaky.
Yeah, I land my plane here on this one. Is that I think that we should stop trying to make everything about color. God has never created the world to be black and white. He's never created the world.
Just said that 5 minutes ago. He's never been saying that.
He's never created the world for everybody to think in terms of black and white. There's shades in between, all kind of shades, and God gave us all these different shades to enjoy, and all these different ethnicities to enjoy. We don't have to make everybody Negro. That's insanity. You know.
And yo, Alton, and yo, Sword of Judah, we got to put Black Lion Supreme out, got to go right now. I could tell from the comments who got to go. Israel ain't going for that. The limber are even converts. Can nobody be original? Can nobody be original? Y'all got to take everything from us? So that means the religion of Moses is not an African Alton, because that's what they're trying to say. Maybe I'm hearing what they ain't trying to say. Let me wait. I could be looking at comments and jumping the gun.
Let me deal with the lemma real quick. This is from the Black Jews in Africa and the Americas. Let's deal with it for a second.
Hey, Garfield, and the hatred for the Ethiopians is mind-boggling. Ethiopian Jews, that's mind-boggling.
Very mind-boggling. But I'm going to get to that in a second. Let's deal with this a second. Lemba informants now insist that they have the same blood as Jews. This fact confirms for them what they had always said, that they were phenotypically different. This is what they're saying. They're phenotypically different from their non-Lemba neighbors. And if we look at them, they look like Berean and they look like Garfield. Well,
and they don't even bear witness. They're the same as the other people. They saying it.
So those Lemba with whom I have discussed the results of the DNA results, by the way, often recall the fact that they habitually refer to themselves as the white men who came from Senia, and that the DNA evidence proves that they were once white and that they are Jews. I'm done. I'm done.
Hey yo. I'm done. Hey yo, this is hold on a minute, cause I'm not gonna lie. I feel some type of way, Alton. Hold on a minute. I can't. Hold on. Let me pull this up. What are you saying, nameless? Hold on. Let me see. Look at this, y'all. So these what's going on right here? These brothers not original to the faith. These brothers received this. They received this.
Hey, I got a video, Berean, where they're admitting that they learned about circumcision in 1913. 1913, the Lemba. I got a video I could play right now. Don't play it, Berean. Don't let me pull the video.
They just not learned about circumcision.
He laughing, and this is people's safe week. This is serious business.
1913. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. The truth of the matter is the Lemba is connected to the Levant region, Because if you really look into it, there was trade, Indian Ocean, the spice trade, all type of trade. So they are attached to the Arabian area where they were coming into Zimbabwe, because you know these folks are always looking for areas to trade from. And they came to that region and they slept with African women. That's why some of them have E1, B1A, and some of them have J. But why are they?
He got cut off. Honestly said, I kept saying, unless somebody ringing his jack, honestly said, I kept saying race is the finesse. Nah, tell me, let him play the video. We got to figure out what's going on right here. We got to figure out what, but I'm not going to lie. I can't even, that's where the beef come in. I just got to discuss that stuff Thursday night. That's where the beef is coming in when they start talking about who's who in the Bible and all of that other stuff, and where they're not blacks that practice the religion and the belief and all of this stuff. I think people are definitely saying two different things. Far as Christianity and what Dr. Bantu and them saying, who are the blacks and blacks in the Bible and them leading people, Elijah and them in the Bible. Technically speaking, maybe the prophets were, well, we know the prophets weren't Africans. The prophets of Israel that I follow were not Africans, but maybe they all did not look like me. It seems like everywhere we go, like I said, it seems like everywhere we go, we see them light-skinned folk acting like light-skinned folk just got here. That's why I asked Jordan and everybody, when did the light-skinned folk come? Did they give y'all the Zohar? When did them light-skinned folk come and got the nerve to be running around here talking about that stuff that they were using in the King James Bible about Noah and Ham being dark and cursed and penises and big lips and things of that nature? When did those people come to take over the priesthood, the Pharisees or whatever? When did them people come? What did the Essenes or whoever those people were like in the Dead Sea? What did they look like? What did Josephus look like? What did the Pharisees look like? Was Herod the same as them? I don't know. Come on, Dunamis. Garfield working on his microphone. Negroes done came here and got me mad now. Garfield done got me mad now. These Africans done got me mad now. Go ahead, man.
Put it up on the screen. Put it up on the screen. Hey, by the way, that picture you have on the right, Barry, is the right guy teaching them about rabbinical Judaism. That picture you have on the screen. Look at the picture. No. Let me take that one.
Garfield, shut up and go back to your slides. Shut up and go back to your slides before I start using bad language up in here. Y'all know I raps with Israel. Y'all, you're going too far now. He going too far. I'm sick of him.
Hey, now, real quick, put Garfield's slide. That's the question we asked him, because the Khazarian conversion, quote, is 8th century. So before that, 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd.
Why we got so much evidence of light-skinned people 600 years prior to the 13th tribe? The Khazar theory. Why we got so many light-skinned Jews and in rulership? That's beef. That's beef.
Did they have Talmud in Spain?
Come on, man.
What's Talmud doing before the Inquisition?
Hey, tell your boy Anonymous Hebrew to tell Yara to jump on, man. Yara likes.
And then even when we start getting into the beef of Moses, man, the Cushite. Man, this complexion. Man, Ready Brew, you might have to. He said, all right, Ready Brew challenging you. He said, what's the name of the source? He wants the name of the source. At least one person. Outside of who? Outside of Unlimited. Let me see. No. Who was that? That I had up on the screen earlier? Hold on. I want to go back and look at some of these comments because I don't want to miss nothing right now. And then when Garfield jump on, the Israelites talk and send you emails, but they don't want to jump on anybody. I don't care. I don't care what beef we have. One thing about me, I don't care if y'all will cuss me out. Y'all can jump on to defend this truth, to defend this awakening. I don't care who you are. You could jump on right now. Camp or non-camp. Don't come on talking about Garfield don't believe the Bible. I don't know what true prophets believe. Stop the nonsense. We're dealing with the work and we're dealing with sources. Anybody could get on. Go ahead, J Mac.
Yeah, I was going to say is in two. I don't know what happened to Garfield, but he said, how come some of the ancient Israelites couldn't look like Osama bin Laden? They were Middle Easterners.
They try to act like brown-skinned people ain't come on till after Muhammad died in the 7th century. Like brown-skinned people ain't come. Brown-skinned people been on the planet. It's a very, I feel, now that's me personally, I feel Abraham falls under that line of brown-skinned people. I don't think he was black like me.
Yeah,
And all of them folk was black like me. Light-skinned folk was already on scene. I got Israelites acting like Europeans weren't even on the planet when Abraham was on the planet. I don't believe none of that garbage. Not me. I don't believe none of that garbage.
When the sister said in the Song of Solomon, now this is beef. When she said in the Song of Solomon, "O daughters of Jerusalem, you are jealous of you're jealous of my beautiful dark skin. The sun has touched and kissed me." Now, why would they be jealous of her beautiful dark skin if they were dark like her?
Acts the 13th chapter, and they read it all into the text. And one was named Simeon that was called Niger, only one. Why would they call him the dark skinned one if all of them was the same complexion? It's a lot.
And I'm not saying, and I'm not saying they were Caucasian. I'm just saying
nobody's saying that.
We just talk about complexions. That's all. Because black folk got all different complexions too. So let's just understand, everybody don't have to look the same. We don't all have the same complexion. People around the world, even today, there's different people with different cultures, with different skin tones, and some of them are darker than us, and they are not Negroes. I don't understand why we have to make everybody that's dark or with some color in their skin, they have to be Negroes.
Somebody said different shades. Come on, Garfield. Somebody said, I agree with that, different shades. And one thing I can say, most Israelites bear witness with light-skinned folk and all of that other stuff. I'm just worried about the obsession of trying to make them other folk fake.
Yeah, this is sorry about that. My internet is acting crazy. The Most High don't want me to reveal anymore.
Somebody said Deacon was right. This ain't even entertaining anymore. Jump on here, fam. You coming on here light skinned and you're a straight camper. Jump on with that work. Jump on with the work. Go get Deacon. Get your master. Come on here with that work. There's some stuff that got it. I'm not even Israel and I'm defending y'all. That ain't my job. Christians hate me for defending y'all. I said Garfield had gone too far. Come on here, y'all got them sources. And do me a favor, don't come on here, Revelation 2 and 9, 3 and 9. We trying to go deeper.
So this is one of the scholars they like to use, Professor O. Alazi. The guy Yara like to use this guy. But this guy, look at what he has in his source right here. Look at this right here. This is the fake one that Hebrew Israelites photoshopped on the internet, where it says find Hebrews. But this is the original from the Library of Congress to the right. So they faked this whole image, and this guy put it in his book. He's supposed to be a professor, some scholar in Africa that's saying the Igbos are.
Yeah.
This is the proof of it. Find Hebrews. Somebody took the time to Photoshop this original document and put Hebrews on it just to make this guy using it. He didn't even fact check it, but this right here is a Photoshop that's been circulating for years in the Hebrew Israelite community. Fake. Everything about
was that Professor Gray that went to the original source and showed the same thing out? And was it this one or another one? We got a few people. You can say what you want, and that ain't no disrespect. We've got a few people that we have caught in some lies, trying to lie on memes, trying to lie on sources, using it out of context, adding certain words, putting stuff on Time Life magazine, putting stuff on the president of Egypt, and it's fake. And they still using it. So we've had people to make Israel black. We've caught a few people, not a whole bunch, but a few people have been caught in lies. That's all we're saying. We don't got to lie for God. Truth don't need no lies, y'all. Not the truth. Thank you, Brother Curtis Lee. When people hear this, they don't want to put $1 on the Cash App. They don't want to give to. They don't want to give to the cause. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. And he's Israel. Oh no! Stop bringing up Israel. You know we hate you for that, Garfield. I never even noticed it was in quote unquote. I hate you. The devil is in the details. Them folk don't want that. There's no proof. Look at this. But wait, listen. Hold on, y'all. This is Israel too. I like Harry. There's a certain. That's what I'm saying. It's certain people in Israel. I cannot lie. Listen to what he's saying. And he Israel, y'all. He said there is proof that the white Jew has the same DNA as the black Jew. Listen to Shariat. First one came on here was them Genesis dude with some of that. Be like, yo, y'all, they came and contradicted 90% of Israel saying, be like, no, them light-skinned folk, no, wait a minute, DNA don't prove what y'all saying. Where them funny dudes at? And whole time they Gentiles. Whole time they white boys. Where them funny dudes at? Oh, y'all are experts in the thing. Let's see what this. Let's just examine it. And then when people get hemmed up and question Sister Lewis, oh, we no longer support. We don't know y'all goofy. That's all it is. Y'all want to just say stuff and don't want to be challenged. Everybody in Christianity, every bishop, the Catholic Church, every Israelite, every camp leader, everybody got to get this work. The works of darkness need to be exposed. How else can we find the truth? How else can we get to the truth? Lift up Nathaniel and tear down Professor Tudor Parfit. Everybody got to come to the table. Bart Ehrman and all, red, yellow, black, and white. Everybody got to come to the table because there's so many lies. We all got to examine it. Who in their right mind don't want the whole truth and nothing but the truth? And I'm saying this on Black Power. I'm saying this on my Black Power stuff. But at the same time, we can't play games in the name of just wanting to be something, reading ourselves into the text. Y'all crazy? Y'all high? Omar Johnson, let me pull him up. Somebody been smoking and drinking. Go ahead, Garfield.
Hey, for those who are very interested in really researching West Africa and the world of Jewry, and I said Jewry as in Jewry. What I'm saying to everybody is that this is a part of what's called the Catalan Atlas, the Majorcan map. And what happened is, family, they would document wherever the Jews were as far as they were merchants in areas. If you look at the bottom of the screen, you see a camel and you see Mansa Musa with the gold. This is the picture right here. This is it. So this is the map telling you where the merchants and where the Jews were all over the world. What somebody like Jonathan Shorch is saying, show us this black community of Jews. Show us this community that's an original community, not a converted community. Because remember, Jews could not come through the Saharan desert and trade because there was no trade road set up for them Jews to be at. And we have to remember that. So when they started trading now, they went from Babylon. Then they went to Morocco. This is why the book is called From Babylon to Timbuktu. Why didn't he say from Israel or Palestine to Timbuktu? Because Babylon was the home of the Jews after the second temple fell. So now you have to ask yourself, ladies and gentlemen, how did you get into Africa? How? You got into Africa. And I'm going to show y'all right now. I'm going to break it down to y'all. I don't mean to break anybody's feelings or hurt anybody and say, hey, Garfield, I know everything. No, it's not even about that. It's about getting the truth to the people and getting to them the right way.
Shout out to Plumber. Hold on a minute before you go on. Hold on, Garfield. Listen to this. Listen to this. I brought up a few months back. Hold on. I brought up a few months back. I said to Plumber, I said, well, something about converts. He said, and Plumber made it sound like it wasn't no big thing. If blacks are converted from brown Middle Easterns, if dark-skinned people like me, red letter, thank you in the super chat. Listen to this. If dark-skinned people like me are converted to the faith, is anything wrong with that? That's a question I'm asking everybody else. And if you in here, you Israel and you black, is there anything wrong if brown skinned people, we're not talking about blonde hair people from Scandinavia claiming to be Israel. Dark skinned people, we're claiming dark people, black like me, and brown Middle Eastern people. If brown Middle Eastern people like Osama bin Laden shared the religion and converted dark skinned people like me, is that the end of the world? I'm only talking to Israelites right now. Red letter. I remember I think Plumber, other people said, yo, it doesn't make a difference. I want to read this. Thank you so much. I appreciate you in the super chat. There's a large segment of Israel that understands the color spectrum, seeing how we always mix with other nations and came out of a mixed multitude. Naturally, it would be various shades, and I have to agree with that. Most Israelites that do come to this channel, they do understand that. But when we say certain things like Pastor Green would say the earlier or the original Hebrews, before the term Jew, before Israel was really jumping as a nation, or when they left, there was a mixed multitude before that, doesn't make a difference. There's only a few people. That's what we're going to talk about tomorrow night when we start dealing with the apologetics and all of that stuff. We can't be bunching everybody together saying everybody is pushing this, because that's a smaller number of people is pushing it. Now, Dunamis, we have had many groups and private talks where people say, ultimately, even so-called non-campers. A lot of that we got in this channel. Some people say, yo, no matter what, if you keep talking to them and you keep pressing them, they're going to bring blackness to the forefront. Good. You want to say something on that, Dunamis, before I want to count these ones. Go ahead.
Yeah, Garfield, quick question. During the time of Mansa Musa, would the Yoruba people or some ancestors of them and the Igbo people alive during that time, or information in the land?
Of course, there were Igbo people at the time. They were all. I mean, remember, Igbo and Yoruba are the same people, nationality wise, but they're different cultures. Culture within the Yoruba and the Igbo are different cultures.
Okay. No, the reason I asked that because I've heard the claim that the after Inquisition from Portugal, they left and they went down into Nigeria, and they started off the people as a mixing.
Yeah, I think one of the things that, and it goes back to the original argument about what my brother Black Lion is saying. Shout out to Dagger Squad in the building. Is basically saying that the people before European contact or white folks contact, you don't find a prominent part in the Western Central Africa. You may find it in Zimbabwe, you may find it in Ethiopia, but you're not going to find it in Western Central Africa. Why this is important? Because remember, you have something called the Sahara Desert. Not anybody can pass through this desert. If me and you do the most Bereen go there today, we will die in 5 days. And the reason why we would die is because of these reasons right here. The extreme heat, the scarcity of water, scarcity of food materials, sand winds, and animals attacking us that live in there. And the water in the desert is also poisonous. So we wouldn't survive. So imagine 78.
It's too vast. It's too vast to cross like that in that direction.
Bereen gonna kick me off in 10 seconds. Watch, count it down now. 10, 9, 8. Now, when
I already want to get you off because I'm looking at Black Lion Supreme. They're saying stuff. They saying disrespectful stuff. That's why I'm saying disrespectful stuff right now. Tell him what he said. Wait, hold on. He said they can't show one African practicing the Torah before European contact. I don't like none of this talk. Off with their heads. Go ahead, Garfield.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you remember 70 AD, right? They like to claim 1 million Jews ran into Africa. I want y'all to look at this article that came out a couple of days ago, right? As a matter of fact, 2014 to 2019, 30,000 people were missing, and they were either dead or missing. They were trying to travel through the Saharan desert. And look at this. Most of those who die are believed to have succumbed to what? Dehydration, resulting from the scorching desert heat. Some bodies are never recovered, presumably buried by the powerful dust and sandstorms. So this is 2014 to 2019. You're talking 3 years, 3 to 8 years ago, family. So you picture this in the first century, you have 1 million set of Jews trying to travel through here. The first to really do a real expedition through the ground. I'm not talking to the waters, because people used to travel through the waters and come to Western Central Africa. I'm talking to travel through there were the Romans. They didn't on land. And it took them months to travel through it. And they had an expedition with food and everything. And they couldn't do much after that because the camel was what do they call it? They got the camels around 3 to the 4th century AD. And then when the Muslims came in, that's when the Jews started doing the caravan trade. The caravan trade included slaves coming in one direction and gold coming in another direction and other stuff like salt and all that stuff that the West Africans use. But ladies and gentlemen, remember this. These Jews are only in Africa for for 4 reasons. 1, they were merchants. 2, they were traders. 3, they would sleep with African women so that they could be in line to answer to Dunamis' question. They could be in line with the African chiefs so they could have a direct connect to get slaves for the slave trade. So they would sleep with African women and create what's called a Luso-African mulatto class, which was separate. The Africans used to keep them separate. If you mix, they had them sleeping somewhere else, separate from the regular Africans. So those Luso-Africans now created a problem. So you have them merchants, traders, Luso-Africans sleeping with African women, and 4, they helped to finance the slave trade. So those from Spain and Portugal who came into Africa to Nigeria, Igbo, wherever, they helped to finance the slave trade that brought you over here. So you can't claim them. That don't make no sense. None. You can't show me what was the black African Jew doing in Africa. He was a product of what? And he wasn't even recognized as a Jew, Barine, because remember, they used to teach us by the mother. So when you sleep with an African woman, that child is not a Jew until they created laws to make them become Jewish. So anytime you're black, you are a convert based on a rule change in overall rabbinical Judaism. Because the woman was black and you wasn't considered a Jew. Why is there having rules and laws in the 1400s saying that the first black person to become a Jew? Why do they have that if blacks was Jews? Why?
And it was a regular practice. Yo, Garfield, hold on a minute. Ray Mathias said he gave white people credit crossing the Sahara before black people. I believe, type of one, Ray Harris, if you mean the Sahara. He gave white people credit crossing it before black people. Curtis Lee, come to the microphone. Shalom, what's good with you, fam?
How you doing? How you doing to the panel? Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, what's good?
Garfield, I got a question. Where do Negroes come from? And who are we?
Where do Negroes come from?
Yes, and who are we? I ain't talking about African, all African people. I'm just talking about the Negro race.
What is the Negro? What do you call a Negro race?
I'm asking you. You got all the questions. You got all the. I don't listen.
Do you have an attitude, bro?
No, sir.
Of course you make. Of course you got. Look how you talking. I got attitude.
Look,
I gotta treat you like a hostile witness. All right, I treat you like a hostile witness.
I'm not here to challenge you. I'm unlearned. I'm unlearned, Garfield.
So you're basically asking.
No, wait a minute. He said he's unlearned. He's just asking a question.
Listen,
Curtis Lee, are you asking this based on Zondervan with Zondervan in your mind?
No. I got a couple books. I got a couple books going on that one, but no, I'm not. I'm not challenging that. What I'm asking is this, right? Garfield, you way smarter than me, so I'm not going to never challenge you just yet. I'm still learning. But I wanted just a serious question. Just a serious question. Since everybody got all the answers, where do the Negro race come from?
Okay. All right. Now, if you mean the Negro race as far as black people in general, if that's what you're meaning.
No, I'm not talking about black people. I'm talking about the Negro race. Because everybody lump black all the same. You know, so most of the time, the people.
That's why Barine asks you if you're using the Zondervan definition, which is based on the Hamitic hypothesis. So, are you saying Negroes are different than black people? So now you come in with that tribalism.
No, I'm not.
Because Negro means black.
No.
What do you mean when you say Negro? Then maybe because that seemed a little bit loaded, Curtis. Maybe you got to break it down a little bit to everybody what you're trying to present to him first before you can let him talk. Break it down what you mean so we could all, because you're like a 220, like a bunch of people in it, just to make sure we all clear.
Okay, so what I'm asking is every time this conversation come up, right? It seems like other dark-skinned race of people can be Israelites or Jews. This is not American Negroes or the Negroes that have been scattered to all these different places, right? If you say a dark-skinned Indian can be Jews, okay, fine, that's cool. If you saying some of the Ethiopians tribes over there can be Jews, that's cool. But when you start talking about the people that come from West Africa, right? And I love my people in West Africa. I love my people in Africa. I'm not beefing with none of that. And as far as light-skinned people and all that stuff, I'm not beefing with none of that. I'm not saying only black people are Jews. All I'm saying is Garfield saying basically no Negroes that's over here in America can be Jews. So my next question, reason why I'm asking this, because as soon as he answers this, I'm going to ask him to look up my haplomarker and tell my origin of my people. I put it in the chat. He can look it up.
Put your haplomarker, put it in there right now, because that'll be good for this next one. Because you see, I ain't even take this other one off the screen yet. Are Jews and Israelites the same people?
Hey, can I respond? Let me respond.
Not religious. No, yeah, I'm gonna let you go, Garfield. Not religion. I'm talking about people that have described themselves as Jews when we start dealing with the subject of DNA. And y'all in here that's Israel, y'all tell me who y'all think that y'all ever heard that's Israel that deals with that DNA that y'all believe the best to speak on that subject right there. DNA marker, and do Jews have some same similarities with dark-skinned people that's been on this channel that's claiming Israel? Go ahead. Where Blue at?
We gotta be careful, by the way, when we use the word Negro. But I will say this to the gentleman. You see, the issue is they want to separate black people from Negroes. There is no test that anyone, Ahara be praised, who's been running from me for 10 years, don't want to have a discussion. Here is Berrien, jump on right now, because you always have all this talk in the chat, but don't want to confront Garfield. I don't know why. I'm not a scary guy. The issue here, ladies and gentlemen, is that black people come out of Africa. That's where the oldest bones is caught from a scientific perspective. So we all come from Africa per se. He now wants to separate Negroes from Africans because he wants to say when they got off the boats, they were Negroes and they were Africans. He wants to separate them. So these Europeans, what they do is they want to push the Hamitic hypothesis so badly, they'll define blacks and Negroes and separate us in any way like you're special. Ethiopians, you're this. You're Zimbabweans, you're this. But these people over here, they're black and so forth. This goes back to when we were treated as being a part of Ham and slavery, and why we've been mistreated by the Arabs and Europeans as far as the slave trades of the trans-Saharan slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade. Over 40 million Africans were mistreated or killed or kidnapped. Now watch this now. The point is, there's no test. If me and Berrien came off the boat, right, off the slave ship, how do you differentiate from a Negro from a black person or an African? You can't. This is why the doctrine is so silly. We're all Africans who come from either the Igbo. There's 40 different tribes, ethnic groups that we come from. If you're here in the United States of America. So what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen, is we're saying that you're chosen based on what happened with Deuteronomy 28:68 and this transatlantic slave trade. But you can't differentiate anybody on the slave ship. It is garbage. So what we do is we are grasping on the Bible because, again, I had this conversation months ago with Berrien and his channel. The Bible, when it talks about four corners of the earth, the Sumerians in the 2200 used to call it, they used to be the king of the four corners of the earth. It's something that's used, a terminology that's used, that's now in the Bible. The four corners of the earth or the entire earth is just the ancient Near East. America is not involved. West Africa is not involved. Central Africa, South Africa, not involved. New Zealand, Australia is not a part of the biblical tradition. So whenever you're trying to say it has to do with America, you are making it up. The Bible has nothing to do with America unless you're holding on to like the Christian thought that said everybody can be saved. I could see that because technically, I remember asking Brother Damon Richardson this, are you ethnically connected or genetically connected to the biblical text? He said no, but by faith he is. Because we as African Americans or Afro-Caribbeans are not connected to the people who originally wrote the Bible, whether they were dark or whatever, because the original people who wrote the Bible were people of color. So now when the brother said, I don't think anybody that came over on America were Jews, that's a lie. Because if you saw my channel, 20 for 20, you see the guy who lives in Israel today who was born in the Americas. He's the son of Sephardic Jews, but he wasn't a slave. His people helped with the slave trade. So, of course, Jews can be black. Of course. We can prove that all day long. But the ones who are claiming that they descend genetically back all the way 2,700 years, they're going to have to prove that to me. And I'm not going by word of mouth no more. You got to prove it through archaeology, anthropology, history, genetics, and other ways that science brings to us. So
all right, come on, Curtis Lee, come to the microphone. I see you put your E1, your marker up there. Go ahead, back with your the first part of your question.
So Garfield, I don't claim none of that. I mean, a lot of things people claim is garbage. And when I say Negro, I'm not trying to separate from my brothers that in the struggle with us. I'm not doing that, right? Me personally, all of us went through the same struggle, whether we differ or not. They still my brothers and sisters. So I'm not on that.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. My bad for
well, no. I'll accept your apology. I'm just listen. I'm not on that camp doctrine, none of that stuff. I'm not on that. I'm just trying to learn the truth, where our origins come from, who I am. That's it, right? As far as I go, I'm a Christian trying to learn the truth.
Amen.
You know. Now,
I'm back up.
But what do you say about what he just said with Richardson? Because most of us be like, yo, ethnically, we not connected to by blood. I'm not connected to Jesus. I'm not connected to Elijah. I'm not connected by blood, but by faith, by that message, I'm connected. If you wasn't connected by blood to the prophets that wrote the scriptures, would that offend you in any way? Would that lessen your faith in any way?
Rather my ancestor.
Or do it make you feel extra special if you are connected by blood?
If my ancestor was a convert or proselyte, it don't matter to me.
Okay, you see that's another one, y'all. A lot of people over here could say that. I got to give it to a few people over here said that if y'all agree with what Curtis Lee said, if it doesn't make no difference, type a 1. Timothy Isaac, I know this conversation ain't gonna go good with you. You know I like you, brother. Not you, Curtis. I see my man in the background. Jordan, I know you don't care. Who else is Israel? Oh yeah, Sister Higgins. I'm worried. If you wasn't bloodline connected to the prophets and David and Samuel and Isaiah and Obadiah by blood, would you still love him? Sister Higgins, just specifically for you, because I know you go hard for the bloodline. Go ahead, Isaac.
Oh, so I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You got it.
Okay. Yeah. No. Why I was asking is when you look up my DNA on the SMP tracker, right? The mutation of my ancestors came out around the area of Saudi Arabia, right? Around the Bronze Age, right? So I put that in the chat a long time ago, Brother Beran.
Put it in there again. I'll put it up. I won't put it up on the screen so everybody can see it. If you don't, I know you can't type and talking, but yeah, I'll see if it might be so far back because there's so many comments.
Right. So the brother said, saying 4,100 years ago that's in Nigeria. Yeah, that's one part, right? But that don't show the migration because it don't show when I looked that up, is that my haplogroup is very young in Nigeria. So he can say that if you want to, but if you look my DNA up on the SMP tracker, it will come up where the origin come from.
Okay.
All right, come on, do me a favor. Hold on, come on, Timothy Isaac. Timothy Isaac, I know you can't stay long because you don't know how to. You can't really govern yourself like what we need right now. This is real serious business with Garfield. This real serious business. Reading scripture is one thing, but how that scripture is being used. So we don't need a whole bunch of scripture reading. We need to get down to what's going on and these maps and all of this stuff and the spreading of this thing.
Okay, I hear you, bro, Beran, and peace and blessing. Peace and blessing to everybody. Hey, only thing I had to say, and I'm a hot ball. Only thing that I had to say, because I'm not a scholar, but with Brother Garfield, problem is that he has to show, other than his scholarship, he has to show those European jewelry being scattered into all nations. And I'm talking about Saudi Arabia. I'm talking about Iran. I'm talking about Iraq. I'm talking about these nations, the Philippines, where we are scattered in all nations. Moses prophesied about this. And our Lord and Savior prophesied about this. That's the problem with Garfield is having right now. He has to show.
Okay, hold on. So Roger, I want to make sure that I'm correct. I want to slow down. I want to make sure. So Roger, he's saying, I think Timothy, tell me if I'm correct. Timothy is saying we have to look who's more scattered. Dark-skinned people like myself, more scattered. I don't even know how you could do that because all dark-skinned people ain't Israel. All dark-skinned. Who's more scattered? Us? Or people that we can trace through synagogues and the light-skinned people that we can trace. Who's more scattered that we can find in more countries on the earth? Is that basically what you're saying? And that can kind of show who's fulfilling prophecies more, or darker people being Israel as proof, or light-skinned people? Is that correct, Timothy? That's correct, brother?
Yeah, Biz know that you weren't talking about scripture, and I understand that.
No, but you connected it with scripture in a good way. Keep going. You connected with scripture in a good way. I can't lie, I'm feeling good right now. Anybody got to come and straighten out this pagan. Garfield pagan. Garfield a pagan.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Garfield. He has to, just like he trying to deny the African Americans and other ethnicity that we're not Israel. He has to show those people being scattered in those countries, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, the Philippines, other nations that they not even gonna go. China, Japan, all people are in these nations. So that's your problem, Garfield.
Okay, I don't.
Hold up.
Put that on the screen for me. Put that on the screen, please. All right. Let me hold on.
No, Timothy, hold on. Timothy, you land your plane. You was done. I want you to make sure you get the whole.
If he can show that, then he has a case. He has a case.
Okay, all right. That's the first part. Now let's see if he said if you can show that, you got a case.
Okay.
What did Garfield put in the Bible for?
Hold on a second, family. Look at this right here, right? And it shall come to pass in that day. What day is that? That the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from where? Assyria, Egypt, Pathros, Cush, Elam, Shinar, and from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea. If you notice something, family, this is the northern kingdom, right? If you notice America, New Zealand, none of these places, all of these places you find in the biblical text and is within the realm of the ancient Near East.
Those lands that they knew.
Now, watch this now. And he shall set up an ensign for the nations and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. You see, what happened is when you read I'm dealing with theology now. When you deal with the four corners of the earth, in Sumer, they used to call their king used to be the king of all lands or king of the four corners of the earth. At that particular time, what would be considered when the writer was writing the four corners of the earth? It doesn't mean Philippines, bro. And there's Jews in Philippines today. There's Jews in Saudi Arabia.
Come on.
Hold on. You didn't say nothing when you was talking, brother. That's like I said.
See, that's another thing. So they never have discipline. These Hebrews never have discipline in that dialogue. Never. They always want to interrupt. Now watch this. The four corners of the earth. What you need to do is go home, read your Bible, and study the context of your biblical text. Because I have said this on Berean 100 million times. America does not exist in the biblical text. New Zealand doesn't. West and Central Africa doesn't. None of these places, the Philippines.
He didn't say, now he's not saying God didn't know about it. He's saying the writers of the Bible, Paul didn't know there was America.
Exactly.
Timothy, Ezekiel didn't know that there was America. Those prophets, if they prophesied by God, that don't mean that they knew that there was a land. That's all they're saying. Not that God didn't know it. They didn't know it. So when they spoke, did they speak at the time from what they knew? That's what he's trying to say, Timothy. Now you can believe if Paul spoke, he spoke by the inspiration of God, and he knew there was a Puerto Rico. Well, he didn't know it in his mind, but God by the Spirit knew it, and you view it differently because you believe in a full inspiration of the text differently. You can argue that, Timothy, but I don't want to go to the theology. I want to go back to the spreading and the history of where the people are, because I want Tim to get the answer. I want Tim to have his chance to share, because at least say what you want. At least he step up.
Yeah, as far as history, though, let's go to history now. If you go to Sentinel Island, there are several places in the world that nobody with their religion has even gone there. Black, white, red, or yellow. And I want to emphasize something. I am not saying that the Jews originally were white. I just want to make that clear.
Nobody on the channel saying that. Nobody.
I am saying that they were people of color originally. But these black Jews that people want to run around and say they are all black is just totally craziness. Yeah, and by the way, yes, Hebrew Israelism. I don't want to deal with the theology, but I brought that out in the debate. But I'll tell the brother that that's your belief that all these people must go into these lands. I don't hold to that. I'm dealing with the history and the archaeology. I'm telling you that the Jews, based off of the Catalan Atlas, we know where they were at what time period, and I have no records of black Jews, a group of black Jews stationed anywhere in Africa saying, "Hey, we are Jewish," or "We follow the Torah," or anything.
So the only thing.
Hold on, Marie, 1 second. Let me say this carefully too. And when we find anyone that claims to follow the Israelite religion or Jewish religion or Judaism, a form of it, they don't believe in the New Testament. That's a huge point. They don't know nothing about Jesus. They don't care about Jesus. So now, if you're a Hebrew Israelite claimant and you believe in the New Testament, that's not a tradition that we find in history. Period. I could say that with my eyes closed.
It could be a new revelation with the Americans and the awakening and the new awakening. It could be a new revelation.
They made it up.
All right, listen to this now, y'all. So nobody is arguing there aren't no black Jews. What's being argued is all black Jewish communities. I believe. So Timothy, you that's the understanding you got?
Say that again, brother.
There's no black Jews nowhere. Large black, all black Jewish communities. And Garfield is trying to argue, his position is if you do find them, that they were converted from light-skinned Jews. That's a serious charge, and that's
I believe so.
You understand that? I want to make sure, Timothy, you Israel, you on here, you understand that nobody had argued blonde hair, blue-eyed folk. Because people, and the majority of people in here do believe that Jews are spread all over and have different colors. Everybody shouldn't be on the bandwagon fighting what's being said.
Can I say something?
Attack against all Israel. Go ahead.
I don't disagree with a lot of stuff Garfield say. I don't beef with Garfield, but he can't prove a lot of that stuff he's saying about he know for a fact, right? Can't nobody say nothing for a fact, right? And then number two, as far as we that going with straight with Torah, we just learning some of these things about our history. We don't know what we're doing in Africa, right? We really don't know what exact tribe we come from Africa, so recent times. So we are new at this and we are learning about our history. So for him to say, well, you can't be a true Jew if you going by the New Testament. No, that don't mean that. Our ancestors been doing this, the New Testament, right? So I totally disagree with that. I understand that he well studied, but hey, listen, I disagree. He got to prove that.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. That's fair right there. I don't think it's the type of one. I don't think it's no beef for that right there. He said we all learning. That's how my say it's good to come here and talk. Go ahead, brother.
Just like I was saying. One second, then I'm gonna hop on.
Let me respond to the brother.
1 second, bro. Garfield. I don't have a problem with your scholarship, brother. What I'm saying is, when it comes to that book, there's something different. Now, you might be okay with the scholarship, but when it comes to that book and that scripture that you read, that's a future prophecy, brother Garfield. If you must know. The problem that I have is that when it says the four corners of the earth, we can look and see that the Negro is scattered in all nations, just like the scripture said, just like Moses prophesied it. Our Lord and Savior prophesied the same thing. So you can talk about they don't believe in Jesus. Will they believe in Moses? Because Moses said the same thing. That's your problem, Garfield. That's your problem.
You're talking theology. I'm not talking theology.
Say that again.
Oh no, yeah, you talking, but let him go ahead and talk it. Go ahead. You're arguing. Timothy's saying if Moses prophesied a dispersion, and then later on Luke 21, Jesus prophesied a dispersion too. It's doubly attested to in the scripture. That's what you're trying to bring up, the theological point that Israel is going to be scattered all over the place, and that's what Garfield's problem is. That he's not understanding it clearly, like how you just related. Correct, Tim?
Yeah, bro. And like I said, I don't have nothing against Brother Garfield. In fact, what I'm saying, I like him, but it's just we just differ in opinions and differ in beliefs. So I don't hold no grudge against Garfield. He keep me sharp. He
That's
really
good.
did.
That's good. All right, J Mac. Anybody else on this right here? And somebody, whoever was the other person that was talking about Nathaniel and what Bishop Nathaniel was using, I'm gonna play because I know more people that came in here since then. And what Bishop Nathaniel was using, he was using Jewish sources. He's using Jewish sources, and this is Bishop Nathaniel, y'all. Let me let that play one more time. This is Bishop Nathaniel right here, fair use.
Israel. Let's go inside. Take a look. Unto thy seed. What do y'all see? You see black Jews, black Israelites working in ancient Egypt. Let's see what this is from. This mural depicting Israel's bondage in Egypt was found in the Theban tomb of Rekhmir, governor and vizier at the time of Thutmose III, about 1450 BCE. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick and in all manner of service in the field. Exodus chapter 1, verse 13 and 14. What color are these Israelites? What color are they? This is ancient artifacts, ancient black. They are painted as black in the tombs. All right, here's Harper's Bible Dictionary. This is page 331. In 701 BC, Assyrian king Sennacherib conquered most of Judah, including the fortress city of Lachish. The victory was recorded in remarkable detail on bas-reliefs at his Nineveh palace. This scene is poignant testimony to the plight of his victims, who were deported with only what they could carry on their backs. Let's take a look at Judah. Do y'all see this? This is the Sennacherib guard. Look at the people of Judah. Look at their hair. Look at their hair. This is a stone relief. Look at the little boy. These are not Caucasians. These are not Edomites. These are black men with cornrows. 2A, I'm going to look at picture 1, picture 2A and 2B. Fresco paintings from the western wall of the 3rd century AD synagogues at Dura-Europos is sitting on the Euphrates River in Syria. At the right, 2B depicts Moses 3 times. From far right to left, Moses strides toward the Red Sea with staff upraised, leading the ancient Israelites out of Egypt. Let's see what Moses and the ancient Israelites look like. Bang! There's Moses. There's Moses there. Remember, I said it depicts him 3 times. Moses here, and Moses here. Take a look. And the Egyptians are being drowned in the waters. The Egyptians are black. Moses is black. The hand of God is black. That's Aaron. Is menorah. Moses and the 12 tribes of Israel. Moses again. Moses with the staff held over his head, and the Egyptians being drowned in the Red Sea. A Study of Race and Environment by Maurice Fishberg. Published in 1911. Going over to page 64. Watch what it says. These fair-haired Jews created a problem for anthropologists. It is a question whence these Indo-Germanic Jews, talking about these converts, as Virchow called them, have found their way into the midst of a dark complexion race like the Jews. Now you know the original Jews, the real Jews, are a dark complexion race. I'm on page 149. It is stated that the philosophers are not the only Jews of Negro race. Ashton speaks of Negro Jews living on the Luango coast in Western Africa. They are called there Mavambo or Judeos. And these are Bantu. Okay, there's a lot more. Those of us that came to America. So I'm showing you that the real Jews are black.
All right, y'all heard it right there. Let me stop. What this dude is at? Hold on a minute. Let me pull this up right here. This the right video, Alton. This the right one. Hopefully, I got this on the right one. I asked you about the DNA, and I just looked in the back chat. I looked in the our other group and saw this. Fair use.
This means that some of those who are currently a part of that tribe had to have been a convert at some point. And if
Alton's gonna be public enemy number 1 now, huh? right behind Garfield.
Barry, let me make 2 quick points, and just for those who are interested, this is from a Wikipedia article called Kings. It's called the Akkadian Royal Tutelary. All right, and I want people to look at this carefully. Look at what the people are called in their time period. Dominance over Mesopotamia. Right, you see the glorious lands. This is the title: glorious king of the lands, kings of kings, king of Sumer and Akkad, king of the lands, king of all peoples. Look at this. King of all 4 corners of the earth. King of the 4 corners of the world, alternatively translated as king of the 4 quarters of the world. So when you say the 4 corners of the world are the whole entire world, the 4 corners of the world, what does it mean during that time period? And this is Middle Assyrian. This is like 1600 to 1100 BC. So the person who is in charge from the middle, Tiglath-Pileser I, is called king of all the 4 corners of the world. Was he literally the king of all 4 corners of the world? Now look at this now. King of the 4 corners of the world. Naram Singh used it during the Akkadian Empire. Does that mean, look at this, alternatively, king of the 4 corners of the universe. Usually shortened to the king of the 4 corners. So this is terminology that's used. Even Cyrus was called king of the 4 corners of the world. So you don't think that the Israelites who were under these people would use some of the writings or use this type of interpretation that these people that they were under use? Come on, we got to use common sense. So when we say king of the 4 corners of the world, it doesn't mean literally kings of the 4 corners of the world, because we know there wasn't. Let me stop sharing this. And I want to share something about this Nubian pictures, by the way, that a lot of people don't like to talk about. Let me show these Nubian images for the people right here. Brother Barine, if you can bring it up on the screen real quick, please. I want to talk about that picture. This is an image of the Assyrians decapitating the Nubians. As you notice, some Nubians have beards, some don't have beards. A lot of people like to claim that the people in these images are Israelites. Let me tell you something. There's an argument in academia that says they're not, because remember, Hezekiah was paying money to the Nubians for protection. People don't realize that. That's why you have the Hezekiah seal has the Egyptian ankh on it, because he was paying homage to the Egyptians. That's who was protecting them. This is why when they found a lot of skulls in that region, they find pre-dynastic skulls, because it's the Nubian skulls that they find at these areas. So whenever you see the people being taken and you see them with beards and all that stuff, it's not necessarily they are Israelites per se. These were, some of them were Nubian soldiers who were fighting. You have to look at where it was. So when the brother says, what you call it? This is, hold on, let me see if you can see this. The Assyrian soldiers holding decapitated heads of Nubian soldiers. Yeah, I'm not making it up. You got to study the history. And it's on the panel at the British Museum, the same one that you see people like the brother from IUIC showing. It's a lot of Nubians who are fighting. So when you look at the Sennacherib thing, is the Nubians were the ones that were protecting the Israelites. This is why you have Taharka coming to save them. Shabitko and Shabaka were trying to protect the Israelites because they were under the Egyptians at the time. All right, just for those who don't know.
All right, hold on a minute. Subscribe to Israel, brother. Come on. I just hope you know how to govern yourself, brother.
You know I
don't know. Go ahead and tell Garfield. Go ahead and talk your talk.
How you doing today, brother Berean?
Good. What's good with you?
Good, man. Peace to the panel. I just wanted to address something because Garfield loves to blow past the stop signs a lot of time. So Garfield, is it your position that there's no evidence or no one wrote anything in history or recorded history about anyone being or Jewish culture from West Africa, slaves being brought to the Americas? Is that your position?
Say that again. Say that again, because that's you just said a loaded statement.
Well, I didn't say anything loaded. I said, is it your position that there's no evidence or any historian making a record of Jewish of West African slaves with a Jewish culture being brought to the Americas. Is that your position?
A West African slave with a Jewish... No, all you got to do, bro, is show somebody that came off the slave ship who was practicing the culture. Show evidence of that. That's all
That's
you have.
that's not what I asked you, Garfield.
Anybody can write anything, brother. Provide the
Brother
evidence.
Garfield, that's not what I asked you.
I'm answering.
Hold on, Garfield. Ask him in another way, because it sounds like something that he dealt with before that he didn't believe. Say it in another way.
Okay. Garfield, is there any evidence of any historian whose work has not been debunked, right? Who has said and has shown that West African slaves brought to the Americas had a Jewish culture?
No, that's what you're saying is, can I respond without you interrupting? First of all, can I respond?
As long as you answer my question.
Okay. All right. Now, you can have a historian say anything. The issue that I've had for the last 8 to 10 years is someone showing evidence of these people coming off the slave ship with it. Because I do have writings where people said, yeah, they may have and use all these assumptions. I saw brother what's his name? The guy that has a channel that don't like me. What's his name? That rock with Sister Ian. Forgot his name.
Oh, that's all of them. That don't like you.
That's what's his name? That don't like me. That me and him had the big brouhaha. He's from out of Las Vegas. Anyway, that brother brought a source that says that the people performed a culture. This is a historian writing, but there's no evidence of this. This is his assumption. That's not evidence.
So you
the evidence is you showing. Hold on, you showing someone who is recording history with the tradition. Because remember, I've seen it all, bro. I want the evidence. So if you have the evidence, present it. Dante.
Okay, so
right?
let's have an honest conversation real quick. Just give me a few seconds, brother Berean. I appreciate it. So let's have an honest.
All right, now Garfield, you question him back and forth, or you want him to be quiet, and you got the floor for another 5 minutes. How you want to do this? Subscribe. How you want to do this?
He can take 20 minutes if I just get.
No, I'm talking about you. No, Garfield, quiet right now. I'm talking about you. How do you want to? Because
I just want to have a dialogue based on what he's saying, because what he's asking for is evidence of Jewish material culture brought to the Americas by West African slaves, them getting off the slave ships, and then practicing Shabbat, right? That's what he's asking, right?
All right, Judgment Day, I see you in the back. I don't want, because there won't be no big hollering back and forth. I think this isn't too important. Just hold on. I see you. I'm gonna bring you in. I just want, so go ahead, Garfield. Don't say nothing. Or if he questioned you outside of that, don't interrupt him. I want to hear this. Go ahead.
Right. So if you're asking for evidence of Jewish material culture from West African slaves getting off the slave ships, who were clearly in bondage, clearly not allowed to practice their said religions. We know this for a fact. There's no argument against that. If you're looking for something to keep something like the Shabbat, right? We know that as African slaves, we worked 7 days a week. 7 days a week, forcibly. There would be no material evidence of culture of a Shabbat. That does not mean that they were not Jewish, or that they didn't have Hebraic descent or Israelite descent.
All right, hold on. So you're saying if slaves, we was forced to work on the Sabbath, if we was forced to eat pork, you couldn't tell from an outward appearance. Okay,
you couldn't tell. Exactly right. So when someone's asking the question that Brother Garfield is asking, show this to me. During that particular time, it's almost little to none. It's impossible to do it. The only way that we could survive is if we ate what the slave master gave us, which was what? The pork. They wasn't giving us chicken to eat.
Yes, and letting you keep feast days and not work on the Shabbat and all of that.
Absolutely, Brother Berean. This is my position where Garfield's follow-up question is very fallacious. Now, I just want to show one source, and then I'll yield the floor. I just want to show one source, and I'll yield the floor. I appreciate it. I appreciate your time.
No problem. I don't see. Are you pulling up a screen, or you getting ready to read something? Because I don't see nothing.
I'm getting ready to pull up the screen.
Okay.
Because I want everybody to to follow along with me.
Right? MD, why is that a stupid question? Why is that stupid? Oh, maybe that's a side conversation. My bad. Maybe that's a side conversation.
It might be a side conversation.
I think yeah, it might be, because I think that was fair. That was fair.
Yeah. Now this is from Cambridge University, right? Right. So anybody have any problem with any information that Cambridge University puts out, right? We could talk about that later. But this is what they're doing. This is a part of their study. Judaism was the traditional religion of black slaves, right?
Wait a minute.
Let's talk about it, right? So here's the source. Here's the source. Black Jews, the religious challenge of politics versus religion. Cambridge University, 1997, page 235 to 236. Now, let me just read it. And it doesn't take long. It doesn't.
Take your time. Stretch it out. Take it out. This might be good right here. We might need this.
I appreciate it. It says the study of customs and rights. This is what Garfield is asking, right? This is his question.
Yes, sir.
Where's the material culture? Where's the customs and these rights of black slaves practicing Judaism in the Americas? It says, and the analysis of the semantics of these African tribes have led many of their observers to propose some hypothesis and even to draw some conclusions. Dr. Alan H. Gabi reached the following conclusion. Now, mind you, Alan H. Gabi, no one has debunked his work to this very day. No one. Right? Watch what he says. These factors have a very specific significance if we consider the presence of Judaism among the American Negroes. Hundreds of thousands of slaves were transported to America from West Africa during the trade, which started some 400 years ago. What traces of Judaism still remained among the Negroes of West Africa at the period? This is his question. To the extent that they were persecuted, they were more likely than other Negroes to be seized during wars and sold as slaves. It is virtually certain that many part Jewish Negroes were among those sent as slaves to America. How many of them would have been able to conserve some Jewish customs is another question. Same question Garfield just posed to us.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me cut you off for a second. Chosen one to kill. I don't care if what he's reading, if they're just Old Testament only and they don't believe in Jesus. If they're Negroes,
I do believe in Jesus. I do believe in Jesus.
Not you. I'm talking about your source. I think Chosen one might be talking about the source that you're reading because they don't believe it. That has nothing to do with nothing. This source good right here. I don't care if the early Negroes were just practicing the religion of they were just Old Testament only. If they were Israelites, that's good enough for me. Type of one if y'all agree with that, or do they have to also believe that Jesus is the Messiah? Plenty original Israelites on the planet don't believe Jesus is the Messiah. Keep going. I think it's a good source right here. Go ahead.
He says it is virtually certain that many part Jewish Negroes were among those sent as slaves to America. How many of them would have been able to conserve Jewish customs is another question. This conclusion put forward by Gabi, which argues for the existence of a more or less recurrent Judaism in West Africa in the same places as those from which the Negroes were taken, is shared by others, such as Maurice Delafuse. But most significantly, it has been adopted by a class of educated Black Americans as a key argument to demonstrate that the Jewish religion is the traditional religion of Africans bought in slavery to the American continent. I didn't make this up. This is what he says. Now, let me give you one more source. I don't have to pull it up, but I can if you allow me.
No, please, brother. It's too important. Come on, man. Don't play no games.
Let me pull up one more source. I have to go into my
Go ahead. I got the screen off. Tell me when you're good to click it back.
Okay, I gotta go into my library real quick.
All right. Do y'all have any questions? Do y'all got any questions so far with what y'all hearing?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Looks pretty good. Interesting. Now that professor's not saying that every Negro on the ship was Jewish.
Absolutely.
You okay.
I agree with that.
And you're not trying to make that point. You're just trying to prove that some, even if it's 100, 200, you're just trying to prove that some.
That's right. Because
Garfield is giving you the impression that he don't believe that there's none. He didn't see any yet.
Exactly.
Right? Okay. Let's just get a few. If we get a few over here, we can argue all the other stuff later on. Let's just
last question. One last question.
Yes, sir.
And you can speak on this. Would if they are Jewish, and I'm not saying they're not, would they not teach their offspring Judaism?
Absolutely not. And here's the issue, because what happens is, and we know this, if anybody watch Roots, right? They separated the children from the parents most of the times. So it was very difficult to keep that continuum, right? You had
Well, we're saying they could have come over here and lost it within the generations.
Absolutely. And it only takes a generation. It only takes 10 years, right?
Somebody said, are y'all talking to him? Are y'all talking to this brother right here? Somebody said, put that. Oh, you talking about my link. My link is linked at the top if you want to jump on. Somebody said the link, the source that you just used, the Cambridge source. They said, can you put it in the comments? Say after you finish talking. Whilst
I will absolutely
go ahead.
You might have to put in the back check here, and then I can put it in the chat. I
will do that.
That last point you made, brother, sir, that was a fair point. I land my plane.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm ready to share my screen, and it's going to be.
It's already up. It's already up.
All right. So this is from a presentation, a teaching that we do in the Yahweh War Machine. We teach this. Talks about reclaiming Africa, the African origins of the Afro-Judeo-Messianic movement, right? And this is what I said, the Judeo-Messianic movement, right? So I'm gonna go to this slide here, and this is a brother here, right? His name is Ishmael Diade Hadara, right? He's a historian from Timbuktu. They have found old Hebrew texts from the city's historical records, right? He has also researched his own past and discovered that he is descended from the Moroccan Jewish traders of the Abana family. As he interviewed elders in the village of his relatives, he has discovered that knowledge of his family Jewish identity has been preserved, what? In secret, out of fear of persecution. This is why we don't necessarily see people claiming to be Israelites, because we also know in 1492, which is a very big year, right? For the African slave trade, that in 1492, Askia Muhammad, right, was the ruler in these lands in Timbuktu in Mali. That we have Askia Muhammad is being recorded saying specifically this: if we find, and I'm paraphrasing, if we find anyone practicing their Jewish faith, they are to be prosecuted. They are not to be fed. If we catch you doing business with these Jews, we will kill you. We will maim you. We will take your land. And
throw to death. Come on.
And this is also what, and this here it is right here. And here's the source. Anybody wants to see, let me move that. It's in the Britannica.com biography, Muhammad I. Askia, right? And listen to what he says, right? Although a faithful believer, Muhammad was not very well informed in matters of religious orthodoxy and therefore took as an advisor the Moroccan reformer Al-Maghilia, persecutor of the Jews of Tuat, to help him put his realm in order, in particular to recover the possessions belonging to the descendants of the defeated Sunnis and the subservient groups not converted to Islam. There was some Africans in Timbuktu in Mali who refused to convert to Islam. Where were they converting from? Their Jewish Judaic ancestry. Now, here's the thing: people often say, and I heard Garfield mention this, they didn't have any knowledge. They didn't have any knowledge of a Torah, or they didn't have any knowledge of the Gospels. Well, let's look at that, right? Let's look at that. Let me find it here. If not, I'll just give you guys the source. Because what has happened is, here it is right here. Reclaiming Africa. The gentleman I just showed you, this is one of the books from their library. Right?
Hold on a minute. Light Warrior, what's the problem? Once again, history, not theology. We don't want theology right now. We want history, right? This is what we want, or that's a side conversation. Go ahead, brother.
Agreed. Now, here's the source down at the bottom of the screen, and you guys can see it. I'll try to make it a little bit bigger so people can actually see it better.
Hold on, Alan. I see you in the back.
Right. So, Reclaiming Africa, Ishmael Diadadi Hadera. Look him up, people. This is historical fact. This is nothing no Israelite made up, right? It says, So this is what happened. It says a copy of the Quran from the 12th century, right? This is the young brother I showed you guys earlier from Timbuktu. His family was the custodians of the library of Timbuktu, was passed down to him in their generations. It's still in their family today, right? A copy of the Quran from the 12th century, according to notes in the text, it was bought for a Moroccan king for a sum of gold. In chapter 3, verse 3, in this Quran right here, God says in the Quran, it is he, God, who has sent down the book, the Quran, to you, Prophet Muhammad, with truth, confirming what came before it. And he sent down the Torah, which is the Torah, and the Injil, which is what? The gospel. What is the gospel? The gospels of Jesus Christ. This is what the Torah, this is what the Quran says. Go and read it for yourselves, people. So if you're telling me that these people had no understanding in the 12th century AD of the gospels of the Torah and the gospels, you're incorrect. They clearly had a knowledge of it. It's in the Quran.
All right, that was a little bit of theology that came in there, but don't worry. Come on, Garfield. All right, thank you. All right, hold on. Come on, Garfield. If not Judgment Day, then I got Jude in the back. What are you laughing? Oh my God.
Because this guy is, and don't interrupt me one
Not
time.
one time. Nobody don't. All right, you see? And Garfield was quiet. He let you ride. So go ahead. Everybody quiet.
The whole time of that garbage. And I'm going to show people how researchers research. If you notice how he messed up, the gentleman that he read, I debunked it with Dante till Dante said, no, we're not going to use this source no more. Listen, this is what happened. He read a hypothesis, right?
You want this screen up? The screen you got in the back, you want this up or that's from before?
Hold on. I'm going to tell you right now. Hold on. Don't put it up here. I'm going to put it up right. Put it up right. You can put it up right now. Put it up right now. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Listen carefully, right? Yara does not know history. He's trying to put theology and mix it with history. If you read the article that he read, remember, he just said, ladies and gentlemen, the guy's using roots. How are you using a hypothetical theory based off a movie named Roots, which was fake, to draw a conclusion that these people were Jews coming off ships? It's a hypothesis. There's no primary source, no primary evidence, nothing at all. What he said with that article, and that's what I said to the brother Dante when he did it, and he had to make a whole new video. You have no primary source. All you're doing is reading. Learn how to research, brother. It's a hypothesis. Oh, and God backs up this guy, and this guy backs up this guy. Where is the evidence? Oh, well, they're supposed to be Jews because Jews are, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Let me just show this source real quickly here. The Portuguese archives confirmed the importance of ivory export at this time in Senegambia. The Jewish merchants obtained their ivory both from Africans and from New Christian Lancados. The Lancados had established contact with the Dutch Jews. So anyway, the non-Christian Africans and from white men who are Christian Novas, and they deliver the good. This is a primary source that the guy Peter Mark is using to talk about the Jews in Africa. Now, this is how you research. This is what the Africans drew of these Jews in Africa. I want you to look at this right here. These are the gentlemen, these are Africans who are drawing these ivory things of what the Jews look like, not Garfield. This is a primary source. This is not us. Look at these guys looking like Sumerians. Look at these guys, Marine. This is nuts. You want me to claim that these people are us and they came on slave ships? These people helped to finance the slave trade. They used to hitchhike rides. Come on, bro. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is just one part of Africa, Senegambia, which the people from Iberia, Spain, and Portugal came over. And they developed an industry. Now, watch this now. Let me go down to, let me show. I don't need, and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I don't really need to address the Timbuktu stuff. Hold on, family. But I want to address this real carefully. If you look up the Wikipedia article, The Jews of Bilal, can you share that for me, Brother Barine? Nobody doubts that the people in Timbuktu There were Bambara Jews, and I could show the primaries for that. But nobody's disputing that. But this is the last rabbi. This don't look like us. That don't look like us, Brother Bereen. Why is this guy being dishonest by leaving this out? This rabbi is the last rabbi of Timbuktu. So there was Jews there. They traded. It's a part of the trans-Saharan trade route. So they came from Babylon to Morocco. They came on the caravan trade for 2-3 months. Then they went to Niger. Then they went to the top of Nigeria, and then they went to Mali, to Timbuktu. So you showing something in the 12th century saying that in the Quran it said that they could do that. What I got to do with people coming off the train, the slave trade? But watch this. The guy that he showed in Timbuktu, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, did any of his people come over on slave ships? I thought we were trying to prove that slaves came off the slave ship. So you're showing that there was Jews in Mali? Of course we know that, because we have this rabbi right here who's the last rabbi. So what are you trying to prove, brother? You see, these guys don't know how to research. You need to come to Garfield, the Dagger Squad, and learn. What you're doing is being dishonest and disingenuous to try to prove Garfield wrong. All you need is
Hold
evidence.
on. Let's go ahead.
I never interrupted one time. Look at him edging. And they can't listen to Garfield. It's too much heat. Let me get my 8 minutes too. That's all I want. Now, Mordecai Abisura, with his brother, came from Morocco in 1859 to be a trader in Timbuktu. What did I say to Brother Bereed earlier? They're only merchants, traders, they sleep with African women, or they're helping to finance the slave trade. So now, I never said all the original Jews. I said they were people of color, my brother. That's for if anybody listen to me carefully. Now, I'm saying that these Jews in Africa that came in from Europe and all that stuff, they didn't look like me and you. But what I'm trying to prove to you guys is he's trying to prove that Africans that came over on the slave trade, how is it? And I'm going to show this one slide and then I'm done. How is it Africans, right, that came over here? Let me share my screen, Barry. Let me share this one more thing and then I get 3 more minutes and I'm done. How is it that Africans, right, that came over, hold on, went too far. I want to show y'all something real carefully here. And this is how you dismantle all of this foolishness. You see, the Africans that came over here followed their tradition. Remember that. Remember they were maroon communities. So these saying that they couldn't work on the Sabbath, right? The 7 days. What about the Elephantine Jews? They're working on the Sabbath. They work on the Sabbath and they were Jews. That didn't stop them from showing traditions at that time in Elephantine back in the 5th century BC.
But that's what I'm saying. You going all the way back to 5 to 600 BC.
Hold on, Barine. Don't help him, Barine. Don't help him. Hold on, Barine. Don't help him, please, my brother. Your show. I'm being respectful. Don't help him. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to end this conversation because this guy is a lazy researcher. He's too lazy to come at Garfield. And that's the problem. Let me just show one more slide and I'm done. One more slide. Where is this slide at? Is it right here? I got to find this slide because this is very important. Here we go. Now look at this, family. This is where the people came from off the slave ship, right? Where the areas they come from, the main areas, the top 10 tribes, right? This is when the African ethnicity is prominent in North America. They tell you in North America where you come from, which tribe, and everything. We know who we are. These are the ethnicities that came to North America, right? Now, remember he said that the Jews, when they came over to America, right, they weren't able to do what? They weren't able to do their Jewish stuff, right? Now, look at Brazil. Brazil has over 5,000 maroon communities. When they ran away, right, did they follow Torah laws? No, they were following Orishas. They were following their culture from back home. They weren't following any form of Judaism. So if they were scared to, why did the Jamaican Maroons become Jews at that time? They're the ones that invented jerk pork. Why didn't they invent jerk chicken if there was kosher? They invented jerk pork. But if you look at this number, freeze the screen and screenshot this. This is from the book. This is from this book. the Yoruba diaspora in the Atlantic world, and I want y'all to look at the screen. If you see where the people are coming from, the Bight of Benin, the Bight of Biafra, West and Central African, right? You see how many people came. You could trace your ethnicities and what you used to practice based off of this information. Don't listen to these guys. These people are not claiming when they're free and they run away. They don't practice Judaism. They practice African culture. They practice in the Akan, the Igbo. They practice in stuff from Angola. They don't practice in all of that. They had the ability to do anything. Now, one more thing. Let me just say that where is the evidence, the primary evidence or primary source? It's an hypothesis. It's based on roots. You should just throw that source out. But Cambridge, this is from Cambridge. Any source that Yara brings, always go and read it yourself. Because this guy has a history of reading stuff that's not even in the source. All right? But the Maroon communities, again, is proof that if the Jews were over here, they had the ability to do whatever they want. We know where our people from. This is why in this book, you see Yoruba-isms in African-American speech patterns. Certain words that you use in the Yoruba is matched with the Gullah. This is why Yoruba in America, them can't cook. In Jamaica, we say they can't, in English you say they can't cook. We say them can't cook. That's what we say in a Jamaican in the Gullah. So you see the Yoruba words in the African-American community. Don't play with Garfield when it comes to this stuff. I know who we are. Most African-Americans come from Senegambia or Angola and Congo. That's why I show them white Jews from Senegambia. Because if they were to come over as Jews, like the guy that came on my channel, and he's blacker and berry than me.
I remember.
It's because his Sephardic parents, they converted and they had children, and they never came over as slaves. They came over to come over here and worship in an area where they could practice their religion.
Freely.
You can't show no proof, bro. No proof. Look at where the most African Americans come from. Senegambia and Angola, and then some of them come from Ghana, Cameroon, and Nigeria. We know where the people come from. It's documented. So you can't play that game over here, my brother. And everybody who's watching, screenshot this so you know where you're from and we could track you to what neighborhood. Because look at this. This shows exactly in the neighborhood where they went, how many Igbos went. So if you're from Baltimore, you more than likely come from Upper Guinea or whatever. We know this information. Stop listening to these guys about Jews. You don't want to be African. You want to be some goat herder from 2,700 years ago.
Hey, yo. All right, I'm going to fix him right now. Hey, yo, come on, Judgment Day. Come to the microphone.
Hey, Brian, can I say something right quick?
Who's that?
This Curtis.
Yeah, go ahead. Judgment Day, you up next. If not, I'm gonna give it to Judah, or I'm gonna give it to Alan.
Yeah, he never did put that link in the back chat.
No, that was subscribe to Israel. That was the other brother. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Curtis Lee. I want Israel to give God the work. All right, go ahead, Curtis Lee. Hold on, Judgment Day. Let Curtis Lee go. I don't know if he got to go. Got to go, but let him go. Let him. You want to make a statement? Then Judgment Day. Then you got the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to ask Garfield some questions, but I know I got. If he's saying that, okay, he said a whole lot, but if he's saying African people was not in Spain and Portugal before they went into the slave trade, I got sources to show that E1B1A was in Spain and Portugal around about the 711, 725.
All right, do me a favor. Pull if you can. If you don't got to go nowhere, pull them sources up. We Garfield gonna get this work.
I'll send it.
All right, if you put, and then I put it up. All right, good. All right, no problem.
Yeah,
Thank you, man.
I'm not working slides yet, but I did put some in your Facebook Messenger.
Thank you. On Messenger. All right, I'll check it out. Thank you for the support too, bro. I appreciate you.
I'll send some more stuff to you. I don't know how to put up some slides yet.
I'll pull it up. Don't worry. You send me. I'm gonna pull it up. Garfield gonna get this work today. Come on, Judgment Day. Come up to the microphone, bro. You got it. Garfield, he can hear you.
Hello, brother. I'm Muslim, yeah.
You Muslim? Guy,
yeah, Muslim, yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know how this got to do with Israel, but what you got something you want to share on this? I'm a little confused.
My argument is, why you lot talking about all the history for? Why you not talking about history for? Why ain't talking about the scriptures from Isaiah 42? Stuff like that. Isaiah 42, Isaiah 60.
Why not talk about scripture?
Talking about the coming of prophet Muhammad in Isaiah 42.
Oh no, brother. No. We ain't dealing with We ain't dealing with no Muhammad. No, I'm sorry. I had you even waiting on here. No, this is Israel. We lifting up Israel and the God of Israel right now. We don't want Muhammad. We don't want Muhammad. I serve listen, I'm serving the God of Israel, and we're looking at the prophets of Israel. All of the prophets that we follow come from Israel. Muhammad has no light for us. Not over here. Now, if he got a channel and y'all want to go over there, there's no light from Muhammad. The light comes from Israel. And that's who we serve, the God of Israel. Y'all can't squeeze Muhammad. He can't civilize the original man. Y'all can't squeeze Muhammad in this thing. Not what I'm dealing with. Y'all deal with what. If y'all got something y'all dealing with, we don't deal with Muhammad over here. We get Muhammad and get that hadith to stop disrespecting black folk. That's what we're calling us racist head. But Abu Bakr and all of them. Listen, y'all tell the real history of where y'all got some of that stuff from. The Africans, I ain't thinking about Muhammad. I ain't thinking about Muhammad right now. Not me. I'm ignorant. I'm ignorant. Dutch channel here. We are past Muhammad. We ain't even stopping. Come on, Israel. Come back. Oh, no, Ralph. Come on, Alan. Come on, Alan. Come to the microphone. He back there talking crazy. He back there talking crazy. He ain't even, that ain't even original. Muhammad can't give us nothing. There's nothing in the Quran for us. Come on and talk. Y'all started the slave trade. Yeah, we already know y'all ain't got no respect for us. We see how y'all treating these Instagram models in Dubai. Go ahead. We good right here. Come on, Alan. I'm muting myself.
Yeah, Garfield, you still here?
Oh, no, Garfield can hear you. Garfield. Oh, he want to work.
I'm here, beloved. I'm here, my beloved brother.
Don't let him call y'all beloved. Don't let him get y'all with that. Don't let him get y'all with that. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, I disagree with you 100%. There's plenty of sources. If you go to the Wild and Wonderful Narrative from Illuminio Castellano, he actually worked on the ships. He stated his culture, circumcised. He had to actually stay in another little house with his mom when she was on her period because he touched her. Once he got to the coast where the slave ships was, these people did not keep the same customs as him. They defiled their body with jewelry.
What's his name, my brother? I'm sorry. What's his name?
The Wild and Wonderful Narrative of Illuminio Castellanus.
Oh, Garfield looking at that right. He looking for that right now.
Yeah, it's on the first chapter.
I just wanted to hear the name, but I do need to see a source though.
Yeah, that's the source. He actually wrote an autobiography. You're not familiar with that book?
What you said the name of the book is?
The Wild and Interesting Narrative of Illuminio Castellanus. Let me get the spelling of his name. Hold on.
And then I'm gonna pull up that DNA Alton did that Alton, so I thought I was playing the video.
Brother Ren, can I respond 2 seconds when I get a chance to Brother Garfield?
Of course. Yeah, I'm gonna let you. Yeah.
Let me know when I can go. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna spell his name for you. Olauddah. Last name EQU.
Equiano. I got you, brother. Equiano. Okay, I got
Oh,
you.
I thought he was talking about the way he pronounced. I thought from what he was saying, but he was on the. Oh yeah. Oh boy. Okay.
Oh boy.
Yo, Garfield. I told you this your last day. I got a good feeling in my spirit. This your last day on this show.
Yeah. Now this brother in this picture is jet black, right? And
what picture? Wait a minute. What picture? Wait a minute. Oh, he's talking about. Oh yeah. Okay, he's talking about the book on the cover. Go ahead. Okay.
Correct. This brother is jet black. He's stating that about they were circumcised. His people kept the traditions, kept the Sabbath. When he touched his mom when her cycle was on, he had to stay in a separate outhouse with his mom for I think 10 to 7 days, 7 to 10 days, something like that.
Just like the Torah say.
Correct. So he said it's not until he got into England he seen some white-skinned people that was keeping the same customs. But when he was also on the ship, because he actually had a job on the ship, he met a lot of people from from his community that kept the same custom as well.
You just giving Garfield. I hate y'all. I hate this part right here.
He just said job, didn't he?
Ain't nothing else to do now. We might as well just go ahead and let it go. Keep going, Alan. He done dug it.
Not so fast, Berin. Garfield think he gonna skate on this Equiano deal.
Okay, all right, good. I'm glad you're here. All right, good.
And I have one more after that. I got a few, but we're gonna do one more after that.
No. Hold on with that one right there. Before God, no, I want subscribe to Israel. I want you to go before Garfield go, because once he get to running with that Equiano and stuff, he ain't gonna get a microphone back. So I want you to start off with your reply. Then you can lead into that. Then we give it back to Garfield. Go back into from what he first was saying, from the Cambridge, from the sources, from what he said about you. Pick it up from right there. Come on, nobody say nothing. You got the floor. You're muted. You know you're muted, right?
You trying to bring me back on?
No. It's because subscribe to Israel. Now the cat got his tongue. Now I might as well give it back to Garfield. You don't know how to unmute yourself? Hold on. Wait, no, I can't unmute you. Oh, he might have walked.
I'm free, brother Berin.
Oh, man. Hold on. Give him a subscribe to Israel. Where you at, bro?
Yeah, he may have stepped away for a second.
Yeah. Oh, no, there. Hold on. You unmuted, but we still can't hear you. We see you just unmute yourself. All right. Garfield already pulling his screens up. I might as well go ahead and start cleaning my chicken. Get this air fryer ready, because this is getting ready to be some beef right here. Yo, you might have to go out and come back in. We can't hear you.
That's what I was about to say.
Because you're unmuted and we still can't hear you.
All
right.
Go out and come back in
on this Equiano deal.
Huh? Wait, hold on. I can't hear you.
I said I'll take Garfield on this Equiano.
No, we're waiting for you. Go ahead. No, and the first part. We want you to go first. I'm gonna take the screen back down.
Oh, this is.
Type one if y'all hear anybody. Type one if y'all hear anybody.
I don't hear him. Brother Yara, you
Yes.
gotta go out and come back in or something, bro. Okay, go ahead, bro. We could hear you.
You don't hear me?
Now we do.
Okay. All right. First of all, I just want to address a few things that you were saying with your last conversation, right? To follow up, you showed us the Moroccan rabbi from 1850, almost 400 years after the source that I bought out in 1492, dealing with Askia Muhammad. Come on, Garfield, you can't use that source. You can't show us a Moroccan rabbi, a Sephardic Jew, 400 years later down the road, almost at the end of the transatlantic slave trade. And say, oh, look at this. This is what a Moroccan Jew, this is what a rabbi Moroccan Jew really looks like in Timbuktu.
Mad light skin. Come on.
The slaves are already gone. What are you talking about? Are you kidding me? And then you go into, well, let's show how come the Maroons or the Jews that were or the Africans that were taking, or the Africans that were taken from the west coast of and right coast of Africa over into Jamaica, where you're from, Garfield. What you're doing is disingenuous, because you're not telling the people what you're showing them is what you consider from your background, being quote unquote the fake Jamaican that you are. You were talking about those people, those Maroons. Maroons were people who were taken over to the Caribbeans and ran up and hid in those hills and those mountains. Those who the Maroons were. So those are the people that were taken. So now you're showing their existence. We said from the very beginning, God be always addressed that every person that was taken from the west coast of Africa didn't have a Jewish background. You're only talking about the people who didn't have the Jewish background. So your whole argument is fallacious, Garfield. This is why you guys have to watch the snake oil salesman when they're presenting this information. It's 3-card Monty.
Uh-oh.
You understand what I'm saying? So this is what he's doing. So he showed you guys evidence and traces of African tribes, the Yoruba specifically, right? The Yoruba specifically, who no one even says is Jewish or had a history of practicing Judaism on the west coast of Africa. So he shows you that and say, see, as if those were all the African slaves.
Come on, he should have showed us limber. Come on, Garfield. Come on, somebody got to get Garfield that work.
We're talking about the slaves that were not a part of these people. You can't dismiss the limber. You can't dismiss the oral traditions of these people. And this is why I talk about you have to listen to these guys when they do sleight of hand. They're grifters with the information. And what they do is they simply say, look, here's African slaves. But look, we know these people who are telling you we're not African. We're not traditionally African. They're telling you who they are. But it's mighty funny that we have folks like Garfield who love to dismiss the oral tradition of Africans. Y'all love to dismiss their oral traditions. These people are telling you by oral tradition that they come from Israelites. But simply because you disagree with their narrative, you say no. Then you ask for a source. We show you a source. You say, oh, no, that can't be. Godby never says he extracted his information from Roots. The movie Roots was not even out. The book was not even written at the time. So what are you talking about? That's a lie. So when he's showing you and telling you there's no way you can follow the material culture of Judaism in the Americas when slaves, when they wouldn't allow you to eat, when all they did was allow you to eat pork, all they did was allow you to work 7 days a week. You couldn't show the Sabbath. It's the reason why they separated the tribes. We know this, so they couldn't even communicate. So they couldn't keep their customs, so they wouldn't rise up against the slave master. That's not anything we have to make up. That's a fact of history. Now let's go into this whole Equiano thing if we must.
No. Wait to see what he say. Wait to see what Garfield say before you blow it Equiano. Come on, Garfield.
Absolutely.
Come on, Garfield.
Hold on, give me.
Dunamis, anybody else before Garfield touch it? J-Mac, you want to Dunamis? You want to say something before why he talking trash, Roger? Dunamis, he might have walked away. Alan, you want to say something before Garfield gets back? All right, come on.
I'll wait till they get done.
Okay.
We got one more. All right.
Okay, all right. That's not your screen, that's my screen. What's good, Plumber Sloan? Garfield, you trying to pull a screen up? You can hear me, right? I hope I ain't put them out yet.
I'm hearing you loud and clear. I'm here laughing, but let me just find this screen. Yo, this is funny, man. This is just so funny. Now, if you look at the first thing that I asked for, right? I asked him, notice he ain't talk about that first Cambridge article no more. He told that.
You skipped that part?
He ain't saying nothing about that. He skipped all the way to Timbuktu.
That's where I started.
I'm telling y'all.
Why you interrupted, bro? You see, he ain't got no. Yo.
No. Yeah. Don't say nothing. Let him. Yeah. Don't.
If you notice, I'm not saying nothing. I'm just chilling. But let me do this for the family anyway, ladies and gentlemen. Let me do this for the family real quick. This is just too easy, man. You gotta get somebody who's studied. They're not. That's the problem. I have been diagnosed as the Hebrew killer for a reason. Now, I want
Alfred, like he got a disease. He said he been diagnosed with it. Hey, yo, I hate these people on here. Go ahead, man.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, listen. I want to say this to everybody, right? If you notice something about the Yoruba, right? You talk about the oral traditions, right? Let me kill one real quickly. And then I'm gonna come right back to this what do you call it? Let's get to the oral tradition because they like to talk about oral traditions, right? Let me do this. This is what I was trying to get together so that we wouldn't have to be going back and forth. Hold on one second, my brother. Okay, I want to say this first of all. If you look at the Ashanti oral tradition, it's from this book. Tudor Parfit, he documents it. The Ashanti, right, which is said they're Jews. This guy by the name of Osei Agiman Prempeh, he changed the oral tradition of the Asante people, ladies and gentlemen. This is not even a joke. He used the book Hebrews in West Africa. He added a chapter of the oral tradition to add that they were from Israel and from Egypt. Before this time, the Asante wasn't claiming this. So when they come with the oral tradition, I got the remedy for these guys. I got the remedy. So again, this is about the chapter from this book, Tudor Parfit. He documents the Ashanti oral tradition. Prempeh was the guy that added the Egypt and the Israel part to the Asante. All right. Let me get one more with the wider. No, I don't want to do wider. Let me do Let me do, hold on 1 second, family. I am so sorry I don't have this all together. It's here, but I want to get the oral traditions of Africans. You see, the Yoruba claims they are Israel today. But what did they claim before that? And this is key. They claim they come from Mecca. They claim that they come from Medina. They claim they come from the tribe of Nimrod. Has anyone ever claimed that they come from the tribe of Nimrod? No, but the Yoruba has. They claim a lot of things. But what we need to understand is why these oral traditions all over the place. They're all over the place for a reason. All right, hold on 1 second. Yeah, I got it. Here we go. Oral.
Hey, Garfield, with that, can you also touch on Oduduwa? What are your views with that? Because my understanding is that
I don't have any views on that.
Okay.
I think that's a part of the oral tradition. That's a part of the indigenous people, and I want to respect them for that and say, hey, you know what? Maybe you're right.
Well, no. When I asked in terms of syncretism, because my understanding is Oduduwa is a progenitor, and how does that go with these claims that they come from somewhere else? That's what I was asking. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let me find this. Give me a second. Barry.
All right. All right. Whilst you're doing that, you need a second, because I'll play that couple of minutes that Alton was talking about on this other video whilst you look setting up.
Yeah. Go ahead.
First is that not all of the Lemba people share the same haplogroup. This means that some of those who are currently a part of that tribe had to have been a convert at some point. And if that's the case, it means that being an Israelite has nothing at all to do with your blood type. Let's hear what a geneticist who actually studied the Lemba tribe has to say.
Good day, Doctor. How are you?
Very well, thank you, and welcome.
So, Doctor, please tell us about yourself and the work that you do.
I'm a human geneticist, and I've been working here at the National Health Laboratory Service for the past 29 years. And my research has focused on using genetic methods to try to understand the history of the peoples of Africa.
So when and how did you hear about the Lemba people?
Well, it was around the middle of the 1980s when my head of department, Professor Trevor Jenkins, was invited by the Lemba Cultural Association to come and do genetic research on the Lemba to kind of investigate their own oral history about their linkages to Jewish people.
Please tell us about the Y chromosome study and how it came about and the people that were involved in it.
When I did mitochondrial studies, we found no linkages with people from outside of Africa. In fact, you couldn't tell the difference between a Lemba or a Venda among whom they lived and other people in the Southern African region. However, when my colleague Mandy Spurdle did Y chromosome studies, this is the Y chromosome that boys get from their dad, a very interesting pattern was obtained. About half the number of males that we tested had Y chromosomes that didn't fit the patterns that were usually found in Africa. In one particular group or clan within the Lemba, the Buba, one Y chromosome pattern was very similar to what was seen among Jewish priests or the Kohanim. And so this brought a closer linkage with their oral history and suggestions of maybe Jewish origins. So most recently, I've now taken the studies even further, used the more recent genetic markers that now define the Cohen pattern, and re-looked at our Lemba samples, not only the South African samples, but also the ones we collected from Zimbabwe, because Lemba people also live there. And when we now use this new set of markers, the patterns we observed at lower levels of resolution are no longer found. So the Cohen pattern that is now described in the literature is not found in the Lemba.
So, Doctor, in conclusion, what do these results tell us about the Lemba people and their Jewish ancestry claims?
So while we can say or conclude from our genetics that the pattern is not the same, with respect to claim of identity by culture, no genetic test can tell you that. So the most powerful message I want to get out of this is that genetic ancestry does not equal your identity. Cultural identity, individual identity is constructed using many, many, many factors.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for giving us such an insightful overview on the origins of the Lemba people.
For those
Alton.
Alton, email me that. Email me that, Alton.
Alton, don't you feel that? Matter of fact, y'all are two in the same. Go ahead, Garfield. Is this the screen you want? Or you're not ready yet?
Yes, sir. I just want to address the oral tradition stuff that he said. And this is from David M. Goldenberg. He's one of the best linguists out there. He's a very, very good research on the curse of Ham and all that stuff. All right. So this is the book, Black Enslaved, David M. Goldenberg. And we there's a part in the book talk about West African sources. Now, several West African traditions indicate a genealogical connection between Black Africans and the ancient Canaanites. Scholar Mohammed Bello and Sultan of Hausaland wrote a history of the Yoruba in 1812. He included this account of Yoruba origins. The peoples of the land of Yoruba are from the remnants of the people of the Banu Canaan, who were the tribe of Nimrod. The reason for their dwelling in the west, based upon what has been narrated, is that Yorab ibn Qatan drove them out from Iraq towards the west. They then journeyed between the lands of Egypt and Abyssinia until they reached the lands presently known as Yoruba. In every land which they passed, they left behind a group of their people in that land. It is said that the indigenous blacks who reside in the mountains of Nuba in this region is from them. Likewise are the people of Yaro from them. The explorer Hugh Clapperton visited Bello in Sokoto and copied large parts of Bello's work, which he later published. The story of Yoruba origins corresponds to what Bello wrote, except that Clapperton has the Canaanites originating not from Iraq, but from Arabia. Another traditional history has the Yoruba coming from Medina. Still others put their origin in Mecca. Another West African source, the Kano Chronicle, details the history of the Hausa people of northern Nigeria, whose origins it claimed lie in two migrations, one from Baghdad and one from Canaan. Older scholarship accepted the historicity of these migration stories. The consensus of scholarship today, however, does not. Robin Law and others have concluded that the Yoruba stories are legendary. The more general view nowadays, at least among academic historians, which Garfield is not, but this is what the academic historians are saying, is that these traditions of migration from the Middle East are to be explained by the expansion of the influence of Islam in sub-Saharan Africa in relatively recent times. The concern of African peoples to claim origins from the Islamic world reflects no more than a desire to relate themselves to what was seen as prestigious world civilization. Similarly, Maury Last wrote of the Hausa accounts in the Kana Chronicle are almost wholly legendary, reflecting 16th or 17th century anachronisms. An indication of the Islamic influence is the adoption of various Muslim traditions and personalities in these stories of origins, as Law has shown. Now, I saw my brother put up something about the Mali. All right. Now, if you study the Dogon and all those traditions that come from that region, I could actually, if I had time, I have it on my computer, I could show the Islamic influence. You see, what happened is people forget that the Islam people are also doing the same thing that Hebrews do. It's just like with Ghana. The claim of origin in the East goes beyond Yoruba and Hausa. Law mentions the kings of Ghana who claim descent from the Caliph Ali, the son-in-law and fourth successor of Muhammad, the founder of the. You know what I'm saying? They're claiming this stuff to come from where? We're coming from. First, they want to come from Arabia and Mecca because that's who colonized them. Then later on, they try to say that they come from Canaan because remember, the Muslims used to teach that. Guess what? Cush is Canaan's son, which is not biblical. So when they were using the curse of Ham to enslave us, they call us Cushites. So when you read the Muslim sources, they're going to call us Cushites, not because we're from Cush, but because we are dark-skinned. So when you're reading all these Muslim sources Some of these guys don't know what they're reading. So this is where they trace their heroes. Why would Ghana people trace their roots to Mecca or to Muslim stuff, then to Canaan? Because it has Islamic influence. They're not from Hebrews. They're not from Israelites. This is a recent thing that they've done and added into their culture. All right. As far as Mali, I will go there too. This is recent. And bring your sources. If you disagree with me, bring your sources. It tells you. This is what the expert. I'm not an expert. I'm not an anthropologist. Robin Law is the one that goes in the culture. So you laughing and said, what? I have this source because you want to claim something that you're not. You're an identity thief. You want to be Israel. You want to be chosen. And that's your problem. You don't want to deal with the facts on the ground. The facts on the ground, this is what it is.
All right, you want to deal with Equiano, or you want him to get the floor next?
Let me deal with Equiano real quickly. The issue with Equiano that the brother just said, and
Take your time because he's gonna break it down good. Don't cut him off when he get to cutting you. Go ahead. I'm walking away. I hear you.
I don't need a lot of time for Equiano. The issue with Equiano is nobody knows 100% where Equiano comes from. In one instance, he's saying one thing, and in another instance in the book, he's saying another thing. But I must say that there are certain things in his writings that aligns with history exactly with the dates. Like when he's on ships and all that stuff. So it aligns up with it 100%. So I will say this. I will say Equiano is an African American, just to be on the safe side. But I don't know if he actually was on a slave ship and came over and all those stories, because he made some changes with his tradition. So I'll go by what he says, but then you're going to have to weed it out and say, is this true or not, based on what the historical record says and what he actually says in his book. So whenever he's ready, he could come on, or whoever else.
All right, he muted.
I mute my mic.
I'm here.
All right, go ahead. I don't even know. Abe, we trying to go somewhere. I hope you ain't here to bring on no confusion. I see you in the back. No, you, bro. I'm talking about somebody in the back.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, before I mute myself.
I've never seen anybody on a panel put their Nike running track shoes on backwards and run like Garfield just did from this Equiano discussion. And he's been claiming for the last 5 years or so that Equiano was lying about his Hebrew origin. Now he's saying it's inconclusive. Now he's saying, I don't really know. This is the problem I have with you, Garfield. You speak.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Before I got to walk away, you got a screen you want to pull up?
Absolutely.
All right, I want to pull it up before I walk away so y'all could so you could do your thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't go nowhere, Garfield. Don't go nowhere.
And I'm gonna give it to him because Garfield, you know, he thought I ran from him in the debate from this, but Garfield wasn't ready then, and he's not ready now. But I deal with him with his only source that he only deals with when it comes to really.
All right, I'm walking away. All right, go ahead. You got the screen. I'm walking away.
All right. So y'all see, family, this is Reclaiming Africa, right? And the validity of Oladawu Equiano answering the critics. That includes you, Garfield, right? So we see all these various different writings that Equiano himself was written and has been published, right? So if anybody wants to really get a read on what Equiano was actually saying himself, these are some of the books and sources you can actually go to and read. You'll see what it says, Oladawu Equiano or Gustavus Vassa. That's because his slave master gave him a different name and named him after him. That does not in any way take away from what he actually wrote, right? Now, let's deal with these sources, right? Sylvester A. Johnson, Colonialism, Biblical World Making and Temporalities, and Oladawu Equiano's Interesting Narrative, Church History. Let's read some of this, right? Let's read some of this, right? I'll just start here. Equiano's narrative of Jewish origins. Equiano's autobiography rendered before his readers an intriguing story of descent into slavery and accent through maritime adventure to eventual freedom. Equiano claimed as his place of birth the region of the Igbo nation in what is now Nigeria. And when you listen to Equiano's breakdown of customs and things that he remembered from this time, haven't even been taken since the time of slavery back to the land, he clearly had direct connections to these different people, as the brother was bringing out before, to these Igbos and their customs, their Jewish customs. Where would he get that from? Where would he get it from? And I'll show you there's no possible way he can get it from unless he got it directly from memory being there, right? And this is another Cambridge source, right? Equiano claimed that his place of birth was the region of Igbo nations. He told of being kidnapped and forced into slavery, eventually being sold to slaveholders in the Americas. His purchase by a British naval commander would take him to a number of Atlantic destinations that would afford him an exceptional experience of slavery, marked by the mitigated role of racial antipathy among naval crews on the open seas. During this time, Equiano would be renamed Gustavo Vassa. Equiano was subsequently sold in 1762 to a slaveholder in the British West Indies, where he witnessed the most genocidal dimensions of Black Atlantic slavery on the region's sugar plantations. In 1766, Equiano purchased his freedom after barely avoiding the loss of his life due to the precarious status of freed Africans and slaveholders in the Americas. He made his home in England. Right. So here's one of the biggest questions. If Equiano is claiming to be from this tribe of Igbos in Nigeria, then gives us a complete record, right? Best of his recognition of knowledge of his Jewish origins and the various customs that they were keeping. Where did he get that from? He didn't get it from any one of his slaveholders because none of them were Jewish. So who was teaching him this Jewish narratives? Who was teaching him these Jewish customs? These people that he was acquainted, these slave masters that he was acquainting himself with, were Christians, and I can prove it. They wouldn't have even been teaching him any type of Jewish custom or history. They were Christians. They were not Jews. So where did he get this understanding of Jewish custom and narratives from? He just pulled it out of the sky? Absolutely not. These are things that were committed to him from memory. From memory. Let's go a little bit further, right? Now, here's the biggest contractor of information of Equiano, and this is where Garfield gets the crux of his argument against Equiano. Comes from this guy, Coretta, right? We're still at Cambridge University source. Y'all write it down and take it and read it for yourselves, right? Vincent Coretta, he's the one where Garfield gets this argument from, people. And I'm going to show you how Vincent Coretta has been debunked. Vincent Coretta has recently challenged the veracity of Equiano's claim to Igbo origin. See his Equiano the African, right? Coretta argues compellingly, though not conclusively, that Equiano's assertion of Igbo birth is a thoughtful ruse to enrich the potency of his damning criticism of the transatlantic slave trade. So basically he says Equiano made all of this up in order to condemn the transatlantic slave trade and the atrocities that he witnessed as being a seafarer, which is completely stupid, right? Because he still never gives us the source where Equiano can get any information about the Jewish customs he writes about. He's not being sold to any type of Jewish traders or slavers. Watch this. For instance, Equiano's discussion on West Africa, as remembered from his childhood, seems mechanically dependent upon European travel narratives. Really? Such as that by Anthony Benezet. More directly, Equiano's baptismal record indicates, watch this, and this is where this guy Coretta hangs his hat on to try to debunk anything Equiano has to say. Equiano's baptismal record indicates North American, the Carolinas, as his place of birth. So if his birth certificate says he was born in the Americas in North Carolina, then how is Equiano saying he was born in Nigeria or among the Igbos? That's the crux of Coretta's argument here, family. Anything you can read that goes against what Equiano has ever said comes from this guy's narrative based on the fact that he's saying he has a birth certificate that he was born in North Carolina versus him saying that he was born in Equiano saying he was born in Nigeria. Now watch this. I'm going to skip down through this for the sake of time to show y'all where this has been debunked, where it makes absolutely no sense. Now, Garfield's familiar with this guy when it comes to Equiano's research, but he never brings it out. Paul Lovejoy, the Department of History, he's not a white guy. He looks white, but he's African. He's African-American. Professor, he's Canadian-American, I should say. I'm sorry, Canadian. African-Canadian, Afro-Canadian. Professor Canadian, Canada Research Chair in African Diaspora History. Distinguished Research Professor of the Royal Society of Canada, right? Y'all go look him up. And he gives you a breakdown on Equiano's true history, and he goes into Coretta's research and debunks it. And the same information where Garfield bases his whole argument against Equiano on is based on Vincent Coretta. Paul Lovejoy destroys it. Let me show you, right? This is Paul Lovejoy, right? You want to say we don't research, we don't know how to research? We got you, fam. The issues of motivation, Vasa, Equiano, and Coretta's critique of the evidence. Not some fly-by-night made-up story or innuendo or hypothesis. We're destroying Coretta's critique of the evidence that Equiano presented. Now watch this. It's Issues of Motivation, right? By Paul E. Lovejoy. Watch this. In his assessment, Vincent Coretta, which is where Garfield gets all his arguments from against Equiano, almost states that Vasa was born in South Carolina. Almost, because once again, he does not actually say it. In my opinion, Vasa's claim to an African birth should be accepted. But Coretta argues that the evidence does not lead to that conclusion. Does that mean Coretta believes he was born in South Carolina? Apparently not, for he still considers the evidence for and against his assertion of an African birth is ultimately inconclusive. In other words, Coretta can't prove it or disprove it. And this is where Garfield gets his information from when it comes to Equiano, family. And this is all to my Israelite brothers that's out here. Anytime somebody brings up that Equiano argument to try to get y'all off of it, say it's debunked, it's a lie. Nothing's been debunked about Equiano. Not a single shred of evidence. Watch this. The evidence is more conclusive for this historian than for Coretta. And as a literary critic, this scholar has gone a lot further than Coretta, seems to think in assessing the text and the context. Although Coretta rejects the idea that Vasa might have been born in Africa, he refuses to be pinned down on a Carolina birth. Is there another alternative? Coretta's interpretation is not historical reconstruction, but a nod towards it doesn't matter. That's his whole argument. It don't matter where he was born at. So he gonna, again, this is Garfield loving to take the narratives of people when they give their origin, their oral traditions, and say, oh, your oral traditions doesn't matter. Really? Really? Garfield never brings any evidence, people. Everything Garfield presents on any topic is inconclusive. Inconclusive. He always said there's a consensus of scholars. There's no such thing he can show you on a consensus of scholars when it comes to this information. In order to have a consensus of scholars, there needs to be a convening group of people across interdisciplinary studies, not just anthropology, not just DNA, but across all aspects of fields of study that come together with the meeting of the minds and then agree on one conclusion. That's how you get a consensus of scholars. The consensus of scholarship is not based on a majority vote.
All right, I'm sorry. I had to walk away for a minute. But tell me what, I know I missed a good bit. It sound like we got something going on here right now. Right. All right. No, go ahead. Just go ahead and wrap your part up, and then I'm going to see. Then I'm gonna see what if Alan wanted to add something to that Equiano, and then see if if Abe could stomp on Garfield a little bit. I see Abe just jump back on.
I don't know just let me respond first.
Yeah, you want to respond to him, but wait a minute, it's okay. You can be on the road for a minute. It's okay. You used to running a muck on Tinetta. He want to run a muck on Tinetta, Sylvia. That's what's going on here.
Right. Let me
get the coffee ready. You gonna get a body
Let
today.
me finish
Go get the coffee. I'm gonna put Garfield to the back. Now he want murder on my channel. You already know the face was listening. Now you want bodies on my channel. Go ahead, bro. Finish. That's that Jamaican shuffle he trying to do. Go ahead and finish up.
So watch this. Coretta's interpretation is not historical reconstruction, but it nods towards it doesn't matter when it does matter. Vassar was born somewhere, and the historian has to make an assessment, while some literary critics may not think this is essential. Coretta argues that Equiano indisputably suppressed the records of a South Carolina origin when he decided to publish the reconstruction of his life. In this interesting narrative, Vassar did not mention his baptismal record, which he may or may not have known about, nor did he explain why he enlisted on the Arctic expedition in 1773 with a declared Carolina birth. Although he does provide considerable detail about both his baptism and the Arctic, the claim to a South Carolina birth apparently served a purpose at one time in his life, but was in fact not correct and therefore not worth mentioning in his autobiography. There is no proof that Vassar or Oladawu Equiano tried to hide these documents, let alone suppress them, other than Coretta's imagination. Coretta explains the motive for Vassar's alleged fabrication of evidence as an abolitionist plot. According to Coretta, the abolitionist movement required precisely the kind of account of Africa and the Middle Passage that Vassar supplied. For this reason, Coretta asks if Equiano suppressed accurate records of a South Carolina birth and invented an African birth because of obvious abolitionist and financial records. Now watch this. Whether the author of the interesting narrative of Equiano should be referred to as Equiano, it means nothing. He was born and how he was related to a place of birth. The choice of names also relates to how scholars want to perceive of the author on the one hand, and now the man himself presented himself at the time on the other. It is argued here that the author of the interesting narrative used in his birth name, Oladawu Equiano, as proof of his African background, not as a name by which he wanted to be known. Gustavo Vassar. Hence, the dilemma is why scholars refer to him by his African name when he chose not to do so. It is suggested that the use of the birth name has more so to do with politics of representation and political correctness. So this had nothing to do with Equiano or Gustavo Vassar. And if you really read on Gustavo Vassar, he did a lot of important work in the abolitionist movement to free black slaves. He did a lot of important work. He wasn't just somebody who was just out here writing on any type of thing to try to prove a point, to make something up, because it was too easy for them to go back and trace where he came from. And I'm going to tell you this. When he goes back and he's left with two sisters, right? I'm going to see what is found here. He's left with two sisters, because I got a lot of information here that Garfield really don't want this work on.
Oh, wait, hold on. No. Hold on a minute. I already pulled the screen down. Hold on 1 second. I see look like you changing the screen in there. Hold on 1 second. Alan, you good. You don't even need the help in none of this, right, Alan?
Alan can come on and interject if he like to.
No. The brother is correct.
All right, now, Alan, you know you got to get you some. Them headphones is acting up.
This is the last part I want to get to right here, because this destroys anything he's talking about, right? And anybody that wants to say, oh, he learned Jewish customs from somebody else or he heard it from somebody else, watch this. Equiano spent the next years being a servant to Pascal's cousins. That was his last, in 1763, that was his last slave master, right? He spent years being educated. By Pascal's cousins, the Guerian sisters, Guerin, right? These were devout Christians. They were devout Christians. These were not Jewish people. They were devout Christians. They were not teaching him Judaism. So where did he get it from? From memory, from his life as a child. There's no evidence nobody set him down and taught him any type of Jewish religion or taught him from a Torah. In 1763, at the end of the war, Pascal had promised to free him. He broke this promise and sold him to the captain of a slave ship. He was sent back to the West Indies and sold to a man named Robert King, who took him to Georgia. They took him to Georgia. He dreamed of his freedom. Robert let him work to be free. And in 1766, he had saved enough money to buy the papers needed to make him free. And then he went back to England.
All right, hold on a minute. All right, hold on a minute. I'm going to close the screen up right here. Hey, do you want to touch on that? Do you want to touch on that? Because Garfield ready to go. Abe, you there?
I have a question before Garfield starts going.
Go ahead, Abe. I don't know where he at. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So earlier it was touched on that.
Come on, Israel. I'm putting the link out there. Garfield up against Roach right now. This your shine. This your time right now. This your time right now. Go ahead. Go ahead. J-Man.
Earlier was pointed out that he definitely mentioned Kunta Kinte. And I didn't get to ask because Garfield said something about Kunta Kinte. I don't know if he meant that the whole story of Kunta Kinte being fake, or if he meant something else. But I was going to ask, did not Kunta Kinte pass down his traditions that he learned from his father to his daughter, and they passed it down? That's how Alex Haley was able to learn about his
in the movie Roots from his
lineage.
You want me to respond to that, beloved?
No, not yet. Garfield, wait a minute. I hate when people get a new Glock. They just ready. They just looking for their own resistance. Calm down. Calm down.
I don't interrupt people. I'm the number one interrupter. I don't do that. But I'm going to tell y'all this right now. He took 27 minutes a while ago.
I done vacuumed the whole, I done did a whole bunch. I don't know. Why are you busy clocking? Oh, man. Hey, yo, I see we got a hater. Garfield, you do it. Don't worry. If your 15 minutes is going to equate to his whole 27. Don't worry. Hold on. Jay land your plane because Garfield ready.
Yeah, that's the question I had for Garfield, and the other gentleman can answer. Because I guess I'm contending that if Kunta Kinte was able to pass down his traditions, I don't understand. I understand about slaves being beaten and being forced to accept certain ideology. I get that. I totally get that. But they still
you don't remember seeing no Judaism in the movie Roots. That's what you're saying. That's one of the kind of.
No, I'm not even basing it on Roots. I'm just saying were they not able? How come they weren't able to pass down some of their traditions, to somebody? Because Kunta Kinte passed down some traditions, and that's how Alex Haley was able to trace his roots. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. All right. All right, Garfield. Ain't nobody saying nothing. You don't want to question nobody, right? I'm gonna pull your screen up. Everybody could just to prevent anybody from any button in. We gonna put them all, Israel, all in the back. Go ahead. You got the flow.
All right. First and foremost, you just got set up, bro. You just got set up and you fell for it. You know I don't believe Equiano is born in America, born in Africa, man. You know I don't believe that. But I did say I was being deceptive a while ago with my response because I wanted to hear what you were going to come with. And I'm glad I did that. Hey, ladies, this is so funny, man. This is why Garfield is the most dangerous man. You must have never saw my response to these two guys. All right.
Now you're gonna question him. You want me to bring him? Okay. Okay.
Get rid of him.
No. Go ahead.
Educated on this issue. All right. And by the way, Alex Haley settled a lawsuit with that. We're not sure where he got the story from because he stole somebody's story.
With the plagiarism, yeah.
So just for the brother who had asked a very important question saying, if that guy remembered his tradition, why wouldn't the Jews or Israelites remember? Because they weren't Israelites. They were Muslims, and some of them were converted on the ships to be Christians and so forth. All right. So he said the records is funny with Equiano, right? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the primary from the church. Guess whose name is on there? Gustavo Vasa, number right here, above 11. You see Elizabeth or whatever, husbands or whatever. You see Gustavo Vasa, black, born in Carolina, 12 years old. Who did they get that information from? And remember, Gustavo Vasa said he was 12, but he was born 1745. So he was literally 14 years old at the time. He lied about his age. This is what people don't realize. This guy's been lying from he was a baby. From a baby. But let's look at it some more now. Gustavo Vasa, 12 years old. All right. Let's look at the muster roll now. Because remember, in his book, he told us he was on a ship. He said he was on a ship with his friends, and the date matches up with the actual ship. This ship right here, in 1773, in his book, he wrote the same exact date, 1773. And guess what? Who was on the racehorse? You can't see clearly, but the third line, South Carolina, he's 28 years old. His name is Gustavo Weston. That's how he signed his name. How do we know this is Gustavo Vasa? Because there were only 3 Africans on the ship, or 3 black people. The 3 black people, and this is from his book, by the way, he talks about going on the racehorse, so we know this records is true, right? So we know it's Gustavo Vasa because 2 of the guys there said they were from Africa. So he didn't have any fear of being an African because guess what? He declared on the ship he wasn't from South Carolina. Now, ladies and gentlemen, watch this now. Remember this. When he's on this ship saying he's from South Carolina and he's 28 years old, remember, he's free at the time. He's not a slave. So he could say, I'm Oliada Equiano at the time. But he never chose to do it because he made the whole thing up later on. We're going to get to that in a minute. All right? Now watch this, family. He asks a simple question. He said, Garfield, why would he lie to say he's a, by the way, this is his will in 1797. Why didn't he, and this was after he declared he was Equiano, why didn't he change his will to Oliada Equiano? Why didn't he write his will in that name? You see, this is the problem. This is the problem. My brother, you want to believe that Equiano is a Jew to try to strengthen your argument. You and the whole Yahweh war machine are a bunch of jokes. This is why I'll debate you anywhere, anytime. You just got set up, bro. I just proved to the world that he said he was from South Carolina. So who do we believe? Do we believe the story or do we believe what he wrote? Watch this now, family. Watch this. This is why Garfield is the best at what I do. This is his marriage certificate, 1792. After he claimed he was Equiano again, he's marrying this white woman. He forgot to tell y'all he was a white lover. He wanted to be white. Did y'all know that Equiano wanted to be white? Before my brother kicked me off the show for proving this point that he wanted to be white, I'm going to show y'all something carefully from Equiano. Equiano, when he became 28 years old and he was on the ship, did you know that he helped his doctor friend to go and buy slaves when he was free? Did y'all know that? This is y'all Israelite guy, right? Did y'all know that? Uh-oh, it's in his book. Chapter 11, he tells you. He said one of the things he regrets is being a slave master, helping his guy get slaves from Jamaica, and he said he got his fellow men from Igbo land. But this is why.
I hate Alton.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, why was Equiano so smart? This is a map of everywhere he's ever traveled on a ship. This is why they said all these books were on ships that he read. But I'm going to get to what he said earlier, Mosquito Island and all that stuff, all right? Now, ladies and gentlemen.
Equiano had a white one. No. This is a question.
Equiano had a white wife.
Shut your mouth.
Don't kick me off, bro. Please don't kick me off because I'm going to teach this crazy guy today. Don't debate Garfield ever. Watch this, family. He says, look at his comment. What does it have to do with him being from Nigeria? Now, watch this, family. Why did he remove that he was an Igbo from his book? Watch this. Watch Garfield. This is why, let me tell y'all, leave Garfield alone. This is Equiano. His first edition of his book, he wrote that, yes, I'm an Igbo. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how could my brother, my big brother who I love so much, Brother Bereed, and nobody don't love Bereed more than me. I love Brother Bereed. All right? Because Bereed taught me a lot about masonry and all the connection. He taught me a lot. Now, watch this now. My big brother Bereed, if Bereed writes his life story and Bereed says, I am from Queens, New York. And he write 9 editions of the same book. Now you have to be honest with yourself, believer. Why would Berin say in the 2nd to the 9th edition, why would he remove Queens that he don't come from Queens no more? Why would
all of a sudden?
Why would you do that? He removed Igbo because he was not an Igbo and he lied. So he had to change it because the Igbo community in England, and if you ever debate me live, bro, I'm going to bring out the information, show that Igbo was beating up on him. How you going to put out that you from Igbo? Why he put it out? Because he was selling information to the people. He was the first. Bro, I went to England last year. I got the pictures of his publishing house. He's the first black man ever to publish his own book. He funded all of this. He made millions off of this book. Now watch this now. Watch this. Watch this, Berin. He removed Igbo from his book. Why? Let's take a look. See? He says he's from Fruitvale. It's named Isaka. Where is Igbo at? He removed it. Here's another edition from his lifetime. The 2nd edition. Look right here. See? Fruitvale, in a charmed Fruitvale named Isaka. Where is Igbo? He moved it. I was born in the year 1745, situated in a charming Fruitvale named Isaka. He removed Igbo. Here's another one, written by himself. Where is Igbo? Gone. I put 7 editions here. None of them have Igbo. He's from Igbo anymore. Not one of them. So you want to claim he's Nigerian? Why is it that he took it out his book? You can't deny the facts. Go to Hattitrust right now and you could download all the editions of his book from 2nd to 9th edition. You can't do that because even if you want to say he's from Nigeria, why are you hiding? Why are you taking that out of your book, bro? That's the book you wrote. I'm from such and such in the year 1745 from Isaka. By the way, nobody has been able to find Isaka. Nobody. Now watch this, family, and this is very important to everybody who wants to know what's going on here. Let's go to slide number 24. Now he said, how
long Garfield be on? I gotta put my timer on because I want Israel to come on here. I'm on Israel's side. Y'all already know that right now. I gotta see their response to this right here. I got 3 of them. I got 3 brothers in the back right now. Go ahead, Garfield. You talk your talk.
He now says,
I'm getting hate mail messing around with Garfield.
Why did he claim he was Jewish?
Okay. It's been about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, I believe.
5 minutes.
That's all? Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Because the daggers coming so hard, they want, oh my God, they want to take me out. Time. Now he said to y'all, how could he know he's Jewish? How could this guy know he's Jewish? Did you know that he teaches that the Jews were white? Did y'all know Equiano taught that the Jews was white? Did y'all know he painted his face white and went to court to
Hey, yo, Garfield, I was just joking before. You can't come back on here. You can't come back on here talking this craziness.
But I'm going to show the primary. It's in his book. If you read his book, you would have seen this. They don't read his book. But watch this, Brother Berin, because I'm going to show the primaries. Watch this. He's saying, the manners and customs of my countrymen and those of the Jews before they reach the land of promise, and particularly the patriarchs. Right? This is from his book. At this point, Equiano weaves into his discussion the biblical commentaries. He said, how he know about Jews? Why is he reading John Gill's commentaries and John Brown and Arthur Bedford? This is how he knows about religion. He cites these writers in order to present as their confirmation of his casual impression what is actually a well-scripted, thoughtfully orchestrated argument designed to persuade the reader that the Igbo are derived from biblical, specifically Jewish ancestors. In his autobiography, in other words, these commentators seem to confirm what has long struck him as more than coincidental similarities between the Igbo and the Jews. Equiano gestures toward Dr. Gill's commentary on Genesis to note how Gill aptly deduces the pedigree of the Africans from the descendants of Abraham. John Clark and Arthur Bedford's scripture chronology. He informs the readers Both corroborate Gill's findings. Now watch this. A careful study of Equiano sources, however, reveals that none of these commentators actually claim that Africans are descendants of ancient Jews. He made that up. And then he used the sources to say that they claim that the Africans come from Jews when it was all him. Because he wants to assign himself to be a Jew for a purpose. So he had to lie. You ain't going to Equiano like me, bro. Watch this. The claim is Equiano's exclusively. But because Equiano anticipates that his readers will likely reject any interpretive creativity on his part, he attributes the biblical commentators who are familiar to his English readers to claim that the Igbo nation is of Jewish origin. So he's trying to say that these authors said that, but they never did. It is true that English biblical commentary commonly identified Africans as descendants of biblical characters, but not the ones whom Equiano suggests. Equiano claimed that the descendants of the biblical Hebrew patriarchs eventually made their way to West Africa, producing the Igbo nation, a people whose religion bore, in his estimation, clear evidence of Jewish origins. Watch this. Equiano anticipates, hold on there, employs, All right, now watch this now. Remember I said that he said that the Jews were white originally? He employs subtle, ironic maneuvers to explain this enigma of white-skinned ancestors producing dark-skinned peoples in Africa. Why would he want to explain why white-skinned people now are dark-skinned? He's trying to imply that the dark-skinned people in Africa come from white people. Watch this. He announces that this difference of color between the Igbo Africans and the modern Jews is a problem beyond his abilities to explain, and for which he feigns not to bear a solution for his readers. Despite this self-abnegating posture, however, explain if he does, Equiano cites two instances of Europeans, Spanish and Portuguese, settling in torrid equatorial lands and over a few generations becoming as dark-skinned as the peoples indigenous to those regions, the latter producing perfect Negroes, as he says. It is clear from the context of his discussion of the Portuguese, however, that these perfect Negroes resulted from intermarriage between white settlers and Native Americans. Not me, my brother, Yara.
Hey yo, oh.
Hold on, my brother. What did Equiano sources actually claim about African origins, and how did Equiano incorporate them into his argument? I'm not going to go too deep into this. Y'all got to watch my channel for that part. But I do want to go to my next slide, which is 2446. 2446. In his same book, Equiano's life story, and I'm going to prove to y'all that he wanted to be white. I whitened my face that they might not know me, race and identity in Oleada's Equiano slave. How many of y'all knew that he went to court and dressed up as a white man? How many of y'all knew that? How many of y'all knew that? The powerful underline, this striving not only to be perceived as a rational, capable, and intelligent black man, but also as a human being of moral virtue and standing on equal ethical terms with Europeans. When he arrives in England in 1767 as a free man, his desire for self-confirmation is translated into a deep-seated determination not only to imitate his former white masters, but even resemble them in any way. Now watch this and read with me now. Screenshot this. I now not only felt myself quite easy with these new countrymen, but relished their society and manners. I no longer looked upon them as spirits, he's talking about white men, but as men superior to us. He's saying white people are superior to us, and therefore I had the stronger desire to what? Resemble them. To imbibe their spirit and imitate their manners. I therefore embrace every occasion of improvement, and every new thing that I observed, I treasured up in memory. He wanted to be white so bad. Is this why he went to Jamaica and got slaves? For his...
Garfield love them people. Garfield doing too much right now. Somebody said Uncle Ruckus Doctrine. Garfield doing too much right now. Garfield doing too much right now. All right, Alan, Abe, who want to come on here first? Garfield doing it. Yo, Garfield.
Yeah. Hold on one second. Please give me...
Hello?
No, hold on. Go ahead. What, Garfield? What?
Let me finish, please. I'm asking you. I'm begging you.
You've been riding for about an hour, man.
No.
No. My man timing it. Don't worry. Y'all better go. You don't worry. When you get up here, when you Israelites get up here, y'all better talk that talk.
All right. Now.
The type of one if y'all think Garfield giving them that work. I'm talking about from what y'all see on screen. I'm hearing stuff about Equiano. I can't lie. I didn't know.
Now watch this. Look at this white girl now. This is page 49 in this book from the 1789 edition. This mate had a little girl about 5 or 6 with whom I used to be much delighted. I often observed that when her mother washed her face, it looked very rosy. But when she washed mine, it did not look so. I therefore tried oftentimes myself if I could not by washing make my face of the same color as my little playmate Mary. But it was all in vain, and I now began to be mortified at the difference in our complexions. This woman behaved to me with great kindness and attention and taught me everything in the same manner as she did her own child, and indeed in every respect treated me as much. All right. Hold on there 1 second. I got 3 more.
My sister said this is nothing but white supremacy. She said you pushing white supremacy because oh man, yo, I can't call it white supremacy because he's sharing this right here. I can't call it white supremacy because one thing is being overturned or to debunk don't mean automatically it's lifting up the blonde hair Aryans. Don't think that for 1 second.
Okay, now why?
Enough, brother, enough.
Why did Equiano make up
this dude is hard-headed. This dude is hard-headed.
Hold on. Why did Equiano make this up? A lot of people don't know that Thomas Clarkson and this other guy had a bet that he could produce some guy that was a slave that could write about what actually happened on the slave trade. Did y'all know that? These 2 white men had a bet. They made Equiano. Thomas Clarkson made him. He found one black guy before who wrote a narrative, but the narrative didn't have somebody who was actually on the slave ships. So there goes Equiano. Watch this. Why might Equiano have created an African nativity and disguised an American birth? Before 1789, the abundant evidence and many arguments against the transatlantic slave trade came from white voices alone. Both opponents and defenders of the trade recognized the rhetorical power an authentic African voice could wield in the struggle. In an essay on the slavery and commerce of the human species, Equiano's future subscriber.
All right, good. They call it Garfield. Let me put Garfield out here.
Hold on. Let me finish this point.
And then you getting out, bro. You got to go.
Yeah, I know. The future subscriber, Thomas Clarkson, acknowledged the desirability of hearing the victim's point of view. Clarkson dramatized the transatlantic slave trade by placing such and such and such. But anyway, let me move to the next one. Gilbert Franklin, an apologist later, responded to Clarkson in an answer to Reverend Clarkson's essay. He said, horrid picture of West Indian tyranny and brutality, and this is drawn upon the authority of people whose names Mr. Clarkson ventures not to produce. He says, I challenge Mr. Clarkson to produce a single man of decent character who ever gave him such an account. I do not mean a gentleman. I do not mean even a white man. I defy him to produce a Negro of character who would not turn pale in fabricating such assertions. I call upon Mr. Clarkson to produce any book he perused in which he found such stories. And that's when Equiano came into play and they put the story together. But I want to make one last point.
I'm done with you, Garfield.
I'm not showing no more sources. What I'm going to say to everybody is this. I showed Equiano saying he's from here twice. He went, this is why he changed his mind. And this is for Yara, for your knowledge, bro. When he became free and he was working on the ship at 28 years old, saying that he's from South Carolina, he helped his doctor friend to get slaves to start a plantation in Mosquito Shore in Nicaragua. He went to Jamaica and got slaves, right? When he got the slaves and helped the guy, he was trying to come back to England, but the guy's ship he went on pinned him up and hung him up and almost killed him. When he almost killed him, he begged for his life. When he begged for his life, he said, send me back to England. That's when he became this great abolitionist and said he's anti-slavery because he thought he was white, Barine. He thought he was a white man all this time because he was free. So he did the things that white people did. He wanted white woman. He wanted a white girl. He made his face white. He wanted to be imbibe the spirit of the white man. He wanted to be white
Hey,
so
yo,
bad.
Garfield, I hate you. Garfield, I hate you, brother. I hate you, Garfield.
Then he wanted to be a slave master. So he helped his friend to start a slave master. If he was such a big time Israelite and cared about black people, why start a slave plantation with your white friend? But when he got hung, that's when he come back to England, and that's when he started doing all this stuff about back to Africa and help with the abolition of slavery. Let's not play games right now. And then he changed his name. He never used that name, Oleada Equiano. No time in history he used that name before the year of the book. I'm done. I don't even need to be on the show no more. I'm done.
Now he leaving. Now he leaving before I can put him out. He know I like putting people out. Now you want to go. You hold on right now. Oh, slick Jamaican. Hold on, Alan. I want you to go first because you brought up Equiano. I knew once I didn't know what name you were trying to say, but once I said, oh, hell, we in trouble now. Alan, I want you to go first.
Well, first I like to commend the brother that was that went against him. He destroyed him beautifully. You feel me? Now let me show you where the problem is in Garfield. He'll go to certain sources as lies. Number one, if Equiano was free, we know Americans was not free at that time. England set up a system where the slaves could buy their freedom after a certain amount of years of slavery, right? So he got holes all through his. How can Equiano be from America when they were still selling slaves in America? That makes absolutely no sense. He's full of.
No, say that one more time. What you said? Say that again. What you just said?
Okay. During that time when Equiano bought his freedom, that system was only available in Europe, in England. America did not have that system yet that you could buy your own freedom.
What year was this?
This was in the late 17, early 18s. 17. I gotta look at the date in the book, but they were still selling slaves in America. You understand?
So the point is, go ahead. I want you to keep talking.
Hold on, Marine. Hold on 1 second, brother. Marine, this is Garfield. 1 second. Equiano says in his book he was made free. You don't know what you're talking about.
Stop interrupting, bro.
No. If he was made free, hold on. Hold on. Let Alan, you brought it up. Go ahead, Alan. He bought it. He said, all right. Keep going, Alan. Let me keep going.
He been saving money trying to buy his freedom through the whole book. So Garfield is full of crap, and Garfield knows that. And the other thing, where was the book published? Why was it published in England? Why wasn't it published in America? How did he go to college during them times? Black people wasn't going to college. He went to college in England. So by Garfield, he's reading sources of people that start to see that people are waking up and say, let's change this real quick.
That's why Equiano changed certain things because he knew he couldn't get away. You got me a little lost. I can't lie.
No. I ain't say that's why Equiano changed it. I say that's why some Caucasians put out certain narratives and made commentary about it. But it's impossible for him to be born in America if he was able to buy his freedom. At that time, the system was only England. And why did he publish the book in England? So how you gonna say he lived in America? That's retarded.
All right, Abe, you wanna touch this right here, or you gonna hold off on it?
Yeah. So when it comes to the Equiano, I don't know all of everything.
All right, so you might have to just hold off on this. Ain't no sense of coming up here and Barrett. Ain't no sense of you go hold off. All right, subscribe to Israel. Come on, bro. It's on you. You got the time. I gotta walk away, J Mac. You got him? Just give him some good time to respond. Go ahead. Nobody, Garfield ain't cutting you off. Go ahead. I'm quiet. Everybody quiet. I can hear you.
It's gonna be quick because Garfield thinks that he's the only one that studied Equiano, and I'm gonna show y'all why Garfield can't be trusted. This 3-card.
You want to pull up a screen before I walk away? Or
yeah. I'm finna show. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up right now. I want to show y'all something. Right? You see my screen?
It's up there.
Right. So when he says he married a white woman, this is where Garfield is disingenuous. His wife was an Irish woman. She was a slave herself. People don't know that before the 1600s, before the transatlantic slave trade that occurred And up until the time, almost up until the 1700s, the Irish were also slaves, even in the Americas. So this woman, especially even in England, this woman that he married, she was a slave. She was a maid. Look at this right here, family. When the Irish weren't white. So at that particular, let's put it in a period of context. At the time Equiano married this woman, she was not considered a white woman. That didn't happen until the Catholic Church in the United States said, hey, look, we got some folks here from the Catholic Church say, look, we got some folks over here. They ain't necessarily Black African. We need to make a distinction. And through political gains, they became white. This is what the whole story about the gangs of New York is about. If y'all want a historical reference, it's about the Irish coming from one class to a new class in the Americas. But before then, they came over on the same slave ships as some of the African slaves. So his wife at the time in the period context wasn't a white woman, Garfield. That's another strike. You're a liar, right? Number two, let's deal with again with Equiano, right? Let me go to this source I got here, right? Let me see if I can blow this up real quick so I can get to this link. And also, that was one of the reasons he wanted to paint his face white or have a lighter complexion, like we see a lot of our people do today, right? And we see a lot of Africans doing today. They wanted to align themselves to not to go against the narrative of being slave or a lowly person, right? So watch this. This is Eric Michael Washington. He's an associate professor of history at Calvin College, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Let me see if I can get this link real quick, right? Now listen to what he says. Let me hide this. Listen to what he says. Olaudah Equiano's argument against slavery was his life experience. Watch this. The Hebrew writer wrote honestly about the brutality of his experience and of the Christian faith that sustained him. Watch this. This is Eric Washington, right? Professor, I just showed you professor at Calvin College. He says, and first of all, let me address another thing that Garfield erroneously said. He said Equiano was reading the Bible. That you're not going to find the Jewish customs that Equiano remembers directly in the Hebrew Bible to that degree. He would have to have been influenced by some type of Judaic culture or Hebraic culture. Not the Christian writers you were referring to just now. Watch this. He says, the word of God was sweet to my taste, yet sweeter than honey in the honeycomb. Christ was revealed to my soul as the chiefest among 10,000s, wrote an 18th century British seaman in 1789 as he reflected on his conversion to Christianity. Garfield, not Judaism. He had since been talking about his origin was of Judea, was similar to those in the Jewish diaspora. Conversion that occurred 5 years previously. This Christian was a previous enslaved man known as Gustavus Vassa, who through writing his own life story became the founder of a literary movement known as slave narratives. His work was published under his birth name, The Interesting Narrative of the Life of Olaudah Equiano. So you're talking about why he didn't keep publishing years later. But we know his original work was published under his birth name, Olaudah Equiano. Come on, Garfield, stop with the 3-card money. A resident of London during the 1780s, Equiano became involved in British abolitionism and was a vocal opponent of the slave trade and in slavery until his death in 1797. His interest in narrative served as the foremost abolitionist writing of the day because he was an African voice that described the violence and degradation of the slave trade and of slavery itself. Equiano's narrative spurred 9 English editions through 1794 and was published in Dutch, French, and Russian. And if you remember my slide when I showed y'all the various publications of his work, all of them on the preface of the page gives his birth name, Oladawo Equiano, also known as Gustavo Vasa. He never detracted from his name. You're a liar, Garfield. Look at it. Find it. I dare anyone, including Garfield, to show me a publication of those various editions of Equiano's story that doesn't show his name on the preface, on the page, as soon as you crack the book. It says Oladawo Equiano, also known as Gustavo Vasa, in every edition. So how is it that he's writing this, but it takes it out of the narrative of the story in the book, but he forgets to erase it from the preface of the pages, Garfield? You're erroneous with this information. Let's continue. Equiano's narrative spurred 9 English editions through 1794 and was published in Dutch, French, and Russian. Watch this. Distinguishing himself from the arguments, watch this. Now remember, he just said that Thomas Clarkson made a bet with another white guy to produce this fake Nigerian-born African slave to present him as the epitome of trying to identify as white, right? He said Clarkson made this, they made him up. They created this narrative for him. Watch what Equiano says, what we know historians say, real historians. He says, distinguishing himself from the arguments of abolitionists Thomas Clarkson and John Newton, distinguishing himself, Garfield, from the arguments of abolitionists Thomas Clarkson and John Newton, Equiano's Christian argument against the slave trade and slavery proved historically unique because he wrote about the horror of slavery, having experienced it firsthand. In his memoir, he drew connections between his traumatic life experience and meeting God. Watch what he says. Now, every leading provincial circumstance that happened to me from the day I was taken from my parents to that hour was then, in my view, as if it had been just then occurred. I was sensible of the invisible hand of God, which guided and protected me, when in truth I knew it not. Still the Lord pursued me. He never left away from his tradition and his claim of being taken from his parents in Nigeria. That's false. And this is in every edition, to the very last one in 1794. This is an excerpt in every edition of the book. Garfield showed us slides from his own book with no sources, where he changed the narrative and conveniently left this out. Garfield, you a poor researcher. And not even that, you're disingenuous. Life in Igbo land. Much of what we know today about Equiano comes through his own words. According to his interesting narrative, the author was born in what is now eastern Nigeria in Igbo land in 1745. Note, while historians have questioned his account, after reading arguments and doing my own assessment of the documents, I am inclined to trust the veracity of Equiano's story. Unlike accounts of enslaved people that began in the Western Hemisphere, Equiano introduces his readers to his homeland and people and focuses on the types of government established in his Igbo village, as well as his communities, marriage, customs, arts, and agriculture. According to Equiano, one of the Igbo community's chief beliefs was in the creator of all things, hallelujah, who governs events, especially our deaths and captivity. It was this Igbo predestinarian conviction among Igbos that likely made it easier for Equiano to accept a Christian doctrine, not a Jewish one. He wasn't converted to Judaism. He had no Jewish influence in the Americas or in England, Garfield. So where did he get that from? His homeland, his memories, his life experiences, as he said, the Christian doctrine of providence of God, and is a major theme of the work. This is in every edition of every book that Garfield talks about. He never put down his origin and his place of birth. You a lie, Garfield. He never moved away from it. His writings also compare Igbo and ancient Israelite practices. Nothing noting Igbo's circumcision, and suggests that Igbo and Jewish naming practices are similar because the two cultures name their children in the light of an important event or notable circumstances surrounding one's birth. In fact, the text goes so far as to argue that Igbos, all Africans, in fact, originated from the Jews. Now,
all right, I'm sorry. Hold on for a second, brother. Do me a favor, y'all. I want you to put at Garfield or subscribe to Brother Israel right here. I want to take a series of questions from what y'all heard. Yeah, and I'm going to put them up on the screen, but just let me know if it's directed to God, who it's directed to. That's all. Go ahead.
Right.
Thank you, Red Letter. I appreciate you, fam.
Right. I appreciate you also, Brother Beran, for this time. Also, he says, as for one of only a handful of 18th century Afro-British writers, Equiano makes the counterculture argument that Igbos and Africans are equal image bearers to Europeans. That's why he was painting his face white, to make a political statement, not that he wanted to be a white man.
Uh-oh.
This is in his book, Garfield. And they live in functioning societies, complete with the sexual division of labor, a robust system of injustice, a complex religious system. Equiano's descriptions of his people contains none of the stereotypes that Europeans employ to paint Africans as savages. Further, he refutes the idea that darker skin denoted inferiority, instead drawing upon European writings that argue that climate produce dark skin. He also turns to the scripture, to the Bible here, Garfield, which you don't read and you don't believe in, citing Acts 17:26, Brother Berean. God, who have made one of blood all nations of men to dwell on all the face of the earth.
Uh-oh.
That's scripture.
That's
Give
Bible.
me one, Garfield. Give me one, Berean. Give me
Bible.
one.
That's Bible. I can't lie. That's Bible right there. He in the
Bible.
book.
That's Bible. The end of innocence. Equiano was 11 years old when Igbo-speaking slave captors stole him and his sister away from their home. But he wasn't immediately shipped off to the British colonies. Instead, he worked as a slave in numerous households in what is now Nigeria. So he even spent more time after he was taken from his homeland and taken from his mother, not from his homeland, but taken from his community, taken from his mother. He still didn't leave for the Americas right away or the British Isles right away. He still worked as a slave in Nigeria. So he wasn't that far removed from the customs of his people. At age 11, I remember things when I was 2 years old. While enslaved in his homeland, kidnappers kept Equiano separated from his sister. In his memoir, he writes that he grew to the point where he yearned for death. While he did not record any harsh thoughts he had about his African masters and mistresses. So what he's saying is slave captors took him from his homeland, took him from his community. These slave captors were African slave captors. These were African slave captors, not whites that came and got him from his village first. These were African slave captors that had him working in various homes and places in Nigeria. You're a poor researcher, Garfield. Your three-card Monte pseudo-intellectualism is dead, brother. In this memoir, he writes that he grew to the point where he yearned for death. While he did not record any harsh thoughts he had about his African masters and mistresses, Equiano had choice words for African slave catchers and called them what? Uncircumcised. You uncircumcised Philistine, Garfield. This is what Equiano's dealing with. After about half a year, Equiano arrived on the west coast of Africa, so he really didn't leave Africa until he was about 13 years old. Garfield, you mean to tell me the man don't remember where he came from at 13? where he was sold one more to European slave traders, then boarded a slave ship bound for the Caribbean. They didn't even bring him to the Americas. Equiano refers to his treatment by European slave traders in the Middle Passage as a new refinement and cruelty, and paints a picture of an arid journey on board a slave trip. No other slave narrative offers an account of the ship ride as lengthy or descriptive as Equiano's. He describes the filthy living conditions he and fellow Africans endured, the suicide of a couple of captains, and other types of cruelty hurled at him and his shipmates. At the end of his account of the Middle Passage, which is in his book in every edition, Garfield, Equiano pauses his narrative and addresses the reader. Might not an African ask you, learn you this from your God, who says unto you, do unto all men as you would not should do unto you? That's more scripture. The slave vessel carried Equiano to Barbados, the easternmost Caribbean island and an inglorious part of entry of thousands of captives. Equiano remained in Barbados for only 2 weeks before embarking on another slave voyage to Virginia. He remained there briefly before he was purchased by Michael Henry Pascal, a lieutenant in the British Royal Navy. Under the ownership of Pascal, Equiano traveled to England, was baptized into the Church of England in 1759, and learned his baptized state afforded him his freedom. This is why you see the discrepancies on his birth certificates and in his baptism and his age, because he was trying to make his way closer to freedom, Garfield. This is why you see that. It's not hard for us to figure out, for those who read with sincerity and honesty and don't have an agenda. But this legality did little for Equiano. You see that? He was trying to manipulate the system to get closer to freedom. It says, but this legality did nothing for Equiano. After serving his master for a number of years, even serving in the 7-year war, French and Indian War, Pascal decided to sail with Equiano. Upon learning this, Equiano protested, arguing that Pascal had no right to sell him because he had been baptized. By the laws of the land, no man has a right to sell me. Unfortunately for Equiano, there was no law. He once more had to swallow the bitter pill of slavery in the Atlantic world. About a century before, British colonies had ruled that baptism had no bearing on the status of an enslaved African. That's what the whole issue of his birth certificate and baptism was about, Garfield.
You watching that? You watching your thing, J-Mac?
Yeah. He's got 2 minutes left.
Right. So let me go down here to the end of this. Let me go down here to the end of this, because this is a long article, and I'm gonna put this in the chat for anybody who wants to read it.
I don't see no questions. I'm just putting up comments. Y'all don't got no questions. I'm putting up comments. Y'all can say what y'all want. Find another channel putting up all these comments. Super chat or not, up on this screen right here. Y'all can say what y'all want. We Pentecostals over here, but we fair. Yep, we the people. We the elder might get ready to get blocked. This is the first time I blocked the elder in the Lord church.
Let's deal with this right here. Right. In 1773, Equiano returned to London after a harrowing voyage during which he almost died. This is what Garfield was talking about, him being hanged and why he went back and did this and did that. Whatever. Let's talk about what he says in his book, not what Garfield made up in his own book with no sources. His near-death drowning experience had turned his mind to his eternal destiny, and he later wrote that the voyage had caused me to reflect deeply on my eternal state. Not that he wanted to be a white person, and to seek the Lord with full purpose of heart ere it was too late. He also explained that he was determined to work out his own soul salvation, in so doing to procure a title to heaven. Equiano began attending Anglican churches and Quaker meetings. He studied Roman Catholic teachers, and he even considered Judaism. Watch this. He then consented to just read the 4 Gospels. In whatever sect of party I found adhering thereto, such we would gain. The following year, Equiano attempted to help a formerly enslaved person win back his freedom after the man's former master illegally re-enslaved him. You can't dismiss his work he did as an abolitionist. Talking about he helped some white man by force as a slave, garnered to try to get other Africans into slavery. Despite his efforts and those of the other abolitionists, the man was taken back to the West Indies where he died. Equiano was miserable after this news. He wrote, suffering much by villains in the late cause and being much concerned about the state of my soul. These things brought me very low so that I became a burden to myself and viewed all things around me as emptiness and vanity, which could give no satisfaction to a troubled conscience. In the midst of his depression, Equiano returned to the sea, traveling back to England. During the voyage, he became introspective and began considering the ways in which God had predestined every good and bad step of his life. I was from early years a predestinarian. I thought whatever fate had determined must ever come to pass. Through the cultural worldwide view he learned as a child, Equiano found God at work in his life when he had been enslaved and when he had been rescued from near-death experience. He had survived these things to be able to finally receive the grace offered to him by Christ. Though Equiano desired to return to Africa, he never did. Whether the love of one's country be real or imaginary or a lesson or reason or an instinct of nature, I still look back with pleasure on the first scenes of my life, though the pleasure has been for the most part mingled with sorrow. He wrote, though he admired England and its people and was a committed Christian, he was still an Igbo whom God had chosen. Equiano lent his voice and his pen to the cause of suppressing Britain's role in the transatlantic.
All right, brother.
In 1776, Harold Michael Washington, Calvin College, Grand Rapids, Michigan, on the work of Equiano. Go look it up for yourself. I'll drop the link in the chat.
All right, Abe, come on. It don't have to be on Equiano. You want to share anything concerning what you heard before we get out of here, Abe, or you walked away again?
No, I'm here. I'm here.
All right, good.
Yeah, so well, I was listening to the Equiano conversation, and it was just some questions I had because it was sounding like he was saying basically once I guess 70 AD when the Israelites had left Jerusalem, or was he saying basically Israelite culture is null and void, like it stopped there? Because I also heard him say something about that Equiano wasn't learning or he didn't keep his culture. And I'm just like, we all know that everybody haven't been able to successfully keep their culture, but some and most have still been trying to. That's why a lot of times they was being scrutinized or being killed because they was trying to do it. But the one specific account is when the Haitian revolt. So we know for a fact that everybody ain't been able to, lack of better words, be colonized. But the point is, it's been a need or for the peoples to even being colonized to still want to keep their nationality, heritage, culture, however you want to put it out there. So it's just, I'm gonna stop right there because I don't want to put too much, but at least just that you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I do. All right, J-Mac, you want to say something before I give to Garfield?
No. Let him go rock. And then there's a couple of people, Shari and honestly, one got questions. So I don't know if they want to come up and ask or if they.
Yeah, let me put the link in there if y'all want to jump on. Jump on now if y'all want to jump on. I'm gonna step away for a minute because I know. Let me see. Sure. Or is it? Let me see. I'll click it or repost it. I'll put it on the screen. I see. Honestly, she's talking to Roger. That's a side conversation. You talking about this right here? J-Mac?
Yeah.
All right, and where's Shari? Where's her comment? No, that's to spookism.
That's honestly, that's fine. I'll respond to that.
J-Mac. All right, you can see. All right, I moved this on because it's big on the screen. All right, no. Here she is right here. Matter of fact, I don't know how you want to do it. Sherry, you coming on too? All right, I'm muting myself. Go ahead, J-Mac. I don't know how, in what order. I don't know if you honestly want to ask Garfield before he even get in with the Equiano, but I'm going to just leave Equiano on the screen. The chat's had enough of that Equiano, but go ahead, honestly. I'm muting myself. I'm stepping away for a minute.
Grace and peace, everybody. The question was for the Israelite brother, and we were kind of confused at some of the points that you were trying to make. But before I get to that, I just want to say to everybody in the chat, please don't get lost in the emotionalism of either side. I think that that's one of the things that Black folks are often getting accused of, getting caught up in emotionalism and being led astray by the persuasiveness of certain arguments. Please listen to the soundness of it. And I know, everybody has their particular side, and some of us are actually, like myself, just watching to see how slick the arguments are because we don't necessarily have a dog in this race either way. But my question to the Israelite brother, what I had posted in the chat was, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like your argument against what Garfield was just saying is that you do believe and are asserting that Equiano is in fact a true Nigerian, that he married a white slave woman, although a European slave, I ain't say white, a European slave owner, and that he was a self-hating black man until he became a Christian and then studied other and then became an abolitionist. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what I got from what it is you were saying, and I could be wrong.
Can we deal with the questions after I go?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The article what I read from the article that I read from the professor, and let me give you his name again because I just only posted the link in the back chat. Let me see if I can get it for you again.
And if you could keep your answers short, so we don't want to belabor.
Absolutely.
Why don't we do the questions after?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So again, just directly to your question, I want to give you that young lady's name. I want to give you the brother's name. It's called. I'll put it in the back chat, so maybe they can post it in the link for you, so you can read the article. But absolutely not. I'm not agreeing at all with that. This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying was he clearly is a Nigerian-born Igbo. He clearly states that. It's stated all throughout all of his works. He never moved away from that. Garfield was erroneous on that. At the time, in the contextual time and when all of this occurring, he married an Irish slave woman. She's a maid. She wasn't a slave master. She wasn't the slave master's daughter. That's false, right? Garfield tried to assert that. That never is the case. Her name is Susan. Actually, her name is Susan Cullen, right? So what you see is that she's a mulatto. She's really Irish, but she's mixed, right? And the reason why you can call her a mulatto, because at the time she was considered a mulatto, if you study the history, because she was Irish. She was Irish. Irish weren't considered to be white people, right? Irish was also a part of the slave trade, especially off the Barbary coast during the same time. You see, you also actually, if you go into the history of King James, he talks about having Irish and African slaves, right? Slavery was a business, right? It was a business. It had nothing to do to them with the religion. It was just a business, right? And so the Irish were also slaves. So she was a slave. She was what you call it, not in the same class as you would consider a white person to be at that particular time, right? And so when you talk about that, and even that he married her, that's the only reason why. And let me make this big point. That's the only reason why he was even able to marry her legally, because she wasn't considered white. In the Americas and in England during that time, in anywhere you see in England or American province, it was illegal for a black person, an African person, to marry a white person. And the only reason why they have a legal marriage certificate is because she wasn't considered a white woman at the time. Today, we consider Irish white. Today we do, but at the time, they weren't considered white.
Okay, does that answer your question honestly?
No, it doesn't. So can I just say this?
I promise you this.
Can I finish? Can I finish my question? Because I just said that you were saying that you believe this to the Israelite brother, that you believe that this guy was in fact from Nigeria and that he married a European slave. And you said that's not what I was saying.
Right, because
you just said
at the end. You added something on at the end.
Okay. So that you disagreed with the fact that he was a self-hating black man until he became a Christian.
Yes, I disagree.
Oh, okay. So the first part was correct. The last part was wrong.
Yes,
got it.
correct.
All right, that answers my question.
Correct.
That's it. And I don't have any questions for you, Garfield. I was just trying to gain clarity on exactly what I thought he was saying.
Right.
Got
Thank
it.
you,
Okay.
sister. Thank you.
All right. Can I go now, please?
Yes, you can go ahead and rock out, Garfield. Yeah, you're okay. You got 15 minutes,
Please
brother.
don't interrupt me. I'm just going to say this. This guy has no idea what he's talking about. That woman was a white woman, and I'm going to prove it with Equiano's words. I'm going to prove it because he had a problem with a guy marrying a black woman in the Caribbean and how they had to hide. So when he was married, he's like, yo, I got to go marry a white woman. He married a white woman. I have it right here. I wish to be acknowledged, not hold on. Let me just start this off properly. Let me get to this right. All right. Let me answer the first thing I'm going to answer. Let's deal with the questions one by one. The brother brought up that in the 1960s or the 1760s that no person in South Carolina could be bought free or be free. All right. Now I'm going to tell the brother, if you want to get that information, don't take my word for it because I'm the non-believer and the liar. So let's deal with it. This extra taken from chapter 7 of the interesting narrative contains Equiano's account of his own manumission in 1766. Equiano's owner, the Philadelphia Quaker Robert King, had in 1765 promised Equiano that he could buy back his freedom. Okay? So, bro, this guy used to take him to the Caribbean, to the Leeward Islands and all those places. He was traveling all over. This is how he bought himself out of slavery. All right? Don't take my word for it. Take Equiano's word. All right. I dealt with that part. Now, let's deal with another thing that he said now. He said, Equiano, the baptismal record is what we go by. Yes, we go by that he was 12 at the time because he said he was 12 on the record. He told them he was 12. So why shouldn't we accept Gustavo Vassa saying, I was born in Carolina? He could have said I was born in Africa right here. This is the problem. Now watch this now. And no record says that she was Irish, by the way, the wife. All right? Because that's a problem. He made that up.
So where did Irish come from? Oh, never mind. Go ahead. Let me shut up. I'm listening.
She's from England, but she has a Scottish background. Irish is totally different than Scottish. Totally different. She's English of moderate means. She never grew up in slavery, none of that. It's a lie. She's a white woman. That's what he wanted. He loved white people. He met her on the book tour. That's how he met his wife. Boy, I tell you. The muster roll. Let's go back to the muster roll again. He wrote in his book, this is a clip from his book, he talked about being on the racehorse, my master being anxious for the reputation of the adventure, we therefore prepared everything for a voyage, and I attended him on the board the racehorse, 21st day, and all this good stuff. Anyway, 1773, this is him writing where he's from. He says he is from South Carolina. Nobody is forcing him. All right? He gains his freedom. Let's come down a little bit down. Let's deal with the name on the, I think he misunderstood what I said. On the marriage certificate, and this is 1792, ladies and gentlemen, right here. 1792, it says Gustavus Vassa. He doesn't use the name Equiano. This is his will. His will is 1797. His marriage is 1792. So I'm going to say to the brother, am I lying? Is this a fake? Is this a fake primary? Because this is actually a primary account of his wedding. Solham Community History Museum. This is a primary 1792. I don't have to shout and get all wild. Public Record Office of London, right here. 1797, Gustavus Vassa. He's not using Equiano from 1789. He continues to use Gustavus Vassa. That is the point that I'm bringing up. The issue now with he's saying the story of Igbo. He removes the part. If you look at this, let's be reasonable now. You don't agree with Garfield, right? Look at what he writes here. You see, when he says this right here, let me make this a little bigger for those who are at home on their phones. Okay? When he says, I was born in the year 1745, he normally puts, I was born in Igbo. He removed that because he's his own publisher. Bro, I never said he removed the slave story. I said he removed that he was an Igbo. Listen, and that's another thing with Hebrew Israelite claimants. They don't listen. I never said that. And when he comes back Do y'all notice something about Equiano's life story? What is his mother's name? What is his father's name? I'm going to show y'all this guy didn't even read his book. What is his mother's name, his father's name, or his sister's name? If Yara knows that, I'm going to be like, you know what? Yara, you're a beast. Because you have to read the book to know what those people's names are.
Well, wait a minute. Give him a chance. You know that you're familiar with the names, brother? Where's he at? I ain't put him in the back, did I? Where he at? Y'all done put him out?
No, he right there.
Oh, okay, good. You familiar with the names, brother? You just asking, Garfield asking you a question. He might have walked away. All right, I'm gonna mute myself. Keep going.
Of course he gonna run. He don't know that because he ain't read the book. He fronting. That's the point I'm trying to make. He is fronting. Tell me, and that's for anybody in the audience. Tell me his mother's name, his father's name, his sister's name. Since y'all read the book, because y'all just using YouTube. This is why I gotta be 100% honest with whatever I deliver. Because I know people don't have the ability to study on their own. They don't have the ability, so they depend on people like Garfield. I don't have to believe in the Bible 100% to be truthful. I'm telling you what it is. So this is why I put 3 different editions on here to show that he took out the word Igbo. He said, I'm from Igbo. He took it out. See, I was born Igbo in the year 1745. Where's Igbo? It's removed. Let's go to another edition. I was born Igbo. See, I was born in the year 1745. He put Igbo. He always put Igbo in the first edition. See, here's another one. I was born Igbo in the year 1745. There's no Igbo there. Let me show another edition. I was born Igbo. It's not there. 4 different editions that I posted. I could post from the 2nd edition to the 9th edition. He took it out because of the controversy. He was never an Igbo. He was not an Igbo. Period. It said in the story, it said take his word for it. Okay, let's take his word for it. Are the Jews originally white? Because that's what's in the book. If you want to go by what the book says. Remember, if we're going by what the book says, you're going to have to prove to me that he said that. Now let's look at this slide right here real quickly here. This slide talks about him helping it. This is chapter 11 in the book. Remember the debate I had with Reggie? And Sean Netta said at the end, Garfield, you got to show where he was a slave master. He were working. Yes, this is chapter 11 is where he talks about him being a slave owner. He had a mind. He said, I was happy once more amongst my friends and brethren till November when my old friend, the celebrated Dr. Irving, bought a remarkably fine sloop, about 150 tons. He had a mind for a new adventure in cultivating a plantation at Jamaica and the Mosquito Shore. Asked me to go with him and said that he would trust me with his estate in preference to anyone. By the advice of therefore my friends, I accepted the offer. He embarked with him. See, he's talking about under God of bringing some poor sinner to my well-beloved master. He's talking about taking these people, and if you read the book, the actual book, this is his writings. No. Yeah. Hey, don't you read Jeremiah 8:8? The God send a lying spirit. Come on, honestly, Garfield know the Bible. So I sent a lying spirit so I would draw him out, and he fell for it. He fell for it, sis. He fell for it. I knew it, and I knew I didn't have to say anything. That's the point. So everything he said, I'm debunking right now. All right. So anyway, why would he marry to a white woman? Very interesting, Garfield. Let's take a look at this right here. 2464. Let's take a look at this right here. Okay. All right. Certainly the most dramatic final proof of Equiano's successful racial assimilation is the reference included in a passage added to the 6th and subsequent editions of his life. So ladies and gentlemen, this was added. It's not in the first 5 editions. To his marriage to a what? His marriage to a what? White English woman.
Garfield, you got 5 minutes left, and then Shari's going to ask her question, make her comment.
All right. Susanna Cullen, a mention that follows almost perfunctorily from his diary of engagement in the abolitionist movement. I remained in London till I heard the debate in the House of Commons on the slave trade, April the 2nd and 3rd. I then went to Soham in Cambridgeshire and was married on the 7th of April to Miss Cullen, daughter of James and Anne Cullen, late of Ely. I wish, hold on a second. You know what? I actually have the wrong slide. Hold on. Is this the right one? Equiano refers previously in his story to the difficulties a white man faced in the West Indies in trying to marry a free black woman. Ended up having to move the marriage ceremony. Hold on, let me make this bigger here, so everybody could see this. Garfield ain't making this up. All right. Ended up having to move the marriage ceremony away from land and onto a boat underwater. Although he does not comment on its racial implications, Equiano's own marriage to a white woman in an English country church must have been an even more extraordinary event. Indeed, Coretta considers the mention of the marriage as representing a consciously symbolic link in the text between blacks and whites, Africa and Britain, an act that Equiano uses to demonstrate that the story of his own life anticipates on the personal level the bicultural union he calls for between nations. Certainly such as an unusual alliance in the 18th century acquires more than mere matrimonial meaning. Added as it is at the very end on the last page of Equiano's narrative, it is difficult not to avoid the conclusion that he himself wanted his readers to see the occasion as the ultimate stamp of approval and racial respectability that he had achieved. The white masks that he has struggled so hard to acquire seemed to make a perfect fit, making him indistinguishable from the other members of the English middle-class family into which he had married. Moreover, so successful was he that, according to Coretta, within a few years, Equiano was to become probably the wealthiest Briton of African descent living in England. All right, let me move on. 2444. Let me do this again. He asks about the Jewish sources. Remember, he wanted the Jews, he wanted Igbos to be Jews because Igbos, he's saying they were originally white and not black. I read the source that's actually in his book. He talks about three guys. He talks about Gill, Dr. John Gill. He talks about John Brown, Arthur Bedford, and saying that these people said that the Africans were Jews. He misquotes them. He lies. They don't say what he says because he wants to make himself better. This is why he's claiming this Jewishness. Then he's explaining how white people become black by mixing with black people. So he is trying to say that white skin is what the Jews originally had. You see this? White skin, in other words, was normal. So it was only dark skin that required an explanation. He was saying the Jews were white and they turned black. Pay attention. He is married to a white woman. He disguised as white. Took Igbo out of his book. And again, I want the brother to tell us what's his parents and his sister's name when he comes back, since he read the book. The marriage certificate, his name is on there. The will, the name is on there. He didn't change the name. I'm just going to say to everybody, pay attention. I am telling you what he is saying. I don't care about nobody's opinion. He said the Jews were originally white. Somebody needs to ask Yara, did he say that? Did he say that the original Jews
if he said that, that's a problem, period. I don't care what nobody says. If he said that in that book and that come out of his mouth, that's a problem.
I'm here. I'm back. I had to run and go get my mail.
I thought you were. I figured so, but no, Sister Sherry, go ahead, J Mac. What was the order, J Mac?
Yeah. Time's up. Sherry got a question or comment.
Go ahead. I'll mute myself.
Grace and peace, y'all. Y'all excuse me, I'm super sick, so I'm gonna just ask one question. What does Equiano's background offer the entire Israelite community?
Or in another way, why did this whole thing come up?
No.
Who's that addressed to specifically, sister?
It's addressed to the whole panel. If you guys,
it's a very good question.
Well, go ahead, anybody. She said the whole, and plus in the comment section.
A lot of when it comes to the Israelite community, most of the detractors, especially to Israelites in America, Black Israelites in America, the biggest argument that it holds is is that there is no evidence pre-colonial times, pre-colonialism, right, or before the slave trade, that anybody, or during the time of the slave trade, that there are no blacks, no black or West African slaves that had any connection to Israel in the Americas or claiming to be of Israelite culture in the Americas. Gustavo Vassa, or AKA Oladapo Equiano, in his own words, in his own eyewitness accounts, gives us this evidence, right? That he himself is the evidence, that their narrative that says that there's no evidence connecting Black Israelites from the west coast of Africa in the Americas anytime during the slave trade or any material culture that existed.
At
That's
all.
important. That's important to the narrative, not just the only one, but it's important to the narrative of quote unquote Black Hebrew Israelites in America, right? And those that profess a connection, because what they try to say is there is absolutely no way that this is possible, that they never existed, right? Even in anything that in the Hebrew Israelite community is a Black person, that we have no connection, and that what we're trying to do is acculturate someone else's culture. We're trying to take over someone else's identity, much like those who claim to be Jamaican took over the Tainos culture and started calling themselves Jamaican when there's not even a African word. They stole an identity, like Garfield. His family stole an identity, but they walk around calling themselves Jamaican because they was born in their land. Don't worry about it. No, I'm talking about history. Are you a Jamaican?
If you want to talk about,
are you a Jamaican? Are you a Jamaican?
Hold on, Barry. Hold on a second, Barry.
I know the truth hurts.
Why are you bringing up my family?
I know the truth hurts. I didn't say nothing about your family. I said you're Jamaican.
You said my family.
I said Jamaicans. Jamaicans stole a culture. Stop being sensitive. I wasn't talking about your. I wasn't talking about your.
All right, hold on. Yeah, we're not your. Yeah, Dutch don't address his family specifically, but we don't want to get off of the subject of Equiano. She asked specifically why, and he was explaining that we ain't got to blow shots at Garfield. He was asking you about the you know Equiano wife and all of them. You know their wife and them name while you were going to get your mail.
No, Barry. The question is, does he know Equiano's parents' names?
Yes, okay, that's what we're trying to get to that right now. Yeah.
Is he asking me, do I know Equiano's parents' names?
Yes, correct.
I don't recall his mother and father's name, but I know he gives their names in the book. I don't recall it though. He does give their names. If anybody reads his book, their names are in there. And guess what? They're Igbo names.
Okay.
Why? You know what? Do you have the book beside you, bro?
They're Igbo names.
I want you to tell me his father and
his I just told you I don't remember, but are they or are they not Igbo names, Garfield?
What's his family?
He's not going to answer my question.
Hold on, bro. We don't want to get.
I'm going to prove that he's a fraud. He doesn't mention his father's name, his mother's name, his sister's name.
You just threw that out there.
He doesn't know his sister's name.
This dude is a fraud.
Let me show you. Let me pull up my screen. Let me show my screen and tell you. Let me show you my screen. Let me show you my screen right now.
You a liar. That's what
hold on,
Let me share my screen right now. Hey, I got him, Berean. I got him, Berean. Berean, I got him. I got him, Berean. I got him, Berean. I got him.
All right, Sister Cherry, come on and finish your statement.
Yeah, Garfield, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, sister. Anytime. Go ahead, sister.
Are you gonna still do that debate with more on the some slave possibly coming off the slave ship?
Yeah,
Excuse me.
He's supposed to get back.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure. I'm looking forward to that discussion. Y'all be blessed. I'm gonna go lay down.
Answer your question.
All right, sis. Thank you.
The reason
that
why,
was I think. Good. You still answering her?
Yeah, because remember, there's no reason for they need somebody to assume that there's Jewish identity. Berean, the Jewish identity is what he made up with John Gill's work. John Gill and them wrote in their commentary that Africans, like they would talk about Moses' wife, and said Moses' wife that he had was a Canaanite woman or Ethiopian, and said that she's African. That's what they would talk about in their commentary. So that's the African connection that these guys with the Bible commentaries are doing. What Equiano did was he used them and said they said that Igbos are Jews. That's what he did in his book, which is a lie. So that's how he's making his connection, because Jews are chosen. So as a Christian, he must have read the Bible. He reading John Gill. Nobody in that time period was reading John Gill Bereen. That's like reading some of the top scholars, Bart Ehrman and Richard Carrion of today. So he's reading top scholars about Christianity and Judaism. So at the end of the day, that's where he made his error, because the people who read those works knew they weren't talking about Igbos. So that's how he made a connection with Igbos and Jews. Then he said the Jews were light-skinned. So he said the Jews were white. He explained it that they slept with African women. That kills Yara completely. He's saying that the Jews were white in his own writings. How much more do we spell it out for you? That's being totally disingenuous.
He lied, and you'll never be able to show he said that. And I dare you to pull that source up. You just lied.
Right now.
Can I share my screen, Berean? Can I share my screen, Berean?
I've been waiting for you to share your screen. It ain't up here yet. Before Sister Sherry even up, I thought you said you were going to.
The sister was talking. Watch this. When he talks about his family, right? Watch this. I'm going to show y'all what he knows about his family. This is why Garfield is a liar.
Go ahead.
Watch this. Let me get it from my let me get it from here. And I got to pull this up, right? Let me do.
Well, Garfield, you said you was gonna pull something up too, right? What you said you was gonna pull up?
Yeah. I'm gonna put it up.
Yeah,
right
let
now.
me pull this up real quick. Let me see if this link still works real quick. Right now, again, this is the
the screen you want to pull up. I ain't pull it up yet. I'm waiting to see. Make sure you're on your right screen before I just show everything on your screen. You ready?
I'm on the right screen. I'm on the right screen.
All right, it's up. It's up.
Can you see? Okay, this is the most extensive work, scholarly work, anything out there regarding Equiano is right here. Not Garfield's lies, not anything I have to say. The most extensive work by the scholars is right here, right? This is called Equiano's World. And let me show you. This is by Professor Lovejoy. I told y'all earlier, he kills anything Garfield has to say about Equiano. Now watch this. He talks about Equiano's Igbo family. Now tell us where he got that he gets this information from, Garfield. He gets it directly from Equiano, right? Watch this. This is what he says. As a child, Oladawo Equiano was part of a family that included 6 siblings. How do we know he has 6 siblings and not just a sister?
Now, this is commentary. This isn't Equiano's work. This is commentary. This is
the research. This is the top research in the field.
That could be the difference. That could be
in the field.
That could be the difference. This is not his specific word. Let him go, Golfer. You pull your screen up. Let me see what he's saying, though. All right, he's just saying what a scholar's saying. Go ahead.
Right. This is the top research in the field on Equiano, not Garfield's guess.
No, Garfield is quoting Equiano's work.
No, he's not. He's misquoting Equiano's
work. All right, go ahead then. Keep reading. I'm watching.
He says, as a child, Oladawo Equiano was part of a family that included 6 siblings. Most of the times what you read about Equiano, he only mentions his sister. But Equiano goes into talked about and shared in many instances he had more than just one sibling. He had 6 siblings who lived beyond childhood. He had 1 sister, and he was the youngest of 5 boys. While he mentions only his mother, it is possible that his father had more than 1 wife. His father owned many slaves and was one of the elders of the village in which they lived, as attested by the fact that he had the Ichi facial markings that designated the status. Oladawo's older brother also had received the Ichi scarification, which was a further indication of the status of the family. As the youngest, he was considered his mother's favorite. Where do we get this information from on Equiano's family? From Equiano himself. And no one's able to debunk this or deny this. So when Garfield constantly says...
Wait a minute, you reading this right now or you freestyling right now? Because these words are small.
When Garfield makes the statement that he's not an Igbo, the top scholars disagree with Garfield. The top scholar in the field says he's an Igbo. How is Garfield able to come on here and say, no, he's not, simply because he doesn't think so?
Hey, Bereen, excuse me, Bereen.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Let me know when it's my time to share my screen.
Yes, that's all here. Let him just wrap up.
Yeah,
I have his actual book. Right here.
So I want to show y'all something.
Now, do me a favor. Hold on a minute. Do me a favor. Type of one. The top scholar saying something and the words from his own book. Which one? And I'm talking to 260 people in here. Which one carry more weight than y'all? Go ahead, Israel.
The thing of it is, the scholars are quoting from his book. They're
Well,
quoting
we got
from his book.
we got to. All right,
You know what?
Let him go. Then you got to
I accept that. Just let me know when he's done because I got his book right here. Let me know.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
So right here, we see the scholarly references who've taken directly from his book in what he actually Oladawo talks about, right? In the home of when you talk about Oladawo Equiano, linguistics and anthropological search, right? The Igbo roots of Oladawo Equiano, right? By Catherine Ocholanu, right? These are people who have African roots themselves that are studying this. M.H. Abrams, the Northern Anthology in English Literature, they talk about this, right? Catherine Ocholanu, if y'all really want to get into the history of Equiano, she gives one of the most extensive writings. Catherine Nuju Lanu, the Igbo roots of Oladawo Equiano of the African World Press. So we have African scholars researching the African history of an African, not the white scholars that he keeps bringing out that says no, he's not. And then he said he wants to go into Equiano's book. They're only taking from Equiano's work. Let me go back.
Let's look at the primary Equiano work. If that's the primary, let's look at the words in the primary. Let's look at it. If them is his words and that's his book, let's see what his words say. They could say anything, but them words is that's basically a secondary versus primary argument. But go ahead, I'm mute myself.
Right. Let's check this out, right? It says Gustavo Vassa received the name Oladawo Equiano when he was an infant, as he notes in his autobiography. Our children were named from some event, some circumstance, or fancied foreboding at the time of their birth. This is Equiano's words. If we're going to go, his book is the only primary that we have, then we have to go with his words. So when Garfield says he's not Igbo, you're lying. Because if Oliango's words saying that he is, then that's what it is. You can't
make all of that big right there from where it say our children. That's his autobiography. Make all of that big right there. That's what you're reading right there. What's that saying right there? That indented part. From our children were named.
Yep. Nah, let me go back. I just messed up. Hold on. Let me go back. Let me go back. Because I broke the reading list. Let me go.
Somebody else said the same thing. The book hold more. Everybody done said the book. Everybody, at least 15, 20 people.
Right. So let's check it out. If the book hold more weight, let's see if that's the case, then let it be written. So let it be written. So let it be done.
No, you just had it up there. What happened?
Right. Here you go. Right here. It says our children. This is.
But he don't took the whole screen down.
No, this is it right here. It wasn't big enough. I couldn't get it to go big enough.
I'm saying I don't. Type one if y'all see the screen. I'm scared.
You don't see the screen?
You erased the whole screen.
You don't see the screen no more? Oh, hold on. Here you go. Hold on. I'm sorry. It did go out. I'm sorry. There you go. Right there. I got it. I got it right there. I think that's where it is. And I'll go back to it. And then I'm going to go right here. The significance of his name. This is from Equiano's book. If this then holds the weight for the foundation of what we should go by. This is what he says in his autobiography.
Make that, but all right, go ahead. But that happened. Our children, all that indented part. That's
some event, some circumstances, or fancy foreboding at the time of their birth. I was named Oluwadu, which in our language signifies vicissitude or fortune also. One favorite and having a loud voice and well spoken. I remember we never polluted the name of the object of our adoration. On the contrary, it was always mentioned with the greatest reverence, and we were totally acquainted with swearing and all those terms of abuse and reproach which find their way so readily and copiously into the language of more civilized people. The only expressions of that kind I remember were "may you rot," or "may you swell," or may a beast take you. He did not comment on the second part of his name, Equiano, which was certainly not a sure name, since Igbo culture did not use surnames, but rather an elaboration on the name Oludawu, his birth name. His birth name. That's in his book. You want me to continue and show you other things that he says he's an Igbo? If that's what we going by, if we going by his words, he says he's an Igbo, you don't have nothing to change it. You're not going to show us nothing in any of his writings that says he's not an Igbo.
It's not a presentation time. We do it back and forth. So can you?
Hey, I'm doing back and forth, and you'll get your turn.
Come on. All right. Nah, Barry, this is taking way too long.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you get it in. Go ahead. I yield.
Now, I just proved to the whole world, and I hope y'all know, this is the 5 minute and 5 hour, 7 minute mark. I asked him, I said, what was Equiano? I mute your mic, bro. Don't interrupt. I asked you, what was Equiano's mother's name, father's name, and sister name? He ain't sure. He said, oh, we got this. And then he Googled something right away. He ain't got no name to show because he's a fraud. And I keep telling y'all this. This is why you can't trust any believer. This is why you should trust me more than a believer, because they'll fake it to win an argument. All he has to say is, I don't know. That's it.
That's exactly what I said.
Wait, no, hold on. Yeah, he did say it. All right, no, don't say nothing now, brother. Let him go ahead, man. Go ahead,
Remember when the brother came on and he said he has a book about the work on the ships, the Castellanos, and I said, well, what's the name of the book, bro? Because I never heard of that before. But then we found out it was Equiano.
Alan, yeah, Judah, yeah.
Shout out to Alan, because I was there taking notes. I respect people. When Yara is talking, I'm taking notes. I respect anybody. But the truth of the matter is, he proved he is a fraud to everybody. That's the 250 people watching. And that's all. My day is over just based on that alone. But
God forbid you go and shit and stop all this carrying on. All this make it big, make it real big so we can all see.
Let me show this, because this was in my slides. It was in my slides. This was in my slides, and I'm going to show it right now. Okay. Basically, he said, such is the imperfect sketch my memory has furnished me with the manners and customs of people among who I first drew my breath. And here I cannot forbear suggesting what has long struck me very forcibly, namely the strong analogy which, even by this sketch, imperfect as it is, appears to prevail in the manners and customs of my countrymen and those of the Jews before they reach the land of promise, and particularly the patriots while they were yet in that pastoral state which is described in Genesis. Analogy which alone would induce me to think that the one people had sprung from the other. Indeed, this is the opinion of Dr. Gill, who in his commentary on Genesis very aptly deduces the pedigree of the Africans from Afer and Afra, the descendants of Abraham, by Keturah, his wife and concubine. I said Moses earlier, so I was incorrect. Let me correct myself. He was talking about Abraham and Afer. All right. Now let's scroll down a little bit. And this is Equiano's book. As to the difference of color, this is in my slides. This is exactly how it's in my slides. The difference of color between the Igbo Africans and the modern Jews, I shall not presume to account for it. It is a subject which has engaged the pens of men of both genius and learning and is far above my strength. The most able and reverend Mr. T. Clarkson, however, in his much admired essay on the slavery and commerce of the human species, has ascertained the cause in a manner that at once solves every objection on that account, on my mind at least, has produced the fullest conviction. I shall therefore refer to that performance for the theory, contending myself with extracting a fact as related by Dr. Mitchell. The Spaniards who have inhabited America under the torrid zone for any time are become as dark colored as our native Indians are of Virginia, of which I myself have been a witness. There's also an instance of a Portuguese settlement at Mitombo, a river in Sierra Leone, where the inhabitants are bred from a mixture of the first Portuguese discoverers with the natives and are now become in their complexion and in the holy quality of their hair perfect Negroes, retaining, however, a smattering of the Portuguese language. These instances, and a great many more which might be adduced, while they show how the complexion of the same persons vary in different climates, it is hoped may tend also to remove the prejudice that some conceive against the natives of Africa on account of their color. Surely the mind of the Spaniards did not change with their complexions. Are there not causes enough to which the apparent inferiority of an African may be ascribed without limiting the goodness of God? I mean, if y'all want me to go down further, he talks about Europeans and comparing them to Africans, because again, the time period that he's in, he's saying basically Europeans mix with black people, you mix with natives, you become this, you mix with these people, you become this. And he's trying to say Africans are not bad because of their color of their skin. That's basically what he's saying. No, what else can I draw from Equiano's words? I didn't make it up. He made it up. And I could go to chapter 11 now. I could move on. Give me a little bit of time. Let me move on and show. And again, let me remind everybody, we're still waiting for those names. Oh man, let me stop sharing, man.
And then after that, and then Israel, I want you to, what question you want to ask Garfield? I want you to ask him 2 questions and he can ask you 2 questions.
Hold on one second. I got to show the part when he says he's an Igbo. Hold on. Oliada Equiano. Let me do this. Oliada Equiano. And we're going to go to the first page and show where he says he's an Igbo. Let's share this first screen. The interesting narrative.
I think he agreed with that.
No. Watch this. No. This is very important. I want y'all to see something very carefully here. All right, this is chapter 1. And we're going through the first verse. I am from, all right. Right here, look at this. This kingdom right here, this kingdom is divided into many provinces in one of the most remote and fertile of which called Igbo. See, this is where he says he's an Igbo. I was born in the year 1745. Does everybody agree that it says that? Does everybody who reading the screen agree that it says called Igbo? Watch this now. Let me share my other screen now. Watch this. Let me share this screen. And I want y'all to look at this now. Since Garfield don't know what he's talking about. Look at this. This is the interesting life of Equiano. See? The African. Look at this. Which I was born. See? The remote in one of the most remote and fertile of which I was born in the year 1745. Igbo is gone. My point is, after the first edition, he was an Igbo. So Bible Way community, I don't care what you say. I'm talking about what Equiano did. He removed it. I didn't move it. Now look at another edition. Here's another edition. I was born in the year 1745. Again, no Igbo. Let's go to another edition. I'm going to show 4 just to make my point. 5 actually. 5. This is the third one. Look. See? Fertile, which I was born. Igbo is gone. It's not there. Let me show the 4th one. The 4th piece of evidence. See? Right here. From it's in one of the most remote and fertile provinces in this kingdom I was born. Where's Igbo? That's 4 witnesses. Let's go to a 5th witness. In the Bible, you said all you need is 3 witnesses, right? I'm showing 5. Because he had 9 editions of the book. After the first edition, he took it out. He took it out. See, I was born in the year 1745. Where is it? In one of the most remote and fertile of which I was born. See? He took Igbo out. That is the point I'm making. From the 2nd edition to the 9th edition, he took out, he was an Igbo. Do you want to go to do a debate? And I'll bring that information out why. I'll bring out the primary sources why. Because basically, the people in London who he grew up around, a lot of them were Igbo, including Kagoano, Kabawa, or whatever his name is, and other people. They were Igbos. There's a lot of Igbos in England. So he going around saying it's an Igbo is a problem for people who are really Igbos. Ladies and gentlemen, I showed 5 witnesses. 5 different editions. And if you want to get them, go to Hattie Trust and sign up. It's a free account, hattietrust.com, and just look up the old editions of Equiano's book, and you'll see for yourself. That's all I'm saying.
All right, Israel, you want to ask Garfield a question before you get out of here, before I put him out forever? Would you like to ask him a question?
Yes. I want to hear, I want to see that account, that the last account he was just saying about that there were Igbos saying that we don't want you saying that you Igbo because you're not Igbo.
No, I'm not showing that.
No. You just said it wasn't showed up in later accounts. You didn't say that. They didn't say. I don't think the way you saying it, Abe.
No.
For the English people saying that he what you call it, said he was. Yes, there's records out there of people, Igbo people in the UK having a problem with it. Yes. And
Yeah,
so hold on a second. That's a very good question. Abe, open up your mic. Let me say something to you real quick.
Right.
Abe, why, if you wrote a book, and I gave the analogy with Brother Bereen earlier. Brother Bereen says he comes from Queens. and he said, I represent Queensbridge, right, with Nas and Marley Marl and all of them. All of a sudden now, in edition 2 to 9 in his book, he removed that he's from Queens. Why would he do that?
Okay. So I know you're not a fan of conspiracy theories or nothing like that. But I wouldn't take it.
Oh boy.
No,
I
mean, if you want to listen to me, you want to listen to me. If you
go
don't,
ahead,
you don't.
beloved. Beloved, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, I'm not against or knowing that what propaganda is, and I would ask, why would it be put in the book, in the first book, in the first place? Like, why was it in the first book in the first place, and then it wasn't in the, you can say, the 6 books afterwards? I would think that it was propaganda, or I would think that it was conspiracy. And again, this is from a person that don't know. But
look at J Jack's question. This is put it back. J Jack's asked a beautiful question. Did he remove it, or did the publishing company remove it? Guess what, sis? I went to England last year, and I toured all where he lived. His publishing company, he owned everything. He's the first black man ever to do that.
He was the publisher.
He was the publisher.
That's beef right there. I hate Garfield. I don't care what y'all say. I hate Garfield today. I used to like him before, but not no more.
Brother Marine, I'm out, man.
All right, fam. All right, man. He going there. Let's cut him up. Come on, J Mac. J Mac, what do you on this right here?
Hey, that was I think that was very informative for the panel. I mean, for the chat. And hopefully everybody was paying attention to all the information coming forward, and guys were making good arguments. But the question is, what does the information say, and is what Garfield saying is true, or is what the other brother was saying is true? But they both can't be right at the same time.
No,
you're gonna have to make up your mind.
Right. Got to make up your mind. And all of this stuff, and it was I couldn't even get past I didn't even get to Stephen Darby and everything else I wanted to get to, but I don't know, maybe we'll just pick it all up, but it's all from what Bishop Nathaniel shared. I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna get out of here. Appreciate you, brother. Fair use.
Next book, Pictorial History of Israel. Let's go inside. Take a look. Unto thy seed. What do y'all see? You see black Jews, black Israelites working in ancient Egypt. Let's see what this is from. This mural depicting Israel's bondage in Egypt was found in the Theban tomb of Rekhmir, governor and vizier at the time of Thutmose III, about 1450 BCE. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick and in all manner of service in the field. Exodus chapter 1, verse 13 and 14. What color are these Israelites? What color are they? This is ancient artifacts, ancient black. They are painted as black in the tombs. All right, here's Harper's Bible Dictionary. This is page 331. In 701 BC, Assyrian king Sennacherib conquered most of Judah, including the fortress city of Lachish. The victory was recorded in remarkable detail on bas-reliefs at his Nineveh palace. This scene is poignant testimony to the plight of his victims, who were deported with only what they could carry on their backs. Let's take a look at Judah. Do y'all see this? This is the Sennacherib guard. Look at the people of Judah. Look at their hair. Look at their hair. This is a stone relief. Look at the little boy. These are not Caucasians. These are not Edomites. These are black men with cornrows. 2A, I'm going to look at picture 1, picture 2A and 2B. Fresco paintings from the western wall of the 3rd century AD synagogues at Dura-Europos, a city on the Euphrates River in Syria. At the right, 2b depicts Moses 3 times. From far right to left, Moses strides toward the Red Sea with staff upraised, leading the ancient Israelites out of Egypt. Let's see what Moses and the ancient Israelites look like. Bang! There's Moses. There's Moses there. Remember, I said it depicts him 3 times. Moses here, and Moses here. Take a look. And the Egyptians are being drowned in the waters. The Egyptians are black. Moses is black.
That don't look black to me. That's Dura-Europos, y'all. We pulled that up. That don't look black to me.
The hand of God is black. That's Aaron. Is menorah. Moses and the 12 tribes of Israel. Moses again. Moses with the staff held over his head, and the Egyptians being drowned in the Red Sea. A study of race and environment by Maurice Fishberg. Published in 1911. Going over to page 64. Watch what it says. These fair-haired Jews created a problem for anthropologists. It is a question whence these Indo-Germanic Jews, talking about these converts, as Virchow called them, have found their way into the midst of a dark complexion race like the Jews. Now you know the original Jews, the real Jews, are a dark complexion race. I'm on page 149. It is stated that the Philosophers are not the only Jews of Negro race. Ashton speaks of Negro Jews living on the lower.
Oh, Alton, Dunamis, I'm sorry. Jump on. If y'all want to say something in closing. Somebody said shout out to Timmy Tim. That's light skinned Tim. He did bring that up, I don't know, 18 months ago. Over a year ago, that's how I'm surprised for Nathaniel to bring this up almost 2 years later when Timmy Tim and so many others been bringing up. Kevin G and them Dura-Europos. Been bringing it up. I'm surprised, but this is Bishop Nathaniel, and he's bringing it up, trying to show them pictures and tell me that that's Black Moses. I'm good. Me personally, I'm good. But I know if you believe something, you'll see what you want in the text and the picture, which is 2nd century sources. That goes way, way, way back. So that throw out that 13th century, and I know those that call themselves Jews and trying to talk about light-skinned Jews are fake, and that's the only beef. Nobody on here beefing about are there Black Jews. Limba Ethiopian Jews, are there Jews that can you convert? Are there Jews of every color? Nobody debating that. But there are a few Black Americans, specifically the camps, that's arguing other people are fake and all of this other stuff. And this is where the beef come in, because light-skinned Jews been around almost as long as this whole thing been around. And that's a problem.
Longo Coast in West.
I'm put the link out there, Alton. If you want to say something on that specifically, or Dunamis. I forgot. I know I kind of cut y'all off from earlier.
In Africa, they are called there Mavambo or Judeos, and these are Bantu. Okay, there's a lot more. Those of us that came to America. So I'm showing you that the real Jews are Black.
That's my only thing. How can you talk about the real Jews now compared to what, a biblical convert? This is where the confusion coming when y'all start coming out. Well, originally the Hebrew Israelites were Black. What are they talking about when they start running around here preaching that the real Jews are Black? That's where some people got some beef. Like, yo, they push the skin doctrine, but they say it's Hispanic people are Jews too. So when the Hispanic Jews came, if we dealing with the 12 tribe circles, almost every camp. I don't know if y'all know, y'all name one. I don't know a camp that don't go with the chart. Hold on a second. Oh, I forgot about this other thing here too. Let me see. Is this it? Let me stop. Hold on one second. I'm trying Trying to get this thing right. I don't know where this. I don't know. I should have played this one from the beginning. I don't even know how I get to this right here. How I missed it. Should I say?
Have you ever?
All right. Let me see if I can pull this up whilst I'm waiting for them dudes if they're gonna jump on and share. All right. I think fair use. I think this is it.
Encircle an all-white Christian church. We've never done it, and we will not do it because it's not a part of our mission.
That's them answering Geno Jennings. That's IUIC answering Geno Jennings. Tell me your thoughts.
We don't care what goes on inside the white Christian church. We're going to answer, have we ever encircled an all-white Christian church with the scriptures? Give me Matthew chapter 10, verse 5.
These 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them.
A command is an order. He gave an order saying,
go not into the way of the Gentiles.
So we're not paying attention to you white Christian Gentiles. You're not Israelites. Read on.
And into any city of the Samaritans. Enter ye not.
So he said, don't go into the Samaritans. Why did Jesus talk to a Samaritan? Why did the gospel later on go to the Samaritans? But they say they're not worried about white folks, so they answering questions. That's why it would encircle Geno Jennings' church. That's why they blitzing and they running up in Tony Evans' church. They running up on Creflo and them. They running up on different churches because they believe that they're Israelites inside the building, and I guess they want to wake them up.
Because we had sprinkles of Israelites there, but it wasn't.
So, forget, in light of that whole Dura-Europa, forget what they're saying. They're Dura-Europa. Them folk look European, but they're not European. It's a bowl of confusion. Fair use.
Time to get them. Northern Kingdom was there.
Now they give you that Northern Kingdom, Southern Kingdom stuff.
It wasn't time yet. But this is where Christ commanded us to go. Read on.
But go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
You know the difference of belief between.
So the lost sheep of the house of Israel, just the 9 tribes? That's just Judah and them? Or is all of... Never mind. Fair use.
You and the Muslims. So why have you never surrounded a mosque? Okay, they started a diet.
And I'm going to bring y'all Nathaniel's video where they got a clip where Farrakhan, it's just a clip really, but where Farrakhan supposed to be rebuking Geno Jennings. But let's just listen to their answer.
Off in the 80s, and the Israelites started to rise in the 90s, and now we don't even see them in the street. We bump into them, and Deacon Abiel already played video of our encounters. They know nothing. And young men now are not going to join that stuff.
All you camp cats talking about Paul was a false apostle, y'all just getting blocked right now. Ain't even no sense y'all wasting y'all time. I don't want to waste y'all time. I don't want to waste y'all time.
A few stragglers, a few people my age, or the young kids that are into it now is because their parents forced them into it, but they don't have no presence inside the communities, inside the ghettos, like they used to have in the 50s, 60s, 70s when they used to march. And Farrakhan used to come. Farrakhan has been exposed and trying to push Scientology and going back on most of the stuff. He don't have the influence he had before.
That's the same Farrakhan they was praising for calling everybody, for calling us Israel. Farrakhan was one of the first ones, the nation of Islam was one of the first ones talking about black folk of Israel. But they saying he ain't got no influence no more. That's how come I know about a doctrine and the war is with the black church. That's where the beef is at right there. Matter of fact, I can't even go on right now based on all of that right there. But if we go on and we start dealing with cults, we got to admit that cults have always been at war with God's people. Cults have always been at war with the truth of God's people, starting with Peter and the original Israelites. Their own Israelites were at war with them with the Jesus message. That's why them folk got beef with Paul. But I can show y'all what Paul preached and what Peter and them was doing. Them folk was all locked in hand in hand. Paul said, yo, I went up to Jerusalem to those that were apostles before me. They don't want the whole book. They want to give you that. They want to give you British Israelism. They want to give you British Israelism from them white folk. Because what a lot of these Israelites is teaching ain't what we seen in the book of Acts. Ain't what we seen in Galatians. Ain't what we seen in the Gospels. But it's what we see in British Israelism with them white folk. Well, from the chart all the way down, it come from them white folk. Y'all are copycats. That's what a lot of this is. Oh, I'm gonna let it play though.
He has no control over the people the way the black Christian church has over them, so they are a waste.
Seeing that many of our black young men are being shot down by white police officers, why have you never surrounded a police station?
Now listen to this right here, especially knowing Nathaniel and them and what he retired from. How come y'all ain't never surrounded the police station? Malcolm and the Nation did that. But hell, Black Lives Matter get out there and get the hollering in front of the precinct, telling them cops picketing in front of the precinct. But look at the response. That's like my ass y'all when y'all run around talking about who feds and this and that. If I'm the feds and I see an organization and a group of black folk running around here, black men saying A, B, C, and D, I'm a one, take over that organization, two, influence the organization, or I'm gonna start the organization so I can have control of the minds of these black men. That's just me. Remember, COINTEL ain't never been dismantled.
Gino, we don't surround police stations because we read our Bible. The Bible says this, Romans chapter 13, verse 1.
The book of Romans, chapter 13, verse 1. Let every soul be subject unto the higher power.
So they teaching and preaching you got to be subject to the white man? Because now he quoting scripture, you got to be subject to the white man and to our oppressors. What the hell is Daniel and them doing over there? That's what y'all teaching? That's what IUIC, because remember, they the only ones out of all the camps got a 501c3. So now could this reply be exposing the agenda? We study secret societies over here. We study the occult tradition over here. So you don't got beef with the police. You don't got beef with the government because you should subject yourself to the higher powers. Well. Oh, that speak for. Oh, not to you dumb, deaf, and blind. But to those that got an ear. To those that have studied the history. To those that have watched COINTELPRO. Boy, I'm thinking. Oh, no, this ain't got nothing to do with conspiracy. No, this got to do with facts and history. Wait a minute, they talking real. So now, Alton, they subject to the white folk. They subject to the police officers. They subject, and they want other men to be subject to them. This is real interesting for Black Power. This is real interesting if y'all coming back to destroy the wicked and to repay Edom. It's interesting that they can't preach the fullness of the message, or Edom ain't the white man. It's either Nathaniel got to make his mind up. Said these Negroes could tell y'all anything. Nathaniel got to make his mind up. What you saying? Either you here or there. You can't be on the fence. Sound like he on the fence. Sound like he's subject to the police. Sound like he's telling y'all be subject, come under the authority of the police and do what's right. That's what y'all want y'all to do. Y'all don't want y'all to, because how can y'all message and the message of these white police officers in America be the same when he's coming to enact vengeance upon Edom? Edom, them white folk in the police department. Edom, them white folk in the Vatican. Edom, them white folk on Capitol Hill. Ain't that what that is? Ain't that what that is? This sounds like double talk to me. I know what it is, though. When folk know how far they can go, like y'all claim them preachers, them 10%ers, them folk that know, he know how far he could go. Y'all think, it ain't what y'all think it is. But y'all know y'all think it's that, but it ain't that. A lot of times it ain't that. Y'all could think of orders out there. Oh, that order is here for us. That order's to calm y'all down. That order's just to give you enough to keep you quiet for another 50, 60 years. Trust me, ain't nothing coming to IURC. I can tell you that right now. And them folk ain't finna do nothing to the white folk. And their job is to keep y'all in check. You can talk all that other stuff. Talk that talk, but you ain't finna do nothing. Y'all ain't finna do nothing. I'm going to tell y'all that right now.
Y'all were meant to be subject to the higher powers. Why?
For there is no power but of God.
There's only power of God. The law enforcement exists because God gave them the power. It's kind of
so when the white police bust them guns, let them guns go and get to hitting up black men. Don't say nothing. Why? In that case, listen, why y'all going to Buffalo? Why y'all showing up at police shooting? Why y'all showing up in certain places? No, it's about a doctrine. You want to show up in front of church, but got to be subject to these white folk that's out here murdering? Ain't that what y'all teaching? Ain't that what y'all teaching? It sounds contradictory to me. I'm surprised they would even read that scripture. Be subject to the white man in the land of your captivity. And that's what you should do. Daniel and them ain't run amok and go murdering up in the precinct when they was in Babylon. No, they sure didn't. So, it's okay that they reading these good scriptures.
Say that, read on.
The powers that be are ordained of God.
So why would we go and fight the police when God set the police up? Read on.
All right, so hey, they talking good right there. Don't fight the police. Let them just kill us. That sound like real camp talk to y'all? Or that sound like people is wearing fringes but really want y'all to do. They preaching exactly what police want y'all to. Listen, don't do nothing, y'all. God allowing this to happen. Boy, y'all funny today. I'm getting off here. Y'all funny today. Y'all can't see who the feds is. Y'all can't see who's really influencing who. Oh, I forgot. Y'all don't think the feds would go that deep to set up an organization. If these guys are talking about the awakening, we're going to have the ultimate camp, bigger than all other camps. The ultimate channels, ultimate videos. This is going to be the best camp of all camps. Most popular, most organized, with a 501. Well, y'all go ahead and keep thinking crazy if y'all want to think crazy. I know why IUIC here. Oh, I know why they only in front of the churches. I know what's going on. Trust me, I know. It looks like it's that, but this ain't that. This ain't that, y'all. But y'all think it is. Y'all do know what Nathaniel. You do know what Nathaniel used to be, right? Y'all do know what Nathaniel is, right? Y'all funny today.
Whosoever therefore resisteth the power.
Gino, come on. He's giving us instructions not to resist the power. Why would we surround a police station, Gino?
That sounds just like police. That's police talk right there. That's detective talk right there. That's Fed talk right there. That's Ku Klux Klan. That's white supremacist talk right there. Y'all take this murder. Y'all take us busting these guns. Y'all accept that. It's from God. God bless y'all. BereanTeach, gmail.com.